Chapter 1153. Yu had never forgotten his most fundamental goal for entering the abyss. Thus, after awakening the undying body fragment of the old turtle, he directly asked about the secrets of the myriad soul Tao. This was related to Ning Ling's life and death. Myriad soul Tao. The old turtle thought for a moment. His complexion changed. He glanced at Qin Yu's complexion and subconsciously gulped. He wasn't an idiot. Moreover, with Qin Yu's current appearance, even an idiot could tell that there was something else going on. Could it be that he had cultivated it? No, that wasn't right. Qin Yu's soul aura was still complete. It hadn't been divided. Then what was the reason? Without giving the old turtle any more time to think, Qin Yu said, "Tell me everything you know. If you dare to hide anything, I will crush you." The old turtle's face turned green. Qin Yu's attitude was serious and he feared things were even worse than he thought. He gulped. "Don't ask me why my shadow can also gulp. After all, this shadow is a projection of the abyss, so of course it's different. The myriad soul Tao was an experiment I made. You also know that I am a bit afraid of death, so I always wanted to leave myself a path of retreat. Thus I came up with an idea. I split my own consciousness and used it as a seed. Then, I would constantly strengthen myself and finally fuse them together. Perhaps that would be able to greatly increase the strength I possess. The Qijin that you worked with, as well as the other shadows, were just some of my attempts. Ahem. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is often cruel. In short, I failed. The myriad soul Tao was wrong in the first place." The old turtle paused and looked at Qin Yu. He braced himself and said, "The rules do not permit it. This is a dead end in itself, one that cannot be walked." Qin Yu waved his hand, interrupting him. "Let me ask you, how can a wisp of the soul of someone who cultivates the myriad soul Tao obtain freedom?" His eyes were sharp. "The freedom I speak of is to become an independent individual, no longer restricted by the main body, and become a pure life form. Think carefully before you speak, otherwise I will crush you." It was this sentence again. The old turtle's lips twitched and he nearly cried. Although the myriad soul Tao itself was wrong and impossible to walk, there was no doubt that it was an extremely profound cultivation method. Of course, he was imprisoned in the nightmare ancestral land, enduring loneliness, and expending countless efforts to finally create this secret technique. Even if it wasn't complete, its quality was definitely top-notch. After all, the more afraid the old tortoise was of death, the more he would do his best in this matter. He would definitely serve him with all his might. Correspondingly, the myriad soul Tao's incomparably tyrannical ability. The old tortoise knew better than anyone how he came to be. Of course, he was worried that his shadow would continue to split and copy him. Therefore, there was no way to break the shackles on the split soul. If that wasn't the case, Qijin wouldn't have sought death for countless years, and it wouldn't have taken him so long to finally achieve his wish. Facing Qin Yu's blazing eyes, the old tortoise paled and sweat dripped down his forehead. But it was impossible for him not to answer. He could clearly feel that beneath Qin Yu's calm exterior, there was a ruthless and cruel mood hidden within. It was like tumbling lava in a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment and burn him to ashes. Whether he was crushed to pieces or burned to ashes, the end result was still death. This matter is very difficult. When I created the myriad soul Tao, I was worried that my shadow would betray me. I never thought this would happen. The old tortoise stuttered. His heart was filled with fear, fearing that he would truly reach the end of his life in the next moment. Rumble, rumble, the skies turned dark. Endless black clouds surged outwards. Then, billions of bolts of thunder exploded, rampaging through the world. Millions upon millions of lightning snakes wove together, tearing apart the darkness between the heavens and earth. A destructive aura covered the old tortoise, causing him to scream out loud. "It's not my fault, it really isn't my fault. When I created the myriad soul Tao in the past, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. This was Qin Yu's mind world and he was the ruler of this world. He could change it with a single thought and everything was within his grasp. If he wanted to kill the old tortoise in front of him, he didn't need to do anything at all. All he needed to do was look at him, and he would be beyond redemption. The time-immortal body could resist the onslaught of time and exist for all eternity, but it had been said countless times before that there were no true absolutes in this world. Even if it existed, it was only limited to a certain range. If he really could become immortal for all eternity, then why would the old tortoise fear death and imprison himself in the nightmare ancestral land, enduring loneliness and not daring to take a single step into the abyss? Of course, this was because the will of the abyss could kill him, and it just so happened that although the little blue lamp's absolute strength couldn't compare with the will of the abyss, in terms of the level of strength it wasn't any weaker. Thus, it could also accomplish this. In order to survive, the old tortoise could only hand over his source mark. After Qin Yu grasped it, he could destroy it with a single thought. Amidst miserable screams and wails, millions of bolts of lightning constantly illuminated Qin Yu's face. He had already found the source of the myriad soul Tao. But he never imagined that the final result would be like this. Unsolvable, it was actually unsolvable. Knowing all of this, Qin Yu certainly thought of Qizhen. He was the shadow of the old tortoise, someone who had sought death for many years without a path to escape. From another angle, this clearly verified everything that the old tortoise had said. The split soul of the myriad soul Tao would never be free. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu looked down at the shivering old tortoise, who had curled up into a ball in fear. His tone was icy cold. Even if my main body cultivates the myriad soul Tao and cuts off the connection between the two sides, can I still not obtain freedom? The old tortoise really wanted to cry. His body shook like a sieve and he sullenly shook his head. No, you can't. Once the connection between the two sides is severed, the split soul will vanish. Rumble, rumble. The roar of thunder rose up. Trillions of bolts of lightning tore through the darkness, illuminating Qin Yu's tightly shut eyes and his shivering body. The old tortoise miserably screamed. Faint traces of lightning fell onto his body like long whips, leaving behind countless bloody marks. He rolled back and forth on the ground, not daring to resist at all. He could only passively withstand all of this. Qin Yu had to admit that at this moment, his killing intent had been aroused. He wished he could tear the old tortoise to shreds. But he was well aware that if it weren't for the old tortoise creating the myriad soul Tao, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet Ningling, nor would he have had those memories of being together with her. This was because she shouldn't have appeared in the vast Yang world. It was only because of the existence of the myriad soul Tao that she was able to meet him. Moreover, even if he really killed the old tortoise, so what? Everything had already been decided and nothing could be changed. The skies were still dark and gloomy. The roar of thunder gradually faded away. The old tortoise, who had just escaped death, slumped to the ground and began to cry out loud. He was truly afraid. Just now, that clear and despairing smell of death had wrapped around him. Compared to when he was in the nightmare ancestral land, it was even more terrifying. The old tortoise feared death, but this was the first time he had been so close to death. Then, he discovered that death was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Tears and snot flowed down his face. Even though Qin Yu's heart was heavy at this time, his lips still twitched as he looked at the old tortoise. This fellow, to fear death to such a degree, he could be considered a freak of nature. He had entered the abyss to search for a way to unravel the myriad soul Tao, but who would have thought that the final result would be like this? For a time, Qin Yu was at a loss. What should he do next? Should he leave the abyss? His eyes flashed several times. Finally, a sharp light flashed in them. That's right, it was time for him to leave. Return to Vast Yang, return to Ningling's side. he forced himself to calm down. His thoughts raced. Although he couldn't completely rescue Ningling, if he was strong enough to threaten the Peach Blossom Spring Master, then he would naturally be able to force the woman who planted the peach not to take back Ningling's soul fragment. She would still have a long time to live. Taking a step back, this was the only method Qin Yu could think of in his current situation. The bloody scars on the surface of the old tortoise rapidly disappeared. He looked at Qin Yu with fear in his eyes and wiped away his snot and tears. In truth, this isn't necessarily true. There isn't even the slightest possibility. Even though I am the shadow of the abyss, my strength is limited. If I can find someone powerful enough to help me, then perhaps I might be able to forcefully break through the imprisonment of the myriad soul Dao. Qin Yu looked down at him. The old tortoise screamed in fear. It's true, what I said is true. There are no absolutes in this world. The impossibilities that you and I see now are only for the current situation. If one is strong enough, then anything is possible. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. That's right, his mind had been wounded just now and his emotions were in chaos, so he hadn't thought of this. Although the old tortoise was the creator of the myriad soul Dao, no matter how extraordinary he was only a shadow of the abyss. Facing the myriad soul Dao, the old tortoise was helpless. But what if the will of the abyss personally attacked? That might not necessarily be impossible. As soon as Qin Yu thought of this, he was excited. As long as there was a chance, there was no need to feel despair. Even though he was well aware that asking the will of the abyss to help was nearly impossible, at the very least, this was a ray of hope. As long as Ningling lived and continued to live, sooner or later there would be a day when Qin Yu would be able to move the will of the abyss or an existence on the same level as him. In fact, it might even be possible for him to grow into an existence comparable to the will of the abyss. Time was endless. Who could be sure what the future held? In the past, he was as low as an ant. Because of his old wounds, he had struggled to survive in the fear of death. How could he have imagined that he would have such a day? Seeing Qin Yu's complexion improve and the deathly stillness and coldness in his eyes dissipate, the old tortoise wanted to cry again. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Rather, he was happy. It seemed that he could continue living today. He didn't want to experience such a scene ever again. After sobbing a few times, the old tortoise wanted to continue showing off his value. Like this, even if there came a day in the future when he accidentally offended Qin Yu again, he could still see that he still had some value so that Qin Yu wouldn't casually say that he would break him to pieces. Cough cough, in truth, Master, there is the aura of a formidable existence on your body. Although she isn't strong to the point where she can compare with the will of the abyss, the difference isn't too great. If you can ask her to help, there might be a chance. Qin Yu thought the old tortoise was speaking of the little blue lamp. He shook his head. His current strength isn't enough. In order to control the source mark of the old tortoise, he had learned a little about the existence of the little blue lamp. The old tortoise blinked. I'm not referring to that great lady, but another. He scratched his head. I can't sense it too clearly. That great lady should be a woman. She once sent her strength to your side. Qin Yu immediately realized that the old tortoise was referring to Teacher Liao. That was right. He could still ask Teacher Liao for help. He didn't know how many years it would take for the little blue lamp to restore its strength. But, without a doubt, Teacher Liao was an incomparably formidable existence. There was no need to doubt this. For her to be able to send a projection into the abyss and suppress the demon dragon race's elder sublime magic, just these 2 points were enough to prove her strength. Although he didn't know why Teacher Liao had appeared by his side and why she would help him with everything she had. But, since she was willing to help him, that proved that Qin Yu was worth it. It wasn't impossible for him to ask her to help him again. Strictly speaking, he hadn't spent much time with Liao Shi, but the relationship between the two of them was extremely close. Qin Yu was confident he could persuade her. That's right, you're right. I can ask Teacher Liao for help. Qin Yu whispered to himself, excitement on his face. Seeing his words accepted, the old tortoise smiled. Teacher Liao? Is that the name of that formidable existence? Since she was willing to send a projection to your side, she naturally has a close relationship with you. If Master personally comes to ask for help, she will definitely agree. Qin Yu was startled. As he looked at the old tortoise in front of him, he suddenly felt as if he had overlooked something. It was crucial. What was it? Being stared at by Qin Yu, the old tortoise stiffened. Everything was fine just now, so what happened in the blink of an eye? Qin Yu, can you not be so moody? It's so scary. The old tortoise roared inwardly, but he didn't dare to reveal any of his thoughts. He could only brace himself and ask, Master, what is it? Qin Yu took a deep breath, his eyes uncertain. After several breaths of silence, he slowly said, Why aren't you willing to disappear? The syllables were a bit rough. The old tortoise was startled. Was there even a need to ask this? Disappearing meant death, and dying meant the end. My love for the abyss is so deep, so how could I be willing to die like this? He coughed and glanced at Qin Yu. This was normal, so why would he ask such an abnormal question? Master, if I disappear, I will die. Qin Yu waved his hand. You are only a shadow of the abyss. If you disappear and return to the abyss, you will still have your memories. The abyss is you and you are the abyss, so how can you say you are dead? The old tortoise looked at Qin Yu. He thought that Qin Yu was so fierce and yet he didn't even know this sort of thing. His level was a bit low. He secretly despised Qin Yu for a moment and then hurriedly replied, Master, things aren't what you think. How should I say this? Take me as an example. A long time ago, the will of the abyss passed through the skies above a great lake and inadvertently revealed a trace of its aura, thus creating a shadow on the surface of the lake. This is how I was born. After the initial period of ignorance, I awakened my consciousness and stayed in the great lake for many years. Until one day, I suddenly received an order from the will of the abyss. It seemed to have suddenly sensed the existence of my shadow, and then it didn't want me to continue existing. The old tortoise had an ugly complexion and a gloomy expression. It was clear that even though countless years had passed, that feeling from that time still left him unhappy. I almost died. It was only when I was about to completely disappear that I regained my composure. Why should I obediently disappear? So I ran away. I ran away for many years, and as for what happened afterwards, I'm sure Master already knows. The old tortoise looked at Qin Yu and took a deep breath. I am saying all of this because I want to explain it to Master. If I disappear, I will completely disappear. What you said is correct. My memories still exist, but to the endless years that the will of the abyss has existed for, this is only a moment. It won't be noticed at all, and it is impossible for it to affect my main body in the slightest. Furthermore, the instant I disappear, my own memories will also be erased. It will be as if I had never existed in the first place. So, to me, vanishing is true death. In this world, there will no longer be any trace of me. Chapter 1154. Qin Yu remained silent. In this moment, countless images appeared in his mind. That smug smile, that arrogant smile, that dazed woman who snapped her fingers several times in front of him. No wonder Liao Shi placed the potions she refined in a special bottle and even wrote the name of the number 1 demon refiner in the abyss on it. So she was worried that she would be forgotten and wanted to use this method to leave behind a trace of her existence in the abyss. In the last 10 days, Liao Shi should have already known what would happen to her. It was no wonder she had such a reaction. Qin Yu thought back to the last morning when Liao Shi looked at the weak worms in the puddles of water. Her heart must have been filled with panic and fear. Within his sleeves, Qin Yu clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Liao Shi's figure became increasingly clear in his mind. On the day Liao Shi disappeared, Qin Yu already knew that she was the shadow of some formidable existence. But he didn't understand what the disappearance of a shadow meant. But today, he finally understood. He owed her so many favors. He originally thought that he would find a chance to repay her in the future, but now, it seemed that he would never have such a chance. Perhaps in the future, Qin Yu would meet a woman who looked exactly like Liao Shi and she would likely recognize him. But she wasn't Liao Shi because this name, along with the gradually transparent woman in his arms that day, had disappeared forever. Are you really dead? You know what I mean, so I want you to answer me very seriously. Of course, it's not real, boy. We will meet again. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Qin Yu turned around. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. He took a deep breath but couldn't suppress the surging emotions in his chest. In truth, he had very complex feelings towards Liao Shi. On one hand, because of her mysterious and unclear origins, he still held a trace of fear towards her. On the other hand, he felt a deep gratitude towards her. The two of them hadn't interacted much. After a period of time, they had hurriedly parted ways. At most, they could only be considered friends. But now, Liao Shi had used her death to ruthlessly cut open a wound in Qin Yu's heart. When she said she was tired and wanted to sleep for a bit, she was saying goodbye to him. To Qin Yu, Liao Shi was only a passerby in his life, a meteor that vanished without a trace. But to Liao Shi, Qin Yu was someone who had existed in her entire life, a witness to her short life. That was why she didn't care about trifles in front of Qin Yu. She was willing to let him take advantage of her and then laugh at his embarrassing appearance. Perhaps this was also her subconscious hope, that Qin Yu's impression of her would deepen? In the cave, Liao Shi leaned into Qin Yu's chest on his own initiative. He fell asleep in his arms and vanished. In Liao Shi's heart, Qin Yu was the closest and most trustworthy person in her short life. Perhaps when she was in Qin Yu's arms, when she welcomed the arrival of death, she would feel less fear. The old turtle didn't know what he had said wrong, but it was clear that there was something wrong with Qin Yu's current mood. He was smart enough not to say anything more. He lowered his head and curled his body slightly. He wished he could slap himself in the face. What was he talking about? It has nothing to do with you. Qin Yu's voice was hoarse. He paused for a moment and then continued, Moreover, I should thank you. Thank you for letting me know that I have already lost a very good friend. Shua Qin Yu's figure vanished from the world of his mind. In the outside world, he opened his eyes and wiped his face. A cold sweat soaked his fingers. It turned out that he was really crying. This sort of expression hadn't appeared on Qin Yu for a very, very long time. Liao Shi, you really are a troublemaker. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He revolved his demonic energy, dispelling the tears on his face and his eyes. After a long period of silence, his lips curled up in a bitter smile. He thought that today was truly a sad day. He had received 2 pieces of bad news in a row. Ning Ling could not escape. Liao Shi had died, but this was fate. You never knew what you would receive in the next moment. Would it be the sweetness of candy or the bitterness of gold thread? But no matter what it was, life had to continue. All you could do was accept it and get used to it. But fate could also be changed. But what was needed to change fate was a sufficiently formidable strength. Although Qin Yu had become the new king of nightmares and stepped into the peak of the abyss, he was still far from being able to grasp the throat of fate. He lowered his head and looked up again. Qin Yu's expression became tranquil once more. He calmly looked out the window at the night sky that was different from that of the vast Yang world. A thought became increasingly clear in his mind. He really should go back. With the birth of a new nightmare king, the many undercurrents that had gathered rapidly vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. With a king presiding over the nightmare race, their strength had returned to its peak. Unless one was tired of living, no one would be willing to provoke them. According to the traditions of the nightmare race, when a new king was born, a grand coronation ceremony would be held. Guests would be invited from all over, and they would use this opportunity to formally inform all sides. They would also confirm and change the various agreements made during the era of the previous king. Qin Yu had no reason to refuse this matter, so he nodded in agreement. But he didn't plan on wasting time. He formally summoned the leaders of the nightmare race, and after making a series of arrangements, he announced that he would go into seclusion. He had entered the abyss because of Liao Shi. Although she had never said it, Qin Yu knew this was the case. But Liao Shi was no longer here. If Qin Yu wanted to return to the vast Yang world, he could only rely on himself. This certainly wasn't a simple matter. But the good news was that as the new Nightmare King, Qin Yu could easily obtain any information he wanted and look up any ancient texts he was interested in. And most importantly, with the little blue lamp's help, Qin Yu had subdued the death-fearing old turtle. As the shadow of the abyss, he knew many things. Of course, even though Qin Yu was determined to leave the abyss, the truth was that there were still many matters he needed to deal with before he left. For instance, after he left, what would be done with the Nightmare King throne? Before, he had said that he would return the throne to the bloodline of the previous king. But now that they knew his true identity, the bloodline of the ancient king certainly didn't dare to make such a request. In the end, the abyss and the vast Yang world were hostile existences. And regardless of whether or not there were hidden secrets, if it weren't for Liao Shi, it would have been impossible for Qin Yu to have such thoughts. In the eyes of the life forms of the vast Yang world, all abyssal life forms should be destroyed. In short, controlling the Nightmare King throne was the best choice. At the very least, he could help the vast Yang world place a high-level chess piece into the abyss. My name is He Tiangang and I come from the three-headed Hellhound clan. I am a member of the royal bloodline of the abyss and I was born with an outstanding bloodline. When I was young, others envied me and complimented me. I once believed that I would become a great figure in the abyss. Indeed, the first half of my life went as smoothly as I imagined. I broke into the Demon Commander realm, and my entire family cheered for me. A bright future slowly opened up for me. I once fantasized that I would one day break through the limits of my bloodline and become a true abyssal king. But accidents always came suddenly. I received heavy injuries, and although I managed to maintain my boundary, my bloodline withered away and my path of cultivation was severed. My status plummeted. Because of my arrogance in the first half of my life, my family and I had to pay a heavy price. There were indeed people who kicked me when I was down, but most of them had only themselves to blame. This was something I had to acknowledge. In the end, I left the royal bloodline and entered Giant Deer City. I became the master of Merry Forest and used this as a punishment for myself in exchange for the safety of my family. That was a truly wasted period of time. Every day I lived in pain and suffering. Perhaps the reason why I named it Merry Forest was because it was what I desired the most in the depths of my heart. But although the name was simple, living a happy life was extremely difficult. It was only on that day that I met Miss Liao Shi and the young master that the gears of my destiny were turned once more. Then I became who I am today. What the miss said was right. The young master inherited a great destiny and will complete the great cause of unifying the abyss. Otherwise, how could it be explained that he had suddenly become the new king of the nightmare race? Fine, to be honest, I had some doubts about Miss Liao Shi's words before. It was just that the miss was strong enough and could give enough benefits, so I chose to tacitly accept it. But now I truly believe it. If anyone dares to doubt the young master, I will be the first to break their head. The young master is the one chosen by the heavens. Becoming the new king of the Nightmare tribe is just a springboard for him to start the war to unify the abyss, and because of this great cause, he will obtain inconceivable achievements. I, He Tiangang, vow to be loyal to the young master. I will overcome all obstacles for the young master, no matter the cost. His dazed thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The iron-armored guard knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Lord He Tiangang, the ceremony is about to begin." A sharp light flashed in He Tiangang's eyes. He slowly stood up. He wore the heavy armor of the nightmare demons. The complex patterns on it were not only beautiful, but they also represented a terrifying defensive power. His current status was that of the commander of the guards under the throne, one of the strongest combat forces of the Nightmare tribe. His status was roughly the same as the previous Marquis Qianjun. He was below one and above all others. The armor collided with each other, emitting loud crashing sounds. He Tiangang lifted a hand and waved it forward. "Go!" With a loud shout, the throne guards rushed out like a flood. They divided into two thick black lines that extended out of the royal hall. The coronation ceremony of the new Nightmare King had officially begun. Walala, with He Tiangang at the lead, countless throne guards knelt on the ground. They shouted out loud like thunder, "We welcome the king's ascension to the throne." Their roars were filled with endless dignity and dignity. They instantly erupted and shot into the skies. The doors to the hall opened. Qin Yu, dressed in a wide black royal robe, stepped out. He narrowed his eyes and looked up at the skies. His lips curved in a smile. Then, he lowered his head and looked at He Tiangang, who was respectfully kneeling on the ground. He smiled and said, "My most trusted commander of the guards, come with me." He strode forward. He Tiangang looked up. His eyes fell on Qin Yu's back. There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. The young master was indeed the young master. The connection between them couldn't be faked. But for some reason, it gave him a strange feeling. It was a faint sense of alienation. Perhaps it was because the young master was now the new Nightmare King. Shaking his head and suppressing this thought, He Tiangang stood up and followed behind. The coronation ceremony went smoothly. Qin Yu, who was surrounded by countless abyssal demons, accepted the greetings and congratulations, performed flawlessly in all aspects. Chapter 1155. The Abyss and Vast Yang World were certainly connected. If this weren't the case, there wouldn't have been a great calamity that involved the destruction of trillions of lives between the two worlds. But because of that tragic war, the channel between the two worlds had been forcefully sealed. It was condensed from the strength of the world, and not even a true abyssal king was able to forcefully break it. The current method to enter Vast Yang World was to pass through the cracks between the two worlds that hadn't been sealed. But these cracks were far too small and couldn't accommodate a complete abyssal life form. Only by abandoning his mortal body and remaining in a pure soul state could he risk being torn apart and squeezed through the cracks and enter Vast Yang World. Qin Yu certainly couldn't accept this method. It wasn't just because of the risks, but also because of his mortal body. Although he could seize another body after abandoning it, in the end it wasn't his original body. Moreover, Qin Yu's mortal body was so formidable that he couldn't abandon it. Moreover, things weren't so simple. If it were just Qin Yu alone, then with the strength of the nightmare demon race, they might be able to think of a way. But in truth, the old turtle was also leaving the abyss. The little blue lamp had taken a risk and finally subdued him. It had clearly told Qin Yu that he would rather abandon his mortal body than abandon him. This was because of the time-immortal body and also because of the pure strength of the will of the abyss contained within the old turtle. Whether it was Qin Yu or the little blue lamp, the existence of the old turtle was of paramount importance. They absolutely couldn't afford to lose him. This was the key point. Strictly speaking, the old turtle was a part of the will of the abyss. Taking him away from the abyss was essentially cutting off a piece of flesh from the will of the abyss. This was simply seeking death. This was because it was impossible to conceal this matter from the will of the abyss. The moment he was discovered, all it would need was a single thought to send Qin Yu beyond redemption. Thus, there was only one choice left for Qin Yu. He had to find an incomparably sturdy and large channel that could conceal it from the will of the abyss. At the very least, before he left, he wouldn't be detected. Only then could he smoothly return to the vast young world. With so many restrictions, especially concealing himself from the will of the abyss, the difficulty of returning to the vast young world would increase by more than 100 times. Combining the information he obtained from the nightmare demon race as well as asking the old turtle, Qin Yu had an approximate idea. But he didn't have absolute confidence it would work. Leaning against the soft and comfortable couch, Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He rubbed his temples, revealing a bit of weariness. At this time, he was sitting quietly in the carriage. His face was pale from lack of blood vitality, and he seemed somewhat weak. "Where are we?" On the other side, Mianya replied respectfully, "Young master, I've asked around just now. It will probably take another day before we can enter the next layer of the abyss." "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. He placed his hands behind his head, his eyes piercing through the transparent roof of the car and looking at the gray skies. It seemed that as they went deeper, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Even when it was daybreak, it was the same. Of course, the transparent roof was only for the passengers inside the car. The outside world could not see what was inside. Mianya glanced at the lazy Qin Yu. She thought for a moment and then turned to pour a cup of tea, offering it to him with both hands. "Thank you." Qin Yu received it. As he sipped his tea, he continued to look up at the skies. Sometimes his eyes focused and sometimes they scattered. It was unknown what he was thinking. Mianya was already used to his actions. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't have any other orders, she quietly sat down in a corner. Looking at the skies was a very interesting matter. It was only today that Qin Yu began to understand just what Liao Shi meant when he said he wanted to take a good look at the abyss. It turned out that the so-called experienced and knowledgeable were very reasonable. The more one looked at the abyss, the clearer one would be able to see things and understand some things. As he walked, he looked up at the skies. Apart from sleeping, this was because these days since he left the nightmare demon race were all of Qin Yu's experiences. In a trance, Qin Yu didn't know how long he looked at the skies. Then, he put down the empty teacup and helplessly sighed. His current state was far too weak. He had no idea how long it would take for him to recover. Qin Yu closed his eyes and fell asleep once more. His face was still pale as before. Old Fox rode a dragon horse, quietly following behind the carriage. His eyes occasionally swept over the person driving the carriage, subconsciously revealing a look of awe. Then, pride gushed out from the depths of his heart. "My young master is fierce. He was even able to subdue a true abyssal king. In the future, unifying the abyss is certain." In the shadows of the carriage, a pair of eyes peeked out. They saw Old Fox's expression and then revealed a mocking expression. "Old thing, don't be surprised. If you were to see our young master alone threaten two true abyssal kings from the left and the shadow of betrayal from the right, wouldn't your eyes pop out of their sockets?" Suddenly, there was a light knocking sound from within the carriage. Then, Mianya's voice sounded out, "Young master has ordered us to rest here today." The carriage stopped. Monarch Schwanza turned his head and looked at the tightly shut carriage. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. As a true abyssal king, his senses were far more sensitive than the demon commander level Old Fox and Shadowless Demon. During this time, there was a subtle change in the aura of the carriage that caused him to fall silent. He turned and walked to the side. Without needing any orders, Old Fox and Shadowless Demon took the initiative to set up temporary tents. Although the young master rarely ordered them to rest and they didn't know what the goal of this trip was, since it was the young master's will, all they needed to do was obey. The next day, as the carriage continued on its way, Monarch Schwanza could feel the changes in the aura within the carriage. He sighed inwardly. It was just as he had thought. Qin Yu, his true identity, was likely not just a chess piece of some formidable existence. But thinking about it, this was also normal. After all, ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to be chosen by such a formidable existence. The skies became increasingly dark. Even though it was daytime, it still gave off a gloomy feeling, as if there was an invisible pressure. Moreover, as they hurried along the road, things began to become more difficult. From time to time, they had to stop. This was because more and more brainless demon beasts began to attack this seemingly thin group. This caused the merchant groups that were following them not too far away to break out in cold sweat countless times. But every time they would be able to avert disaster. It was like there was an invisible monster hidden within this group that cleanly swallowed up all the demon beasts that attacked. Thus, as time passed, although people constantly left, the scale of the merchant groups continued to grow larger and larger. The shrewd and powerful merchants, no matter what background they had or how strong they were, all revealed awe in their eyes as they looked ahead. Without a doubt, this small group was the truly terrifying one. Look, look, there are more demon beasts attacking. It's a sunless eagle. Look at those black feathers on its body, they can even swallow light. I can't be wrong. Of course I can't be wrong. This long scar on my face was left behind by this beast. In the past, I had a group of over a dozen brothers, but in the end I was the only one who survived. This isn't an ordinary sunless eagle. Look at its head, its feathers are slightly raised, forming a faint ring. The color is much darker than the feathers around it. Beast King, it's about to transform. Gulp, it was unknown who gulped, but in this deathly silent environment, it was particularly clear. All they could see were incomparably pale faces. How about we run away? An ordinary sunless eagle was enough to kill off at least half of the people in the merchant group, much less this one that was clearly about to complete its transformation. Although they had personally witnessed powerful magical beasts being slaughtered one after another in front of the team, it was different this time. Could they continue to hold on? Difficult, very difficult. Those that dared to make a living as merchants in the lower regions of the abyss had to be courageous. Otherwise, there was no way they could survive here. But just because they were courageous didn't mean they didn't fear death. If they ran now, they might be able to escape, but if they waited any longer, it would be too late. Cough. Everyone, listen to me. A merchant group leader said in a deep voice. In truth, we all know that the merchant group in front tacitly agreed and allowed us to follow behind. They didn't say anything before, but now that something has happened, wouldn't it be disloyal of us to turn around and run? What if they kill off this sunless eagle? What do we do then? If we chase after them, let alone not caring about them, we can't afford to lose face. Of course, these were just words of courtesy. A group of desperate merchants that risked their lives to earn money was simply shameless. But everyone understood the meaning behind these words. They could run now, but after running away, they could forget about coming back to enjoy the treatment of opening the way. Humph! We're about to lose our lives, so why bother talking about face? If anyone wants to stay, then stay. In any case, I'm leaving. The merchant who said that his brothers had been killed by the sunless eagle sneered. The scar on his face became even more hideous as he led his men away without hesitation. He chose to be decisive because he had personally experienced the terror of the sunless eagle, not to mention the one in front of him that was even stronger. The crowd was restless, and soon, another 2 merchant groups walked out. Without saying goodbye, they turned around and left, quickly disappearing without a trace. With someone taking the lead, the atmosphere in the merchant group suddenly became uneasy. But in reality, this uneasiness didn't last for long. This was because they suddenly realized that the ruthless aura coming from ahead had suddenly disappeared. They raised their heads abruptly, and their eyes widened. The terrifying black shadow in the sky that originally covered the sky had already disappeared. Then, there was an earth-shattering sound, as if a mountain had fallen from the sky. Even standing here, they could feel the trembling of the ground. Everyone's stiff and lifeless eyes slowly shifted to the ground. Then, the entire merchant group fell into complete silence. This was because there really was a mountain on the ground. That was the corpse of the sunless eagle. A gust of wind blew, and the smell of blood filled the air. As if they didn't know what kind of appalling thing they had done, the group in front paused for a moment and then continued on their way. The silent merchant group came to the side of the mountain-like corpse of the sunless eagle. Looking at its torn chest, everyone's eyes became more and more awed. Such a powerful demon beast was directly killed without the slightest resistance. And the most terrifying thing was that throughout the whole process, they didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of power. 3 days later, the demon wolves roared again and again, madly besieging their chosen prey. Ah! Save us, save us! A group of demons looked at the carriage and horse that were quietly coming from afar with ecstasy on their faces. Regardless of the cost, they tore open a gap in the demon wolves' encirclement and rushed towards the carriage with all their might. Monarch Schwanza, who was driving the carriage, slightly raised his head to look. Muffled sounds rang out one after another as heads flew into the sky. The headless corpse continued to rush forward, blood spurting out for a long distance before it fell to the ground with a thud. A wolf howled in horror. A giant white wolf glanced at the carriage from afar and turned to run without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the entire wolf pack disappeared without a trace. The carriage continued to move forward. The faces of the merchant group turned pale as they looked at the head that was covered with scars not far away. It was the head of the first merchant group to leave the merchant group. They didn't stop, and no one even touched the things on these corpses, because they were the spoils of war of the previous team. They didn't need them, but they weren't qualified to occupy them. Chapter 1156. The cold wind was bone-chilling. It carried with it the fishy smell of seawater, filling their noses and mouth. Monarch Schwanza looked into the distance at the endless darkness. A strange light flashed in his eyes before he immediately composed himself. He jumped off the carriage. There was a series of cracking sounds. On the surface of his raincoat, the layer of ice that had condensed over it shattered and fell to the ground. "We've arrived." Monarch Schwanza's voice was calm. After several breaths of time, the carriage door opened and Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "I've troubled you along the way." His complexion was still a bit pale, but his eyes were incomparably bright. When he looked at them, they even gave off a dazzling feeling. Monarch Schwanza looked at him without expression. "You've passed through the endless abyss and arrived at the edge of the cold sea. Now, can you tell me your goal?" Qin Yu stepped down from the carriage. He glanced at the shivering and pale Mianya and waved his hand, indicating for her to return. Then, he said, "I'm sorry, there are some things that this junior still hasn't confirmed, so I really don't know what to say." Of course, this was a lie. Monarch Schwanza frowned but didn't say anything. Since Qin Yu didn't want to say it, there was nothing he could do. Old Fox dismounted from his horse. He walked over and respectfully bowed. "Sir, shall we go in?" Qin Yu looked up at the pitch-black sea in the distance. He smiled and nodded. "Of course. The reason we've traveled such a long way is to come here." He took the lead and walked towards the seashore. This city could be called Seaside City, located in the deepest depths of the abyss. The entire city was constructed from a kind of rough black stone that was covered with traces of weathering and corrosion. If one didn't look carefully from afar, it would be hard to distinguish it from the cold sea. The city stood tall in the cold wind, silent like a great beast. Although it seemed quiet, it could actually open its bloody maw at any moment. Fierce, cruel, bloody. These were probably the labels that people subconsciously thought of when they first saw this city. There were people in the city. This wasn't nonsense, but a reminder that those that could survive in this city were absolutely ruthless characters. To them, scars were like hair on their bodies. Everyone in front of them looked at them as if they were knives. Compared to them, Qin Yu, who wore clean and luxurious black robes and calmly walked through the black icicles with an incredibly beautiful maid following behind him, simply looked out of place. Oh, Myanya had obediently returned to the carriage, wrapped herself up in a thick layer of clothing, and walked down again. Although she was bloated, just her small face and watery eyes were enough to attract the attention of others. Almost all the eyes of the demon clanmen in front of her fell on her body. They stuck out their tongues and licked the corners of their lips, their eyes filled with passion and greed. There were a few exceptions. Their gazes fell on Chinyu. Compared to Myanya, their gazes weren't any worse. Of course, this was just an example, so there was no need to elaborate on this aspect. Black City was really too cold, so cold that it was impossible for those delicate women to survive, and women who were qualified to live were often more terrifying than men. So in this damned place, women were in high demand and also the most profitable business for those caravans that risked their lives. After an ordinary female slave entered Black City, they could earn over 100 times the profit. Unfortunately, these female slaves didn't live long. They could only rely on the caravans to sell them in batches. And Myanya, no matter how one looked at it, couldn't be compared to those female slaves. But no one spoke and no one approached to do anything, even though the burning gazes of those fierce demon clan men nearly melted her. They watched as Chinyu and his group quietly entered Black City, finally vanishing from sight. They stopped outside the city in a caravan group, rubbing their hands together as they breathed out cold air. They spat out a mouthful of saliva in disappointment, but it instantly froze and fell to the ground. A bunch of cowards! They were fierce to us, but now they don't even have the guts. Cowards! They fiercely cursed, but they couldn't help but admit that these bastards were smart enough to not cause any trouble. They originally thought that these villains would suffer a bit so that they would be a bit more restrained in the following transaction. A caravan leader bitterly smiled. Those that can survive in Black City definitely aren't stupid. Haven't we all guessed it already? He turned and looked at his subordinates following close behind him, a fervent look in his eyes. Everyone, it's time for us to enter the city. Let's go. There are many people that came this time, so let's say in advance that everything will be according to the previous agreement. No one can violate the rules. That's right, we borrowed the light of others to smoothly arrive at Black City. We can't waste it. We have to earn a great deal of good luck this time. The arrival of a caravan far larger than usual injected a brief liveliness into the cold and lonely Black City. The entire city came alive with it. Bright lanterns were lit up everywhere in the city. Every place where the lanterns were lit represented the station of a caravan. They had all sorts of materials that were scarce in Black City. As long as one could afford it, they could obtain everything they wanted. As for female slaves, they were the most expensive of them all. Myanya stood in front of a window. Not too far away, her eyes fell on a low courtyard that was brightly lit. Even though she was far away, she could still hear the horrifying laughter and the pitiful screams of women. She crossed her arms, her body shivering. She subconsciously turned to look at Chinyu, who was calmly drinking tea at a table. Only then did she calm down a little. "Close the window, the wind is too strong," Chinyu lightly said, his expression calm. Every place had its own rules and everyone had their own destiny. It was impossible for everyone to interfere. Even if they weren't afraid of trouble, they would still tire themselves to death. Myanya closed the window and walked back. She poured a cup for Chinyu. In this cold environment, the steam from the cup was particularly clear. Even the best inn in Black City, and the best room couldn't completely isolate the cold from the outside world. This cold came from the cold sea outside the city. It was also the city's most terrifying killer. Over the countless years, it had swallowed countless lives. For instance, the screams of the female slaves were likely to end up like this. Myanya rubbed her stiff fingers together. It was unknown what she was thinking, but a bit of worry crossed her face. Chinyu said, "There is no need to worry. You should know that I won't let anything happen to you." He lifted a hand and pointed at the bed. In this icy cold room, this was the only place that emitted warmth. It was also the greatest manifestation of this extremely expensive room's value. After all, to maintain such a warm bed in Black City, even if it wasn't too large, the costs were still astoundingly great. Go and sleep. You've worked hard on this trip. Myeonyu obediently nodded. She took off her thick outer clothes, revealing her alluring figure. She drilled into the bed, only her head poking out. She looked at Qin Yu and hesitated for a moment. Then, she said, "Sir, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. How about we rest on the bed together?" Qin Yu waved his hand. "No need." Without further explanation, Myeonyu's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. The room fell silent. Holding the teacup, Qin Yu could feel the warmth rapidly dissipating between his fingers. He tapped his fingers. Old Fox should have found the person. Where there was a sea, there would naturally be a pier. Black City was no exception. Or, it would be more accurate to say that the fundamental reason for the existence of this city was this pier. Black City existed because of the cold sea, and the pier was the only place where one could enter and leave the cold sea. Old Fox was here, and the shadowless demon was hidden in the shadows beneath his feet. The two of them possessed strength that far surpassed anything Shiri could compare with, but as they stood in the bone-chilling cold of the pier, they still felt extremely cold. "My family, sir, wishes to go out to sea. May I ask if there are any large ships that are planning to set sail?" Old Fox smiled and cupped his hands together, his expression harmless. But this appearance of his didn't cause the other party to look at him warmly. Instead, the other party's icy cold eyes wandered back and forth over him. "What is your goal in going out to sea?" Old Fox honestly said. "How could servants like us possibly know the master's will? If you don't say it, then you won't be able to board the ship." The man across from him bared his pitch-black chest. Even though the temperature was terrifyingly low, it didn't seem to harm him at all. On the contrary, it was like a raging flame was burning within his body, causing the crisscrossing scars on his body to burn red and exude a thick killing intent. His cold eyes stared at Old Fox like a man-eating wolf. Old Fox frowned. "Is there no other way?" The bare-chested man frowned slightly, and the chill in the air suddenly became even heavier. At this time, a woman walked over and whispered something into his ear. The man's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. The woman stood up and drew back. Old Fox subconsciously glanced at her. This was the first woman he had seen since entering Black City. Her skin was rough and dark. This was the work of the sea breeze and the cold. But she was unexpectedly beautiful. In addition to her strong and healthy body and icy cold eyes, she gave off a wild sense of beauty. If this were any other place, this woman would have been able to arouse the desire of many men to conquer her, but this was Black City by the cold sea. The moment Old Fox's eyes fell on her, the woman seemed to sense it. She turned her head and their eyes met. Old Fox's body stiffened, but he revealed a smile. The woman turned and left. Old Fox sighed inwardly. He thought that this place was far too dangerous. He didn't think he was weak, but with just a glance, he actually felt an intense threat from this woman. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger. But if it was a life-or-death battle, he would be the one to die. "You can leave. Let your young master think clearly about his purpose in entering the cold sea, and then come find me." The man turned and left. He paused for a moment and then turned back. "My name is Tinghai." Old Fox wanted to say something, but he shut up the next moment. After cupping his hands, he turned and left. Only when he left the pier did he let out a long breath. His face paled and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. What a terrifying aura! That Tinghai was definitely one of the top powerhouses in Black City. The feeling he gave Old Fox was that even Hei Tiangang was weaker than him. Shadowless Demon's gloomy voice came from the shadow. "If we can't complete young master's request, what should we do?" Old Fox bitterly smiled. "We can only go back and tell the truth. It is a bit shameful, but young master should be able to understand. It is better than us being killed." Just now, He really felt a thick, killing intent that was almost condensed into a substance. It was as if he said one more word, he would be met with a horrifying attack. Because of this, he left the pier in a hurry without saying a word. Shadowless Demon sighed, "We can only do this." The two of them returned without accomplishing anything. They stood awkwardly in front of him. Chinyu rubbed his chin and smiled. "It's fine. As long as you show your faces and pass on the message, it's fine." After a pause, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "They followed behind us all the way and saved many people from dying. It's about time they did something." Chapter 1157. The people sitting in this room were undoubtedly the most popular ones in Black Castle. As the leaders of the various caravans, they naturally had this kind of status before the goods in their hands were completely exchanged. For the time being, they temporarily put aside the transactions that could bring in huge profits every minute because they weren't worried about the sales of their goods. Of course, the most important thing was that the person they were about to discuss had the qualifications to make them sacrifice for him. Everyone is here. Everyone's time is precious, so I won't be long-winded and will get straight to the point. The person in charge of this gathering glanced around. Young Master Qin's people went to the docks and were rejected by Ting Hai. "I think we should do something." As soon as his voice fell, another caravan leader smiled bitterly. "Ting Hai is one of the hardest bones to bite in Black Castle. Even if we speak, we might not be able to please him." "That's right, Ting Hai is not easy to deal with. Unless young Master Qin gives a clear answer, it will be very difficult to change his decision." He groaned incessantly. The host of the gathering sneered, "Don't talk nonsense. Since you're here today, you should already know why." His pupils constricted, revealing a look of fear. "Don't forget what happened to Scarface and the others." The room instantly fell silent. The caravan leaders all had grave expressions on their faces. This was indeed something they had no choice but to consider. Strictly speaking, the reason they were able to safely arrive at Black City was because they had taken advantage of Qin Yu's group. Now that he was a coward, who knew if he would flip out? No one was willing to bear the consequences of young Master Qin losing his temper. The speaker of the gathering saw that everyone recognized the seriousness of the matter, and his tone softened a little. "Returning a favor and helping young Master Qin achieve his wish is what we should do. You and I almost didn't lose anything on this trip to Black City, and the profit we can earn is at least several times higher than expected. No matter how tough Ting Hai is, he isn't alone. He has so many subordinates under him. We have to think about them. Sigh, that's the only way. If no one has any objections, let's discuss the rules." Hee, I'll just take it as an advance investment. Perhaps because of this, I'll be able to leave a good impression in front of young Master Qin. Who knows, there might even be other gains. His words made everyone's eyes light up. The discussion that followed was rather smooth. At most, it was about the convenience of the loss of benefit. After a few more arguments, it was settled. On this day, the 3 elected leaders of the caravan entered the dock outside Black City. As for the specifics of what was said, only Ting Hai and the 3 caravans knew. Soon, a woman arrived at the inn where Qin Yu and the others were staying. "The first leader has agreed for you to board the ship. We will weigh anchor in 3 days. Don't miss the time." Cold was about to leave when her gaze landed on Mianya. There was a hint of hesitation in her gaze. Qin Yu glanced at Mianya. Mianya walked forward and smiled. "What's the matter, big sister? If you need any help, just let me know." "You guys talk." Qin Yu turned around and left. An hour later, the woman from the pier left the inn. Compared to when she arrived, her complexion was much more relaxed. She glanced at Qin Yu, who was sitting in the cold living room, quietly drinking tea. She thought for a moment and said, "When we enter the frigid sea this time, the boss has received some business. We might have to go much deeper, so you should all prepare ahead of time." She didn't stay any longer. She turned and left. As for Ting Hai entering the frigid sea ahead of time, it wasn't a secret to begin with. The woman didn't worry that Qin Yu and the others would have any crooked thoughts, otherwise, humph, that would be the same as seeking their own death. Go deep into the frigid sea? Qin Yu revealed a smile. That couldn't be any better. He was originally thinking about how to make the ship sail for several more days. After the woman left, everyone in the caravan sent an invitation to Qin Yu, inviting him to attend a banquet and so on. Without surprise, the invitation was rejected by Qin Yu. But everyone in the caravan had already expected this, so they didn't care at all. They had already expressed their attitude in front of Sir Qin. That was enough. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the dock outside Black City, a large ship quietly floated on the sea. There was no need to describe it. Just the word large was enough to show its essence. It was truly large, like a small island. At the bow and stern of the ship, there were thick and sharp horns that were twisted and broken. The surface of the ship was a deep and dark reddish-brown color. Just looking at it made one feel a chill run down their spine. Ting Hai stood on the deck. He looked at Qin Yu, paused for a moment, and then shifted his gaze to Monarch Xuanzi, who was silently standing behind him. After several breaths of time, his pupils shrank. He looked at Qin Yu several more times, lifted an arm, and shouted out, "Board the ship." The ship was large, not only because the winds and waves of the frigid sea were greater, but also because there were far too many people that needed to board the ship. Although there was a dock outside of Black City, the truth was that there weren't many ships that sailed throughout the year. To the desperados of Black City, this was a grand event that they couldn't miss. They endured the bitter cold and lived in this place. Of course, this wasn't because they had masochistic tendencies. The frigid sea was terrifying, but to these desperados, it also contained endless possibilities. Qin Yu led the way. Mianya stuck close to him. The burning hot and greedy eyes all around her caused her face to pale. Monarch Xuanzi fell behind the two of them. Old Fox waved his hand. "Young master, be careful." He had been asked to stay in Black City. Although he didn't know why he stayed in Black City, Old Fox didn't question him. It was just that in his mind, he subconsciously thought back to the iron box that the young master had given him. It had completely sealed away all auras. Old Fox didn't know what was inside, but he could feel a dignified look in the young master's eyes. This was probably the reason he stayed in Black City. As long as he lived, he absolutely wouldn't let anyone touch this iron box. Shadowless Demon was still hidden in Old Fox's shadow. He watched Qin Yu's group board the ship, a bit of depression in his eyes. That little girl Mianya, why was she able to follow the young master? The one who should be boarding the ship the most should be him. After all, on this ship where the situation was complex and unclear, he was an expert at hiding his aura and scouting for information. He was indispensable. But Qin Yu clearly didn't explain anything. He only told him to listen to Old Fox's arrangement. This left Shadowless Demon even more depressed. He looked at Monarch Xuanzi's back with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. If it weren't for this old ghost, he wouldn't have missed the chance to get closer to the young master. He wouldn't have been robbed by Old Fox and Hei Tiangang, and he would have fallen to his current unvalued status. As Monarch Xuanzi boarded the ship, his lips twitched. He thought that the people around Qin Yu were too insolent. Did they really think that he, a dignified true king, couldn't sense anything? Humph, especially Shadowless Demon. If it weren't for you, a dignified true king like me wouldn't have fallen into the hands of others. I'll give you one more point. When I have a chance in the future, I'll carefully settle this with you. Monarch Xuanzi sneered inwardly. He looked up at Ting Hai, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Their eyes met for a moment before he lowered his head. Although the surrounding men looked at Mianya as if they wanted to skin her alive, no one dared to approach. This group of people in front of him had entered Black City without any accident. This was a demonstration of their strength. Not to mention, There was some news from the merchant group that made the desperados of Black City secretly afraid. Desperados were people who didn't fear death for the sake of their own benefit. But it was just a woman. No matter how thirsty they were, they wouldn't throw their lives away for her. The woman who delivered the letter to the inn was also the only woman in the group of villains under Ting Hai. She came in front of Qin Yu and looked at the pale Mianya. She couldn't help but frown, and her expression towards Qin Yu became even colder. "Follow me." As she spoke, she grabbed Mianya and walked forward first. From all directions, the heated gazes that gathered on them quickly disappeared. No one dared to reveal any other emotions. The woman sneered and said to Mianya, "Men are cheap. If you beat them up, they won't dare to have any other thoughts." Mianya was embarrassed. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He looked at the woman's strong back and thought that her words were a bit innuendo. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the woman turned around and coldly looked at him. If a man can't even protect his own woman, then he might as well kill himself. Her words were very extreme. It made one feel like there was some hidden story behind them. Humph! The woman turned her head and coldly led the way. Qin Yu helplessly smiled and waved his hand at Mianya, indicating that it was fine. It was most likely because of Mianya that Qin Yu's group of 3 had very good accommodations arranged on the ship. The view was good and they didn't feel stuffy. Of course, there was still the cold. There were at least several thousand desperados on the ship. How could there be enough supplies to keep warm? If he couldn't even withstand this chill, then so be it. In any case, it was only a matter of time before he died. Set sail. At the bow and stern of the ship, thick and rusty chains began to move. With a loud crashing sound, a giant anchor was pulled out from the sea. A low and deep hum came from within the ship. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, because at this moment, he seemed to hear a low roar. This ship? Could it be that it was alive? He glanced at Monarch Xuanji. This old fellow was expressionless and didn't reveal any strange emotions. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Walala, the ship broke through the wave. In the pitch-black seawater, it drew a white line as it slowly sailed into the depths of the endless cold sea. Woo woo woo. The low and deep sound of a horn echoed out from Black City. This was a necessary step every time a ship set sail. It was a prayer to the cold sea, praying that it would be merciful and not cause too much slaughter. But death was inevitable. This was the price and punishment that the demons had to bear for entering the cold sea. Black City was cold, but the cold sea was even colder. As the ship sailed across the sea, it naturally displayed this chill to the fullest. From the moment Mianya boarded the ship, she had burrowed into her blanket. Even though only her head was exposed, she was still shivering from the cold. Her teeth constantly chattered. In the narrow cabin, they emitted small ka-ka-ka sounds. This was a bit shameful. A faint blush appeared on Mianya's pale face, but this wasn't something she could control. Qin Yu looked away from the sea and the sky and turned to look at her. Although her cultivation wasn't weak, the cold of the cold sea was far too terrifying. Moreover, they hadn't even entered the depths of the cold sea yet. If this continued, Mianya wouldn't be able to withstand it. Qin Yu looked at the door and hesitated. Mianya guessed his thoughts and shook her head. "Sir, I'm not cold, there's no need to trouble Senior." She wasn't too clear on Monarch Xuanji's identity. No one explained it to her and she was smart enough not to ask. But this didn't mean that Mianya didn't know just how strong and terrifying Monarch Xuanji was. In front of Monarch Xuanji, even someone as strong as Ebony Sky, Old Fox, and Shadowless Demon were as obedient as little kittens, always respectful. She certainly didn't dare to approach. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He walked over to the bed and sat down. "Stay closer to me." He looked up and continued to look outside the window. The sky and sea were overcast, almost turning black. His mind was immersed in this scene, and he suddenly lost track of time. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu suddenly became aware of something. He looked down at Mianya, who was tightly hugging him, nearly burrowing into his chest. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He shook his head and closed his eyes. During this long journey, he had nearly recovered from the weakness in his body, but he still felt that he lacked energy. Qin Yu had already experienced this before. An appropriate amount of rest was much more efficient than stubbornly persisting. On the second day after the ship entered the cold sea, the chill rose once more. The first wave of attacks from the sea finally erupted. It was a bonefish with pitch-black scales all over its body. The reason why it was called a bonefish was because its body was covered with a layer of white bone armor. Its entire body was extremely thin and withered, as if its head was really made up of these pale white bones. The bonefishes constantly tore through the sea surface and leapt into the air. Their speed was astonishing. They were like sharp arrows that pierced through the air, stabbing towards everyone. Some unlucky fellows had their bodies torn apart. They cried out miserably as they fell into the sea. Blood flashed as they were eaten up in the blink of an eye. Of course, even more bonefishes were killed. The eyes of the desperados shined. They didn't care about the wounds on their bodies at all. After crushing the bonefishes, they placed them into their storage treasures. Some of the more impatient ones immediately stuffed the bonefishes into their mouths, chewing on them with loud crunching sounds. Traces of blood splashed out as they laughed happily. The bonefishes' attacks continued for a full hour. After crossing an invisible line, they seemed to have exceeded their hunting range. After several breaths of time, they vanished from sight. The desperados fell to the ground one after another, gasping for breath. But their faces were filled with excitement. Since they hadn't died, they had profited greatly. This was certainly something to be happy about. Some people began to clean up the battlefield and repair the small marks that appeared on the surface of the ship. In the cold sea, this ship was everyone's hope of survival. Now, a small crack might lead to an incomparably terrifying ending. They absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. After the battle, the casualties of the desperados numbered around 100. This wasn't a high ratio. Tinghai relaxed a little. Although they had gone out to sea ahead of schedule, the cold sea's performance was still normal. There weren't too many changes. He swept his eyes around. In a quiet cabin, when everyone rushed out to hunt the bonefishes, that cabin had remained quiet from start to finish. Tinghai subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. This was because he knew that this silence only meant that they had an even greater goal. Just why did they come here? If there were subordinates familiar with Tinghai here, they would discover that the great boss's eyes weren't as simple as they seemed. The skies became darker, causing the seawater to become even darker. Of course, the relationship between the two sides could also be reversed. Mianya had already adapted to hugging Qin Yu for warmth. She didn't blush so often, but rather seemed to enjoy it. Of course, the truth was that she had to maintain a state of being close to Qin Yu at all times. Otherwise, the terrifying cold outside would soon turn her into a giant block of ice. This was because it had already been 7 days since the great ship went out to sea. From here, they could be considered to have truly entered the depths of the cold sea. Chapter 1158. Entering the depths of the cold sea meant that the true dangers had just begun to arrive. The first wave came from a giant deep-sea octopus. Its entire body was deep blue, like a beautiful and dazzling ice crystal. But while it was beautiful, it also represented absolute terror. Its tentacles were over 100,000 feet long, and they tightly wrapped around the ship. One could clearly hear the ship groaning in their ears. The suckers at the bottom of the tentacles erupted with a terrifying swallowing strength. Even though the desperados on the ship were fierce, in front of it they were as fragile as an egg with its shell peeled off, leaving behind only a thin layer of translucent membrane. Qin Yu personally witnessed a Black City desperado being sucked in by the suckers. In the blink of an eye, his entire body withered away. His flesh and blood mixed with his bones were cleanly swallowed, leaving behind only a thin layer of paper-thin skin that floated down to the ground. This battle lasted for an entire day and night. After the deep-sea octopus ate and drank its fill, it finally let go of the damaged ship and vanished into the pitch-black deep sea. The sky was black and the sea was also black. Only the lights on the ship released a bleak light. After this battle, the atmosphere on the ship began to change. Some people thought that they had sailed far enough and it was time to go back. But this proposal was directly rejected by Ting Hai. The reason was that he hadn't finished his business yet. This reason was sufficient. Of course, the most important reason was that Ting Hai was a member of this ship and he was strong enough. So after a short period of repairs, the ship continued to sail deep into the sea. And at this time, there were less than 3,000 desperados that boarded the ship from Black City. Around a quarter of them had died. First Leader, the deep-sea blue seal should not have appeared here. I'm afraid we encountered some changes in the sea by heading out early this time. In the ship's hold, those who had the qualifications to sit were all people with status on the ship. Including Ting Hai, there were only 6 people. One of them was that woman who didn't like Qin Yu. Hearing this, everyone frowned. A trace of fear appeared in the depths of their cold eyes. No one knew why the sea changed, but every time it appeared, it was when the cold sea was at its most terrifying. This was because the rules that the people of Black City had used countless lives to figure out were no longer effective. Moreover, some terrifying life forms hidden in the depths of the cold sea would appear on the surface and attack them. This was the most fatal factor of danger. For example, this deep-sea blue octopus. They weren't the only ones with knowledge. Sea transformation wasn't a secret in Black City. That was why there were voices asking to stop and return to Black City in advance. The wild woman had an even wilder name, Mountain Cat. Her eyes were cold. We can still suppress the current situation, but if there are more accidents, it will be very troublesome. Voices within a small area could be suppressed, but once it went out of control, even if they were the masters of the ship, they would have to obey the will of the majority. Otherwise, did they really think that the desperados in Black City wouldn't do things like killing people and seizing ships? Similar things had happened before. Of course, no one dared to have this idea easily. Those who could control a large ship and had the qualifications to go out to sea were the top characters in Black City. Even if such a character could be killed, it would require countless lives to be forcefully piled up. As mentioned before, desperados were also afraid of death. Not to mention, if Ting Hai and the others died, the ship would be mostly destroyed. Did he really think that he didn't have any countermeasures or trump cards? But for things like accidents, if there was a first, there would often be a second. Qin Yu stood in front of the cabin window. He looked at the giant beast blocking the way and frowned. There's going to be trouble. Mianya leaned against him, her body shivering in fear. Even though they were far away, the aura of the giant beast still caused a powerful suppression on her. This was a suppression on the level of bloodline. This was the first time Qin Yu saw the might of the ship. So it wasn't just a tool for navigating the cold sea, but also a powerful moving fortress. The bow and stern of the ship were terrifying killing machines. Every time they collided with the giant beast, large wounds would be torn open on its body and blood would splash out. Of course, the so-called large wounds were only seen from the perspective of the abyssal demons. In truth, this giant beast was astonishingly large and its wounds weren't small, but they weren't serious injuries either. 2 days later, the ship escaped the attack of this unknown giant beast and returned to tranquility once more. The black seawater was like a huge mirror. Strangely, there were no ripples at all. The ship stopped on the sea. It had been severely damaged and had no choice but to stop and repair itself. As for the desperados on the ship, there were only around 2,000 of them left. Several hundred people had died in the battle with the giant beast in these 2 days. Those that survived certainly had harvest. The blood that the giant beast threw out, the scales and flesh that fell off, were all precious treasures to them. But no matter how tempting these harvests were, they needed to be alive in order to have any meaning. Otherwise, everything they obtained now would be equal to nothing. The atmosphere on the ship became oppressive. The voices against continuing to sail became increasingly intense. Nearly half of the desperadoes requested to return. Although it hadn't been made clear yet, news of the sea transformation had already begun to spread in private, causing fear to appear on the faces of countless people. A meeting was held in the cabin once more. But this time there were only 5 people attending. Those that were absent had fallen into the cold sea during the battle, and no one could save them. They could only watch helplessly as they sank to the seabed. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. A business that could move Ting Hai's heart and disrupt his previous plans to sail ahead of time was certainly a massive business. The profits after this were enough for them to enjoy for several years. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed to enter the cold sea ahead of time. But the sea transformation really happened. Ting Hai could feel the change in the mentality of his subordinate. He could understand it, so he didn't say much. He glanced at them and said lightly, "Wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he stood up and left the cabin. He stood behind the railing. The view here was very good, and he could see the entire situation on the ship. Of course, with such a good view, it also meant that all eyes from all directions could smoothly fall on him. Ting Hai could feel the anxiety and uneasiness in their eyes, which concealed a trace of bloodthirst, but his expression remained calm. To be able to become the owner of a ship, the storms he had experienced in his life were enough to help him temper an incomparably strong will. Moreover, at this moment, his attention did not fall on these gazes that were gathered from all directions. Ting Hai had always been looking in the same direction. But to his disappointment, he didn't get any response. If that's the case, Ting Hai took a deep breath, turned around and entered the cabin. He said expressionlessly, "Continue sailing." In the cabin, the expressions of the 4 people, including Lynx, changed slightly, but they didn't say anything. This was the prestige that Ting Hai had built up over the years with his strength and facts. After the repairs were completed, the ship continued to move forward. The first wave of opposition appeared, but it was quickly suppressed. The method was very cruel. Anyone who tried to cause trouble was directly beheaded, and blood dyed the deck red. The clamoring to return to the ship disappeared, but Ting Hai and the others knew that the real danger was often in silence. Reality proved that their consciousness was not wrong. On the incomparably dark ship there was a wave of riots. Ting Hai survived, but one of his most trusted subordinates was personally beheaded by him. Therefore, in the cabin, there were only 4 people who participated in the meeting. Ting Hai's eyes were cold. "Continue to move forward. If anyone objects, you can continue to try to kill me." Lynx found him, but he didn't give any explanation. Even though she was the only woman by his side, Ting Hai's attitude towards her was not excessive at all. The black sky, the black sea, and the scarred ship moved forward in loneliness. The extremely cold aura gradually covered the surface of the ship with a thick layer of ice, which was as black as the sea. It covered everything. So, those who lived on the ship were also living on the ice. But what people couldn't understand was, with such extreme cold, why hadn't the cold sea below frozen over? Myanya had fallen unconscious. Even with Qin Yu's warmth, it wasn't enough to help her completely avoid the invasion of the cold. Luckily, there was still King Xuanzi. The strength of a true abyssal king wasn't just for show. The terrifyingly low temperature of the cold sea didn't seem to affect him at all. It was unknown what fruit he fed Myanya, but it was bright red all over. After eating it, Myanya fell into a deep slumber and her pale face began to flush with blood. This fruit can temporarily help her resist the invasion of the cold, but it can only last for 3 days. King Xuanzi glanced at Qin Yu. "Although I still have some with me, the deeper we go into the cold sea, the stronger the cold will become and the weaker the fruit's effects will be." This was a reminder to Qin Yu that if he continued, there was a chance she would die. Qin Yu nodded. He suddenly said, Senior seems to be very familiar with the cold sea? King Schwanza lightly said. The true abyssal king is impervious to all evil. This is an ability bestowed upon them by the will of the abyss. You will understand in the future. To put it more bluntly, if one didn't understand the abilities of a true abyssal king, then one shouldn't speak nonsense. This old thing, no matter how calm he appeared on the surface, his heart was already filled with impatience. And this impatience proved that Qin Yu's words just now seemed to have touched upon something. Could it be that the Netherworld King bloodline that had disappeared into the abyss and disappeared without a trace was actually hidden in the cold sea? King Schwanza didn't speak. But he felt that Qin Yu's eyes were incomparably loathsome. This brat's nose was quite sharp. In all fairness, he hadn't exposed anything, but Qin Yu had still managed to discover a flaw. This caused him to feel a bit of regret. He hadn't carefully considered the fruit he fed Myanya. He should have just watched her freeze to death. That's right, Qin Yu's guess was correct. The Netherworld King bloodline was hidden in the deepest part of the abyss, the extremely terrifying cold sea. This was because only this place could barely suppress the uncontrollable power of fire within the Netherworld King bloodline's inherited bloodline. Qin Yu glanced at King Schwanza's ugly complexion. He smiled and said, "If so, then what Ting Hai saw last time was senior." He rubbed his chin. With the strength of the Netherworld King bloodline, it should be easy to control several ships that enter and leave the cold sea. Senior, don't you think so? King Schwanza was expressionless. He glanced at Qin Yu and then turned to walk away. He sat back down in a corner and closed his eyes. However, his attitude in itself indicated a great deal. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile before he immediately composed himself. He didn't fear the Netherworld King bloodline, even if its strength was terrifying, because King Schwanza himself was his protective shield. This old fellow definitely didn't want something as shameful as him to be discovered. Thus, the one who didn't want to encounter them was actually King Schwanza. However, this old fellow's plans were likely to fail. Qin Yu turned to look at Myanya and then at the ship that was covered in black ice. He let out a light breath. He had underestimated the strength of the cold sea. If it weren't for the Netherworld King bloodline being here, things would have been much more troublesome. Senior, I'll have to trouble you to contact your family. King Schwanza opened his eyes. As he looked at the smiling Qin Yu, he wished he could punch him and smash him to smithereens. Chapter 1159. Ting Hai panicked. As mentioned before, desperados were afraid of death. Even their leader, Shi Xingshan, was no exception. Of course, he knew that he was walking on a tightened steel wire. Even if he was skilled and wouldn't fall, what if the steel wire broke? What awaited him was no different. He would be crushed into pieces. Now, Ting Hai slept with one eye open. He didn't even eat or drink. As long as he could persist, he would hold his breath. There was no other way. He didn't know who wanted to kill him, and he didn't know what methods they would use. No one could be trusted. Even Lynx, who climbed into his bed, was alienated and guarded against. Because the more one experienced the tempering of life and death, the more one understood that nothing was impossible under the shadow of the great terror of life and death. If he had a choice, Ting Hai would have ordered the ship to return. Didn't he know how terrifying the sea was? So what if it was a big business? Without his life, no matter how much he paid, it was meaningless. But he couldn't. Because King Schwanza was on the ship. When they boarded the ship, Ting Hai was able to determine his identity. However, King Schwanza didn't reveal his identity, so he could only remain silent. On the surface, everyone thought that he was the person with the highest authority on the ship. But in fact, with the appearance of King Schwanza, he had become a puppet. Without King Schwanza's order, he didn't dare to announce the return. Creak, the cabin door was pushed open. Layers of ice rubbed against each other, emitting harsh sounds. Mountain Cat walked in with a slightly pale face. Even she couldn't withstand the chill in this place. Therefore, she was aware of the living conditions of the others on the ship. If they continued to move deeper into the cold sea, everyone would die here. Since death was inevitable, they wouldn't choose such a humiliating death. The volcano could erupt at any moment. Even if Ting Hai was the strongest person on the ship, he would still be burned to ashes. Ting Hai, no matter what you think, we must return unless you want to drag everyone down with you. Ting Hai looked at her, his eyes cold. You don't understand. I don't understand, but this isn't your style. If there is something, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help you. Lynx stared into his eyes. Ting Hai remained expressionless as he replied, No. His voice stopped abruptly. He abruptly got up and quickly walked out of the cabin to the observation deck. He gripped the railing tightly with both hands, and with a cracking sound, the layer of ice was crushed and fell. Mountain Cat quickly caught up. What's the matter? Ting Hai took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. Give the order. Change the course and head towards the north-southeast. After some hesitation, he glanced at Mountain Cat and said in a gentler tone, Get ready, we're about to return. Finally, King Xuance's order came. The atmosphere on the ship eased slightly. Everyone knew that Ting Hai had decided to return. Although many people had died, they were still alive, and every one of them had obtained a harvest that far exceeded their expectations. After all, danger and reward in the frigid sea had always been proportional. In fact, it was precisely because of this that the desperados from Black City could endure until now. After all, the way of thinking of a person with bare feet and a person with shoes would always be somewhat different. Seeing the ship change direction, King Xuance's complexion darkened even more. He glared at Qin Yu. Next, I hope that you can remain quiet. Qin Yu understood his meaning. He smiled and said, Of course, this junior absolutely won't make things difficult for you. King Xuanze nearly exploded with anger. You still dare to say you won't make things difficult for me? What the hell are you laughing at? You bastard, why don't you just die? But regardless of whether King Xuanze was willing or not, after a day passed, it was finally time to meet again. A second ship appeared in the Black Sea. The bow of the ship was lit with red lanterns, making one feel a precious warmth. A few figures shrouded in black robes stood under the lanterns, silently watching the large ship that was sailing towards them. Qin Yu picked up the unconscious Mianya. Senior, let's go. King Xuance's face was expressionless. He pushed open the door and walked out first. This scene attracted many shocked gazes. This was because from the moment the ship went out to sea until now, the cabin Qin Yu and the others were in had never been opened. No matter what sort of sea attacks they faced, they had always remained silent. Although it was said that if they didn't risk their lives, there were still some people who were dissatisfied with their behavior. This was especially true when they entered the deep sea and the thick aura of death shrouded them. Of course, the incomparably beautiful Mianya was also an important reason. In normal circumstances, the desperados would still retain their rationality. But under the aura of death, it was unknown how long they could live, so how could they have any scruples? Some people tried to open the cabin door and they succeeded. It could even be said that they walked in without any effort. Then, there was no then. All the desperados that entered the cabin disappeared inside, never to come out again. After several attempts, the cabin Qin Yu and the others were in became a publicly recognized forbidden area. But now they actually came out on their own initiative. Was it because of the ship that appeared on the sea? The cold sea was vast, but there was only a single Black City. And the number of ships that could go out to sea in Black City was also limited. At that moment, the shivering desperados finally realized that the ship in front of them was a very unfamiliar one. It was not as big as the ship they were standing on, but it clearly had more outstanding abilities. It stayed in the cold sea without any ice on its surface. There were 4 black-robed people at the bow of the ship. They were dressed very thinly and 2 of them were obviously women. Deep in the cold sea, a strange ship that appeared out of nowhere, 2 men and 2 women in black robes. Even if one used their knees to think, they knew that this was not simple. Thus, there was silence on the ship. No one spoke. Ting Hai could feel the gazes of the people around him. He was the one who had given the order to turn. Now, they had met another ship in the depths of the cold sea. If they said it was a coincidence, that would be an insult to their intelligence. But Ting Hai could not respond to this. If the existence of the Netherworld royal bloodline was leaked, he would have to pay with his life. In the silence, King Xuanzi walked in front while Qin Yu followed behind with Mianya in his arms. Wherever they passed, the crowd automatically parted. Countless eyes were filled with confusion and awe. With a step, King Xuanzi, Qin Yu, and Mianya soared into the air, flying towards another ship not too far away. But the moment they soared into the air, the surface of the sea split open and a shadow shot out, shooting straight towards Qin Yu. The shadow was slender like an arrow, its speed inconceivably fast. And what was even more terrifying was that no matter if it broke through the sea or tore through the air, it didn't make the slightest sound at all. This black shadow was like a real shadow. But shadows could also kill people. This was something Qin Yu was well aware of. Moreover, the one that tore through the sea wasn't a shadow. It was dangerous, but Qin Yu didn't panic. With a soft sound, the black shadow flew out and landed on the big ship behind. It was actually a long, pitch-black fish with the shape of a ribbon. Its head was extremely small, only the size of an adult's knuckle. Its eyes were even smaller, about the size of a grain of rice. But even with this astonishing speed, the ribbon fish's 2 eyes were pierced through and then its entire head was torn apart. A fatal strike. Arrow ribbon fish. The complexions of countless desperados changed, panic filling their eyes. There were countless terrifying demon beasts in the cold sea, and they had encountered many before. But in terms of individual lethality, the arrow ribbon fish in front of them was second to none. It was like a horrifying killer hidden in the cold black sea. Once it chose its prey, it would explosively attack. Beneath the terrifying attack of the arrow ribbon fish, even a demon commander-level powerhouse wouldn't have any room to resist. But now, this killer-level demon beast of the cold sea had been slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In fact, they only saw a shadow flash in front of them, and then its corpse flew towards them. They had no idea how it died. King Xuanzi lightly said, "This fish is for you. Consider it compensation." Ting Hai bowed. "Thank you, my lord." His eyes were full of excitement. Although the arrow ribbon fish wasn't his goal and his great business had ultimately failed, this arrow ribbon fish could still be sold for an astonishing amount of wealth. King Xuanzi didn't speak further. His figure flickered and he landed on the opposite ship. Qin Yu was a step slower. The moment he landed on the deck, he could feel a long-lost warm aura. It was released from the ship, dispersing the cold in the air. But thinking about it, this was also normal. Since the Netherworld King bloodline was hidden in the cold sea, there had to be a way to resist the cold. His eyes swept over the 4 people on the other side. There were 2 men and 2 women covered in black robes. Their auras weren't weak at all. As Qin Yu observed them, the 4 people's eyes also fell on him. But soon they looked away and bowed together. "Greetings, great uncle." King Xuanzi nodded. "Let's go." The red lantern-lit ship turned around and rapidly sailed deep into the cold sea. It soon turned into a red dot and vanished from sight. Ting Hai took a deep breath. He shouted, "Return!" The ship arced through the air, heading in the direction of Black Castle. The lynx revealed a complex look. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Ting Hai turned around. His eyes swept over her and then fell on the other trusted aides. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Even if he asked, it would be a waste of time. The smarter he was, the more he guessed, the faster he would die. That would force him to kill. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's figure subconsciously appeared in Ting Hai's mind. What was the origin of this mysterious young man? What was his purpose in coming to the cold sea? Although Qin Yu had always been respectful towards King Xuanze, Ting Hai didn't feel much fear from this respect. On the contrary, when King Xuanze faced him, he felt his hands and feet bound. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He didn't want to think about things he shouldn't think about. He had just reminded others, so how could he make such a mistake again? No matter who Qin Yu was or what he wanted to do, it had nothing to do with them. The only thing they needed to consider now was to safely return to Black Castle. The reason Ting Hai and the others were free was because someone had replaced their position. Facing King Xuanze's question, Qin Yu didn't give a perfunctory answer. Instead, he gave a serious answer: I want to enter the cold sea. But in fact, he was already in the cold sea. Moreover, it was an extremely deep and desolate region that very few people dared to enter. Even in this situation, he still gave such an answer. This caused a dignified expression to appear on King Xuanze's face. Qin Yu's goal was clear. He wanted to go deeper into the cold sea. As for where exactly he wanted to go, he didn't give an answer. To put it simply, it could be understood as, the deeper the better. It was said before that with the strength of a true abyssal king, they could freely wander through the abyss. Besides super-strong existences on the same level, there weren't many dangers that could threaten their safety. But the cold sea was one of them, and it was the most terrifying kind. The netherworld royal bloodline secluded itself in the cold sea. Out of all the races in the abyss, they should have the best understanding of just how terrifying it was. Many years ago, there was even a formidable true king with the netherworld royal bloodline that insisted on exploring the depths of the cold sea. In the end, he never returned. The result could already be predicted. Taking a deep breath, King Xuanze said, Qin Yu, I must remind you that the cold sea is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The terrifying cold in the depths is something that not even a true king can completely resist. Are you sure you want to continue deeper? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He didn't have any masochistic tendencies at all. If he didn't have a choice, he wouldn't be willing to rush into the cold sea. But without accident, this incomparably terrifying cold sea that was located in the deepest depths of the abyss hid a channel to the vast young world. It was just that it was hidden deeper. With a dignified expression, Qin Yu earnestly said, I understand King Xuanze's meaning, but this junior does have a reason. This was a direct response. King Xuanze fell silent, but his heart was roaring. He should have known that following Qin Yu wouldn't be a good thing. Refuse. He couldn't refuse, otherwise he would be violating his oath. In other words, no matter where Qin Yu went, he would have to brace himself and follow. If it were someone else, the truth was that King Xuanze wouldn't be too worried. He was a dignified true king, so how could he not outlast a mere junior? Even if he went deep into the cold sea, before the great horror arrived, just that terrifying cold would be enough to kill anyone below the true king realm. At that time, he would naturally be able to escape. But now, the person beside King Xuanze was Qin Yu. It was Qin Yu. Everything that happened in the nightmare ancestral land was still vivid in his mind. It was impossible for King Xuanze to view him as a simple junior. Pessimistically, in terms of life-preserving abilities, even if he died, that bastard Qin Yu would still be alive and kicking. This was truly a matter that left one helpless and indignant. King Xuanze's face darkened. He flicked his sleeves and left. Qin Yu expressed sympathy for him, but that was only sympathy. His determination to return to the vast young world wouldn't waver in the least. Greetings, King Xuanze. The four men and women took off their black robes, revealing their true appearances. They bowed respectfully. Without outsiders present, they certainly didn't dare to call him uncle. The netherworld royal bloodline was tyrannical, but the more it was so, the more strict the hierarchy was. The dignity of a true abyssal king could not be offended. With a gloomy expression, King Xuanze quickly left. The four netherworld royal bloodline juniors stood up. Their faces were filled with apprehension and suspicion. They thought that King Schwanze's mood was very bad. And on this ship, besides them, there were only 2 people left alive. One of them was still unconscious. In other words, the one who caused all of this could only be Qin Yu. Just who was this boy? He angered King Schwanze to such an extent, and yet he was still alive? Could it be that he was the direct descendant of some old monster? In the abyss, there were some terrifying existences that could be called taboos. They had lived for countless years, and their strength was so terrifying that even the netherworld royal bloodline had to give them sufficient respect. Besides this, they couldn't think of any other explanation. As for King Schwanze being controlled by others and having no choice but to swallow his anger, haha, what a joke. It wasn't funny at all. Let alone thinking of this possibility, even if this matter was made clear to these 4 netherworld royal bloodline juniors, they still wouldn't believe it. True abyssal king. What was a true abyssal king? That was a terrifying existence that could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to cave in, annihilating trillions of lives with a single thought. They were great characters that stood at the peak of the abyss, so how could they be controlled by others? Well, it was true that a true abyssal king could be controlled by others. As descendants of the netherworld royal bloodline, their talent was good and they had some status in their race. They were qualified to know some secrets of the various abyssal races. But this absolutely wouldn't happen to a junior humph. Just Qin Yu's aura alone was inferior to theirs. The 4 netherworld royal bloodline juniors glanced at each other and sighed with emotion. Reincarnation was indeed a skill. Their skills were good, but compared to Qin Yu, they were far worse. Chapter 1160. The 4 descendants of the netherworld royal bloodline were envious and jealous of Qin Yu's reincarnation technique. Of course, they weren't convinced, but their emotions didn't affect their actions. While the 2 men were still thinking of ways, the 2 princesses of the netherworld royal bloodline, who thought they were quite beautiful, took the initiative to attack. In fact, their thinking was very simple. Whether or not Qin Yu's identity could make King Schwanze swallow his anger, just this point alone was worth investing in. If something really happened, they could leave a good impression on each other. Then, after they found out Qin Yu's identity, they could advance or retreat and take the initiative. Of course, reality was very realistic, but this was also a survival instinct that the children of large families had to learn in the environment they grew up in. Cough cough, of course, taking a step back and looking at Qin Yu's current appearance, it wouldn't be too much to say that he was handsome. If he was really willing to do something beneficial to both their bodies and minds, the 2 princesses of the netherworld would most likely not refuse. After all, the abyssal races were much more open to the matters between males and females compared to the vast young world. But reality was often crueler than one could imagine. The 18 skills that the 2 princesses had silently prepared didn't even have time to display before they were beaten black and blue. Qin Yu didn't say anything and directly refused them. But his expression was very indifferent and his eyes were even more indifferent. He was so indifferent that the 2 princesses suddenly felt like they were clowns on the stage. Shame filled their hearts and they finally retreated. Of course, the princesses were full of fighting spirit. The more difficult it was to approach Qin Yu, the more valuable he was to them. Once they successfully approached this kind of person who was difficult to approach, the relationship they established would be incomparably strong. But before the 2 princesses could come up with a new plan, they were stopped by King Schwanze's gloomy face. Who was Qin Yu? He and that old demon dragon Offa had been schemed against, and the shadow of betrayal had also fallen into his hands. Although he didn't like Qin Yu to the extreme, King Schwanze had to admit that he was a character that couldn't be underestimated. Could such a person be won over by 2 little girls with a little honey trap? Haha, this was simply a joke. Qin Yu could only laugh at the netherworld king bloodline in his heart. On the 4th day of the ship's journey, a vortex appeared in front of them. Qin Yu's eyes brightened, but before he could think further, King Schwanze appeared in front of him. This whirlpool is the royal bloodline's encampment. If you want to enter the depths of the frigid sea, you must make thorough preparations. Some crucial resources can only be found in the encampment of the royal bloodline. That was probably the explanation. Qin Yu nodded to express his understanding. He had already explained the reason before. He could completely trust King Xuanzi. That old fellow wouldn't dare to harm him. The encampment of the royal bloodline? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The ship had already sailed into the vortex. A suction force came from within, pulling them into the pitch-black cold sea. After 3 more days, the temperature of the frigid sea became even more terrifying, especially after entering the whirlpool. An invisible force isolated the seawater outside, and the red lantern hanging at the bow of the ship became brighter and brighter. A steady stream of warmth was released from the hull of the ship, fighting against the terrifying cold. Even so, one could still clearly see traces of pale white coldness gradually staining the surface of the ship and spreading outwards. If this continued, it would be difficult for the ship to escape its fate of being sealed in ice. Luckily, this situation didn't continue for too long. The darkness in front of him suddenly vanished and a warm and bright light emerged. All of the cold was like an illusion, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Qin Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes, but he soon adapted. The light in front of him seemed to have been specially processed. Although it was bright, it wasn't blinding. Instead, there was warmth and gentleness everywhere. A floating island appeared in his line of sight. Around the island and below, there were white clouds like cotton candy. Soft and white. All of the light and warmth was released from it. Looking up, all one could see was darkness as deep as ink. It was repelled by the light. If one didn't personally come here, who would have thought that in the depths of the frigid sea, a place like a fairyland was hidden in a whirlpool? Several beams of light flew over from the island. After confirming his identity, they respectfully bowed. "We welcome King Xuanzi's return." King Xuanzi nodded without expression. He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Qin Yu is my guest. Receive him well and don't neglect him." After he finished speaking, he nodded to Qin Yu. Then, he took a step forward and his figure instantly vanished from sight. The new Nightmare King had been born, but he still hadn't returned. Of course, he had to give the royal bloodline an explanation for this matter. Qin Yu didn't know what King Xuanzi would say, but it should be a perfect story. After all, such a long time had passed. It was more than enough for him to come up with an excuse to brush everyone off. As for whether or not the Netherworld royal bloodline believed him, that wasn't something Qin Yu needed to worry about. The several members of the Netherworld royal bloodline that flew out of the island all had different expressions. They had clearly seen King Xuanzi's actions just now. Did a true king need to specially greet someone? His appearance was ordinary and his aura was also ordinary. Then there was only one possibility. This person's background was amazing, and it wasn't just an ordinary kind of amazing. King Xuanzi didn't think that his subconscious action had already given Qin Yu's background a highly credible endorsement. "Your Excellency Qin Yu, welcome to Nether Island. Please come with us," a member of the royal bloodline said with a bright smile. The 4 members of the royal bloodline that had returned with the ship were immediately unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Did you want to throw us off and curry favor with Qin Yu? Humph humph, don't even think about it. Your Excellency Qin Yu, we will receive you well. There is no need to trouble you, a princess coldly said. Then, she turned around with a pleading look in her eyes. Your Excellency, can you come with us? In fact, it didn't matter to Qin Yu who he went with. Then it would be these 4 people on the ship. It wasn't that Qin Yu thought it would be easier to get along with them, but that these 4 people looked a bit stupid. It was unlikely that anything would happen to them. The 4 members of the royal bloodline were overjoyed. But if they knew that Qin Yu had described them as stupid, they didn't know if they would still be able to smile. The Netherworld royal bloodline had secluded themselves from the world. The number of people that knew of their whereabouts in the dark abyss could be counted on one hand. For Qin Yu to be brought back to Nether Island by King Xuanze without hesitation, this alone was enough to show how much he valued him. Moreover, the 4 members of the royal bloodline on the ship, after their successful competition, caused the people that came from the island to believe that Qin Yu's status was no trifling matter. We cannot go against King Xuanze's will. Why must the 4 of you make things difficult for us? Humph! King Xuanze already told us to take good care of your excellency Qin Yu. Neither side gave way to the other and neither side could convince the other. Seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of interfering, they could only take a step back and act together. Thus, following this, Qin Yu truly enjoyed the treatment of a Wang Maichao VIP. Everything was properly arranged. Mianya had already woken up. As she followed behind Qin Yu, her head was a little dizzy. But she also felt as if she had learned some incredible truth. Sir Qin Yu really wasn't an ordinary person. Even the Netherworld King bloodline was fawning over him. Thigh, super invincible golden thigh. After doing this several times and confirming that he didn't need anything else, Qin Yu reluctantly sent away the several enthusiastic members of the royal bloodline. He turned and sat down on a chair. He sighed and rubbed his temples. These fellows flattered him like a tide. Even if he wasn't tired, he was tired of listening to them. Before he could rub a few times, a cool and soft hand fell on his scalp from behind and began to rub. Sir, if you are tired, then take a rest. It had to be said that her skill wasn't bad. Qin Yu felt very comfortable as he subconsciously leaned back in his chair. He never thought that as he leaned back, he would first touch 2 soft and upright places. Qin Yu coughed, not saying anything. Mianya blushed red. She moved back a little and then regretted it. It was rare for the young master to take the initiative, but she had actually moved back. What are you doing? Are you confused? If I went back up now, wouldn't it be too obvious? Would the young master not like it? After hesitating for a moment, Mianya took a deep breath and prepared to move. But Qin Yu opened his eyes and waved his hand. All right, I'll be quiet for a while. You go and rest. Mianya's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't dare to object. She obediently nodded and returned to her room. Shwa, a sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. His eyes slowly swept around. Originally, he only had a 50 to 60% assurance that there was a channel deep in the cold sea. But now that he had experienced the Netherworld royal bloodline's retreat, he felt that he had at least an 80% chance of finding the channel back to the vast young world. This left Qin Yu impatient, but no matter how anxious he was, he didn't lack time. King Xuanze had clearly said that the depths of the cold sea were extremely terrifying and he had to be fully prepared. Not to mention anything else, just based on this matter alone, Qin Yu felt that King Xuanze had no reason to deceive him. It was just that he didn't know how long this old fellow would need to arrange everything. Even if the people of the Netherworld royal bloodline couldn't see through his lies, they definitely wouldn't blindly believe everything he said. For such an important matter, he had spent a great deal of effort to arrange everything. But in the end, there was no harvest, so wrangling was inevitable. Reality proved that Qin Yu wasn't wrong. For 3 days, he didn't see King Xuanze again. Luckily, the Netherworld royal bloodline's care was still perfect and meticulous. It seemed that there weren't any major problems. This was good. As long as King Xuanze could remain calm, it would only delay him for some time. No matter how anxious Qin Yu was, it was only a few days. It wasn't anything at all. As his mood settled down, Qin Yu began to continue his previous hobby. Looking at the heavens, looking at the earth, looking at the air. The Netherworld royal bloodline's retreat island was certainly not ordinary. The more he looked at it, the more interesting it became. Qin Yu gradually became obsessed and didn't feel that time was passing by. On the 10th day of entering Netherworld Island, a weary King Xuanzi finally appeared in front of him. As he looked at Qin Yu's spirited appearance, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. In these 10 days, he had been completely overworked. Not only did he have to deal with all sorts of questions from his clan, but he also had to make arrangements. To explore the depths of the cold sea required a reason. The reason that King Xuanzi gave was to search for the missing true monarch of his clan. It was a grand and lofty reason that no one could refuse. But it also meant that this was a cover. It wasn't that King Xuanzi didn't want to find a more reasonable reason, it was because he simply didn't have any. As for Qin Yu's identity and why he was brought back to Netherworld Island, King Xuanzi simply said that he was an old friend and sent them away. There really wasn't any more explanation. With his true monarch realm cultivation, he had the qualifications to bring people onto the island. Since you asked, I will give you an answer, but that is all. As for whether or not you are satisfied with my answer, sorry, that is not within my scope of consideration. Sensing the dissatisfaction in King Xuanzi's eyes, Qin Yu smiled and poured a cup of hot tea for him. This tea is very good. Senior, please drink it before you speak. King Xuanzi coughed. Do you think the tea of my Netherworld royal bloodline is good or bad? He picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. He said, The arrangements have been made. We will leave in 2 days. He looked at Qin Yu. Do we really have to enter the depths of the cold sea? Qin Yu nodded. You can't tell me your goal? Qin Yu nodded again. Xian Su King was so angry that he gritted his teeth even more. This bastard was playing a deep game here. Just you wait. Wait for me. Thinking about it, there was still 100 years. This aggressive thought had just popped up, but in the blink of an eye, it was smashed into pieces. He tossed out a demon crystal and left behind information about the Netherworld royal bloodline's exploration of the cold sea. Then, King Xuanzi calmly left. Qin Yu probed it with his divine sense. Of course, it wasn't a complete record, but some of the information was still important. After he finished reading everything, he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. When he opened them again, they were much brighter. The depths of the cold sea. He hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. King Xuanzi's words were worth believing. 2 days later, a carefully prepared ship left the Netherworld Royal Bloodlines Island. Yes, it was a large ship, even larger than Black Castle's. But on this ship, including Qin Yu and Mianya, there were only 7 people. Before King Xuanzi, there were 4 members of the royal bloodline. These were the passengers of this ship. The space wasn't ordinary and bright. In comparison, King Xuanzi's expression was solemn, and the faces of the 4 royal bloodline members were filled with excitement. They didn't know the true reason why King Xuanzi wanted to explore the depths of the cold sea, but without a doubt this was an opportunity. There were dangers, and they weren't ordinary dangers. But with King Xuanzi here, their safety was guaranteed. As long as they performed well and entered King Xuanzi's eyes, their future would be bright. This was enough for them to take a gamble. Of course, there was another reason that made the 4 royal bloodline members feel at ease, a crucial reason. Qin Yu and Mianya were also on the ship. This was a simple truth. Qin Yu's aura wasn't anything special, and he might not be stronger than them. If he wasn't afraid, then they definitely didn't need to be afraid. Of course, Qin Yu's status was different and he might have some hidden cards, but Mianya was just a beautiful maid. How could her life-saving methods compare to theirs? Since Mianya was brought along, that meant this trip was somewhat safe. If King Xuanzi knew what these 4 juniors were thinking, he feared he wouldn't be able to help but curse them. What a bunch of idiot! How could they compare to Qin Yu? Even the little maid by his side couldn't compare to them. Don't be unconvinced, this is the truth. Believe it or not, even I might not be able to survive these 2. Qin Yu held Mianya's hand. His expression was calm, and his heart was even calmer. At this moment, he didn't have any other thoughts. He simply felt that this would give Mianya a greater chance of survival. Because she was left behind by Qin Yu, a chess piece to counter the Avatar. Although, strictly speaking, the Avatar would never betray the main body, even the shadow of the abyss had betrayed him. What else was impossible in this world? In short, being cautious was the right choice. He Tiangang was Qin Yu's first chess piece in the light. Mianya was his second chess piece in the dark. The dark chess piece was of course more important. And the Avatar probably wouldn't have thought that Qin Yu would hand such an important matter to Mianya. He looked at the black cold sea with a calm expression. This calmness contained the calmness of being able to face everything head-on. Qin Yu was truly prepared to accept any consequences. The large ship left the whirlpool and headed deeper into the cold sea. The big red lantern released its light, but it couldn't spread too far before it was swallowed up completely. In the darkness, the chill grew heavier and heavier. Chapter 1161. The ship that sailed out of Nether Island was called the Netherworld ship. Although this name wasn't very original, it didn't affect its powerful performance. Through the 4 members of the royal bloodline, Qin Yu was able to easily grasp the details of this ship. King Xuanzi had indeed put in a great deal of effort to obtain the best ship that the Netherworld royal bloodline had ever built. Without a doubt, even though he was a true abyssal king, he still needed to pay a considerable price. After all, everyone knew that his excuse of entering the deep sea was nothing more than a pretense. On the 5th day, the Netherworld ship was very warm. The 4 members of the royal bloodline were filled with excitement. According to the ship's speed, it wasn't difficult to calculate the distance. Their current position was close to the limits of the royal bloodline's exploration of the cold sea, and there were no more than 20 people from the royal bloodline that had been here before. Just this point alone was enough to brag about their many years of experience. On the 10th day of sailing, the ship was still warm. It was just that the warmth had decreased a bit, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. As the Netherworld ship broke through the pitch-black seawater and drew a long line, there were faint traces of frost on the part of the ship that came into contact with the seawater. The 4 members of the royal bloodline were responsible for maintaining the ship's course and checking its condition. This was their main job, so they naturally discovered this. Looking at the pitch-black sky and sea, they subconsciously frowned. As they looked at each other, they could see the worry in each other's hearts. On the 17th day of sailing, half of the hull of the Netherworld ship was covered in frost and the temperature had clearly dropped. Moreover, what was most terrifying was that there was a chill in the air that couldn't be resisted. It constantly invaded one's body, and in order to ensure that they weren't affected, they could only constantly consume demonic energy to resolve it. On this day, besides King Xuanzi, everyone on the ship was wearing a special cold-resistant clothing that was specially made for the Netherworld royal bloodline. The bright red clothing seemed very festive, like a burning flame. After wearing it, it felt warm and the tense atmosphere on the ship immediately relaxed. On the 21st day of sailing, although it had only been 4 days, the chill of the cold sea had clearly risen by more than 1 level. This was because the entire surface of the Netherworld ship was covered in white frost. With the passage of time, this kind of cover was clearly becoming thicker and harder. The big red lantern at the bow of the ship was still lit, but the terrifying thing was that its light could only be maintained within the range of the ship. Once it radiated outside the ship, it would be swallowed up by the darkness. That's right, devouring was the right word to use. It was as if there were countless greedy mouths hidden in the darkness. They fed on light and fought to devour everything. It got colder. On the 26th day of the voyage, this distance had already far exceeded the recorded exploration process of the Netherworld royal bloodline. The large ship stopped in the sea because they had finally encountered the first cold sea creature that attempted to attack. The cold sea was in the depths of the abyss, so this creature was naturally a standard abyssal monster. The darkness outside the ship was a place where light could not enter. Thus, no one could see what this creature looked like. But that didn't stop them from clearly sensing how terrifying this cold sea creature was. Of course, it was terrifying. There was nothing much to say about it. A creature that could survive in a place like the frigid sea was absolutely not to be trifled with. Chinyu couldn't see through the darkness, but he could still see those giant eyes hidden beneath the icy cold seawater. Within that cold, cruel, and indifferent gaze, there was also a trace of fear. The object of this fear was of course King Xuanzi, who was standing at the bow of the ship, frowning as he stared at the darkness outside. After a long period of silence, those eyes in the frigid sea vanished and the netherworld ship continued forward. Even though the danger had been averted, the atmosphere on the ship had become even more solemn. Perhaps it was because of the cold or fear. The 4 members of the royal bloodline, the 2 men and 2 women, had pale faces and sunk into deep silence. Chinyu could feel Mianya's hand trembling. He looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." At the bow of the ship, King Xuanzi's ears pricked up. He frowned and almost couldn't help but jump up and curse out loud. "There won't be any problems, your ass." He had never encountered that sea creature before, and its aura was so strong that even he found it difficult to deal with. Scaring it away could only be considered good luck. Otherwise, who knew what the situation would be like now? Chinyu could feel King Xuanzi's angry eyes. He lowered his head and didn't respond. This was because he knew that King Xuanzi had a good reason to be angry. Moreover, Chinyu couldn't change anything because of this, because the netherworld ship hadn't arrived at its final destination yet. On the 30th day of the voyage, the netherworld ship had turned into a giant lump of ice. The layer of white ice gradually darkened, nearly fusing into one with the cold sea. The black ice represented the invasion of darkness. Thus, the range of the light from the lanterns at the bow was reduced by a great deal. It was still able to cover around half of the ship's hull, but the rest was hidden in the darkness. Even though it was at the same time, half of the ship was shrouded in light and the other half was shrouded in darkness, as if they were isolated in 2 different worlds. No one thought about what would happen if they walked into the darkness and tried it. Even Chinyu suppressed his curiosity. This was because as King Xuanzi looked into the darkness, even a blind man could clearly feel his heavy mood. The effect of the cold clothes was already negligible. After obtaining King Xuanzi's approval, the 4 royal bloodline members took out red crystals. After pouring in demonic energy, they burned them. The red flames fell onto the red cold clothes, illuminating everyone's faces. But this couldn't hide the fear that gradually filled their eyes. On the 39th day of the voyage, on the netherworld ship that was still a lump of ice, the light from the lanterns could only cover the bow of the ship, around 100 feet in radius. The 4 royal bloodline members and Mianya couldn't persist any longer. This was because all the methods used to resist the cold on the ship had lost their effectiveness. After receiving the pills that King Xuanzi handed to them, the 4 royal bloodline members were well aware that after taking them, they would fall unconscious and fall into a state similar to suspended animation. Then, they would either wait for their recovery or fall into eternal sleep. Of course, they were afraid. The 2 princesses' eyes turned red and their pale lips trembled several times, but in the end they didn't say anything. But the pleading in their eyes was obvious. No one wanted to die, and they were no exception. It was just that they knew that in today's situation, their attitudes wouldn't change anything. The 4 royal bloodline members fell into a deep sleep. Chinyu looked at Mianya. "I won't let you die." Mianya's smile was forced. She believed in Chinyu's words, but sometimes, a single person couldn't interfere with the progress of a matter. After she fell asleep, King Xuanzi asked in a low voice, "Chinyu, do you want to continue?" Chinyu nodded. "Yes." On the 44th day of the voyage, King Xuanzi made his move. This time, the deep-sea creature that blocked the netherworld ship was clearly stronger. It was so strong that even when facing a true abyssal king, it still dared to have thoughts of hunting. A great battle ensued. A battle between true abyssal kings was carried out in the pitch-black skies. All Qin Yu could do was protect Mianya so that she wouldn't be affected. As for the 4 royal bloodline members, he could only say sorry and hope that their luck was good enough. King Xuanzi returned wounded. The deep-sea creature that fought with him let out a pained and angry roar before its aura faded into the darkness. On the 45th day of the voyage, King Xuanzi opened his eyes. As he moved, the layer of ice covering his body instantly shattered into powder. He turned and looked at the 4 royal bloodline members. In the end, some of them had bad luck. There was a man and a woman. Their chests were deeply sunken in and their heads were filled with frozen blood. Their auras were completely gone. Qin Yu paled. "I'm sorry." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. King Xuanzi calmly said, "Life and death are decreed by fate. Your abilities are limited, so I won't blame you." He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes faint. "Continue?" Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded. On the 46th day of the voyage, the lantern's light was forced to shrink to around 30 feet. The burning crystals on the deck had already been covered by a layer of ice. There wasn't the least bit of heat left. King Xuanzi looked at the surrounding darkness, his eyes becoming increasingly indifferent. Qin Yu held Mianya tightly. This woman's aura was like a candle in the middle of winter, about to be extinguished at any moment. On the 47th day of the voyage, the ship was attacked again. This time, the battle ended much faster than before. But it was clear that King Xuanzi's condition was much worse. He should have used some sort of super strong hidden card to quickly repel the ice sea creatures. Sitting at the bow of the ship, within the 20-foot range of light, King Xuanzi looked at Qin Yu. He was silent. King Xuanzi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. But, before he closed his eyes, his expression was even more indifferent than before. On the 48th day of the voyage, everything was quiet. It was truly quiet. The surrounding darkness was like a void. One couldn't even hear the sound of seawater being washed away. King Xuanzi was still adjusting his breathing. Qin Yu held Mianya, his eyes looking at the darkness outside. His pupils were unfocused, and it was unknown what he was thinking. On the 49th day of the voyage, with a sigh, King Xuanzi opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu beside him. It wasn't that the two of them were close enough to be this close. This was because the light of the lantern could only barely cover them. "Qin Yu, I really don't want to come to this step, but I have no other choice." His voice was calm and his eyes were even calmer. If indifference was a kind of emotion, then there was no emotion at all in his eyes right now. Qin Yu turned his head. His neck made cracking sounds and his frozen joints began to rotate like a rusty machine. After a brief pause, he asked, "Does Senior want to kill me?" King Xuanzi said, "I don't want to, but I don't want to. Otherwise, all of us will be buried in the cold sea." As he spoke, the range of the lantern's light began to shrink. At this moment, the feeling it gave off was like a great mouth that was slowly closing. When the mouth closed, it was time to enjoy the delicious food and chew on it. King Xuanzi didn't know what was hidden in the darkness, but he wasn't curious at all. If it was before, he thought that the missing true king of his clan might have been trapped somewhere. Now, this thought had been completely shattered. The depths of the cold sea, there was truly a great horror within. Even a true abyssal king would perish here. He said he would kill, but he didn't. In fact, this was the last chance he gave Qin Yu. He was silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, unless he abandoned the old turtle, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to return to the vast young world. This was his first time entering the cold sea, and it would likely be his last. This was because Qin Yu didn't believe he had the courage to rush in again. Don't look at how he was still alive right now. The pain he had to endure was something that no one could understand besides Qin Yu himself. A knife cutting through flesh was a kind of excruciating pain. But right now, Qin Yu was withstanding an onslaught of extreme cold that was at least 1,000 times more intense. This was a hellish experience. King Xuanzi glanced at the darkness that nearly touched his robes. He lifted a hand and grabbed Qin Yu's neck. As long as he spat out a bit of strength, his life aura would be completely erased. To do this, King Xuanzi would certainly have to withstand the backlash of his oath. It would even cause irreparable damage to the true king realm. But between life and death, no matter how difficult the consequences were, they would become simple. Blue veins bulged out on the surface of his palm. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Are you listening?" King Xuanzi stopped, because at this moment there really was a sound coming from the darkness. Although it was weak, in the absolute silence, he could still clearly make out what it was. This was the sound of flowing seawater. Qin Yu suddenly smiled. As he looked at the darkness that was so close, a brilliant light bloomed in his eyes. Ever since he had experienced the Netherworld royal bloodline's refuge, he had believed that he would definitely be able to find the channel to the vast young world. But now it seemed that he had really found it. King Xuanzi's complexion changed. He could clearly feel the ship being pulled forwards, its speed starting to accelerate. Vortex, a massive vortex. It was so large that as it spun, it caused the seawater to roar and roar. The sound it emitted pierced through the terrifying darkness and spread into their ears. Instinctively, a thought appeared in King Xuanzi's mind. The vortex they were about to arrive at was the center of the cold sea. What was inside? Could it be the same as the Netherworld royal bloodline? Could there be a hidden paradise-like place hidden within? But soon, a trace of fear rose up from the depths of his heart, causing King Xuanzi to stiffen. At the same time, his impulse to investigate was instantly shattered. He could not enter a vortex. If he did, he would die, even if he was a true abyssal king. And what Qin Yu was looking for was clearly this vortex. Did he want to die? Qin Yu smiled. He looked at King Xuanzi and said, "Senior, there is no need to take the risk of killing me. Let go." When his fingers left his neck, he looked down at Mianya in his arms. "I will leave this woman to Senior's care. If possible, have her stay on Netherworld Island. I believe that with Senior's care, she will definitely be able to survive." King Xuanzi took a deep breath. "You want to go in?" "Of course." Qin Yu calmly said, "What I am looking for is this vortex." King Xuanzi's lips moved, but he didn't make a sound. This was because he knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. "Leave her to me." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He placed Mianya on the ground and took a deep breath. He struggled to stand up and face the darkness and suddenly smiled. "No, I don't have any strength left. I will have to ask Senior to help me." He lifted a hand and pointed towards the direction of the vortex. "It's there. Didn't Senior want to teach me a lesson a long time ago? This is the best chance. Let's do it." King Xuanzi didn't hesitate at all. He lifted his leg and kicked out. With a loud bang, the layer of ice covering Qin Yu's body shattered. He was like a stone as he submerged into the darkness. Puff, there was an extremely subtle sound. If one didn't listen carefully, they wouldn't have been able to detect it. King Xuanzi lifted a hand and pressed it down. He roared out loud and the Netherworld ship rumbled from within. With the eruption of a true king's full strength, it finally broke free from the suction of the vortex and began to slowly sail away. Looking back at the vortex, King Xuanzi was silent. He really did hate Qin Yu and wished that he could personally crush him to pieces. But he couldn't help but acknowledge that after confirming the existence of the vortex, the courage Qin Yu displayed was far greater than his own. "Brat, this kick can be considered as this king's additional gift for your courage. Even though I really don't want to see you again, if it's possible, then live on. At least that way, this king will still have the chance to know what exactly is hidden in the whirlpool at the center of the cold sea." Chapter 1162. What was hidden in the vortex at the center of the cold sea? If Qin Yu knew what Monarch Xuanze was thinking right now, he would definitely bitterly smile. Because besides darkness and icy cold, he couldn't find anything. He could only helplessly be wrapped up in the seawater and sink downward. There was no end and he couldn't see any hope. As for the extreme cold, it was rapidly destroying the vitality within his body. If Qin Yu had to say what he discovered, it would be that the cold in the darkness was extremely, extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the great sun's shadow hiding within his body, he would have already lost his life the moment he entered the cold sea. But even the shadow of the sun couldn't completely resist the invasion of the extreme cold. This caused him to walk step by step towards death. And as he was pulled deeper and deeper into the cold sea by the vortex, the speed of his steps became faster and faster. Kacha, kacha. He could clearly hear the sound of ice forming on the surface of his body. It was this sound that reminded Qin Yu that he was still alive. But as for how long he could live, he had no idea, but thinking about it, with the current situation, it definitely wouldn't be long. If Qin Yu could smile, he would be bitterly smiling. Unfortunately, his entire body was sealed in ice and he couldn't even reveal a single expression. The first to lose feeling was his hands and feet. Then, a numb and sore feeling spread throughout his body like ants crawling all over him, slowly spreading to his chest and neck. Finally, the connection between his body and consciousness was completely stripped away and his thoughts became increasingly slow. Had he made a mistake? Was there no channel in the vortex, or was the channel hidden too deep? Before he could even find it, the extreme cold would take his life? Without the little blue lamp, even if a true abyssal king jumped into the vortex, he still wouldn't be able to last as long as Qin Yu. In other words, this was a dead end. To sum it up in a more philosophical way, regardless of whether or not there really was a channel in the vortex that led to the vast Yang world, if no one could find it, then it didn't exist. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He thought that he really was done for. At this time, he still had the mood to think about philosophical questions. In the end, he had failed. Should he give up? Before Qin Yu entered the cold sea, he knew that it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether or not he could find the channel. In this sort of situation, he would certainly leave a path of retreat for himself. Before he went to sea, he had given Old Fox an iron box. This was Qin Yu's path of retreat. Although Qin Yu didn't sit on the position of Nightmare King for too long, this didn't stop him from drawing upon the strength of the Nightmare race to create a life-saving card. According to the Nightmare Demon race, this should be called the Box of Rebirth. Qin Yu didn't know the exact principles behind it, but there was no doubt that it consumed a terrifying amount of resources. If it weren't for the fact that the Nightmare race was powerful and affluent, a small Abyss race might not have been able to do it even if they exhausted the entire race's power. However, even with such a terrifying amount of resources, the Box of Rebirth did not have a 100% success rate. This was because interfering with life and death itself was filled with inconceivable possibilities and uncertainties. Qin Yu had carefully looked through this information. In this aspect, the chances of success and failure were around 50%. In other words, once the Box of Rebirth was activated, there was a 50% chance that he would be resurrected in Black City. The remaining 50% would be darkness and he would never wake up again. In addition, Qin Yu had another worry. He himself wasn't a native life form of the Abyss, so it was unknown whether or not the Box of Rebirth, a treasure unique to the Abyss, would have any miraculous effects on him, or would it even have any miraculous effects. In short, according to Qin Yu's own calculations, he only had a 30% chance of successfully resurrecting. It wasn't that Qin Yu didn't want to prepare an even more formidable card for himself. In fact, this was already the limit of what he could do. In a hopeless situation, a 30% chance of surviving was already quite good. But even if he succeeded, so what? The little blue lamp had spent a great deal of effort to plot against the will of the abyss and seize the old turtle. Now, he would have to stay in this vortex forever. Whether he died or not had nothing to do with him. In any case, it was impossible for Qin Yu to find the old turtle again. Qin Yu wasn't willing to accept such a loss. The little blue lamp had always said that his luck was reliable in critical moments. He didn't believe that it would fail this time. His thoughts became increasingly slow, so slow that fear rose up in Qin Yu's heart. This was because his consciousness could fall into a frozen state at any moment, and the box of rebirth needed to be actively activated. Once one's consciousness froze, they could only wait for death here. Although Qin Yu had thought that even if he succeeded, so what if he didn't want to pay the price of losing the old turtle? The difference between being alive and being dead was still extremely great. As he had said many times before, as long as a person was alive, everything was possible. But once they died, everything was over. The great terror between life and death was something that one could never understand unless they personally experienced it. This was a powerful instinct to escape, so powerful that it could destroy anyone's mind and will. In the distant Black City, Ting Hai's ship had already returned. The heavy casualties had shocked everyone. Qin Yu's group of 3 hadn't returned yet. After Old Fox inquired about the situation, his complexion became increasingly dignified. He returned to his dwelling and held the iron box in his arms, holding it there motionlessly. Although Old Fox didn't know that this box was the legendary divine object, the box of rebirth, he knew that it was undoubtedly something extremely important to the young master. Shadowless Demon hid in the shadows of the courtyard. His eyes shined with a green and ominous light. Anyone that broke in would instantly be welcomed by him. He didn't hesitate to pay any price to wildly attack them. The good news was that the courtyard remained peaceful. No one tried to do anything. On a certain day, the box in Old Fox's arms suddenly trembled. His eyes widened. As the air twisted in front of him, Shadowless Demon's figure also appeared in the room. Under the gazes of the two, the iron box that had just trembled fell silent once more. Even so, after a short period of shaking, the iron box still emitted a hidden aura. This aura caused Old Fox and Shadowless Demon's hearts to shake. Their complexions became incomparably ugly. Although they hadn't seen the so-called divine artifact box of rebirth with their own eyes, as veteran demon commander powerhouses, they had still heard some news about it. When the box shook just now, the surging life aura that surged out was exactly the same as the legendary box of rebirth. But why did the shaking stop just as it started? Could it be that the young master's revival had failed? Qin Yu was still alive, although he would soon die. The reason the box of rebirth stopped revolving was because the little blue lamp sent out a consciousness fluctuation. It was simple and vague. It was clear that in order to transmit its strength to the depths of the cold sea, even the mysterious and formidable little blue lamp had placed a tremendous burden on it. Wait a moment. That's right, when translated, these 3 words were simple, clear, and forceful. Qin Yu didn't even think about it. Of course, this was because his frozen consciousness couldn't move so quickly. Because of his trust in the little blue lamp, he instinctively responded and stopped activating the box of rebirth. Then, nothing happened. Eternal darkness. Horrifying cold. These were still the only melodies beneath the cold sea. Qin Yu didn't dare to wait any longer. This was because he really would die, and he certainly couldn't accept this result. He had to activate the box of rebirth. This thought suddenly became intense and firm. But at this time, something unexpected happened. Qin Yu's consciousness was frozen solid. Water at 0 degrees Celsius would freeze in an instant. Qin Yu's consciousness was frozen in the same manner. The difference of a single breath of time, or even shorter, was like 2 completely different worlds. One was fighting for a path to survival, the other was waiting for death. Of course, the latter was even more miserable. Qin Yu's final thought was that he was dead this time, Before he could even finish spinning around, he was frozen solid. In the depths of the pitch-black cold sea, a giant block of ice was being pulled down by the seawater. Down, 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 all the way down. Suddenly, an undercurrent surged, blowing away this block of ice. It escaped the pull of the whirlpool and floated away in another direction. If this timeline continued, then the story could end ahead of time. But an unfinished ending was something that couldn't be done. Thus, an aura spread out from the block of ice. It seemed to be suddenly activated, forming a connection with the depths of the cold sea. In the next moment, the pulling strength of the whirlpool suddenly extended over. Like an invisible hand, it grabbed onto the block of ice. Down, it continued to go down. After an unknown period of time, in the depths of darkness, a speck of light suddenly appeared. It was like the first arrow that pierced through the dark clouds. Then, a second, a third, and more light came howling over. And as this block of ice was illuminated by the light, a great change arrived without warning, descending upon the entire abyss. The skies turned pitch black. A terrifying, oppressive aura instantly arrived. Countless abyssal races, whether they were strong or weak, even the true abyssal kings, felt a deep sense of fear beneath this oppressive aura. Because this was the anger of the will of the abyss. And the source of this anger was because it suddenly discovered that one of its shadows had completely vanished from its senses. It wasn't that it had dissipated, but that it had become blank. What had become blank along with it was a trace of its source. Although it was a very small amount, to the will of the abyss, this was the first time in its countless years of existence that it had felt pain. This was because the loss of its source was like cutting away a piece of flesh with a knife. No matter how small it was still excruciating pain. It was the will of the abyss, and the entire abyss was its body. It was impossible for its shadow to simply become blank. Unless someone stole its shadow and stole its origin. Death, death, death. At this moment, the trillions of abyssal beings could clearly feel the killing intent and anger of the will of the abyss. In the center of the cold sea, above the giant whirlpool, a thunderclap resounded in the darkness. Trillions of bolts of lightning tore through the skies. For the first time, lightning broke through the darkness, revealing the world of eternal night to everyone. An incomparably massive face appeared in the skies. It looked at the giant whirlpool and suddenly reached out a hand. 5 fingers clenched. Dong! At this moment, the entire cold sea began to boil. Monstrous tsunamis formed, wildly erupting outwards. In the depths of the cold sea, the light that shined on the lump of ice had already sensed something the moment the giant face in the skies moved. Endless light erupted. It was like a great sun that had used up all of its strength to leap out of the sea, releasing its own light to its heart's content, illuminating the entire world. At this time, light was omnipresent. Then, after this light and the lump of ice, the howling darkness heavily collided. No one could describe the terror of this collision, because it had already surpassed the scope of all words. Compared to this, the true abyssal king was as fragile as an eggshell. Even if it was just brushed by a tiny bit, it would be smashed to pieces. Kacha, or with a dense series of cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the lump of ice. But now, it wasn't the only one emitting cracking sounds. This was because not too far away, there was a second lump of ice. Its fate was even more miserable. It was directly shattered into countless pieces by the shock waves of the collision. Traces of dark red gushed out from the fragments. Before they could be swept away by the shaking seawater, they were wildly absorbed by the first lump of ice. Reality was often more mysterious than a script. This was because any accident or change could lead to a completely different result. But in the end, what fate gave them was the most inconceivable answer. The lump of ice absorbed the dark red lump of ice. Then, it was struck by the shaking seawater, constantly drifting towards that endless light. Chapter 1163. Ever since Black City was established, it had never considered that it would one day welcome a catastrophic tsunami. So, when it truly arrived, the cruel and ruthless Black City was instantly overturned. The docks outside the city were instantly torn apart in front of the monstrous waves. Ships that had the qualifications to enter the cold sea were overturned and swallowed up by the sea. Countless desperadoes were dumbfounded. They stood in the ruins of the city, their eyes simultaneously looking towards the depths of the cold sea. Over there, the darkness that was as thick as an eternal night was now being torn apart by thunder. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they could still feel the destructive aura that was so thick that it nearly materialized. No one knew what was happening, but without a doubt, the tsunami that came crashing down and destroyed all of Black City was related to what was happening beneath the thunder. Ting Hai had always thought that he was brave. Even when he was on the ship and was besieged on all sides, he was still able to maintain his calm. But now, his entire body was shivering uncontrollably. His cold and resolute face didn't have the least bit of blood left. Without a reason, he subconsciously thought back to Qin Yu who had left with King Xuanzi. Could this be related to him? Just what had they done? On the tumbling sea, the giant netherworld ship seemed incomparably small. It was like a small boat that could be overturned at any moment and torn to pieces by the wave. King Xuanzi stood at the bow of the ship. The aura of a true monarch erupted, helping the netherworld ship resist the terrifying strength that swept in from all directions. He looked back at the thunder tearing through the darkness. Vaguely, he could see an angry and fierce face. This was the manifestation of the will of the abyss. He fiercely lowered his head and looked away. King Xuanzi's heart raced like thunder. He discovered that he had underestimated Qin Yu's background. Even the true body of the abysses had been disturbed? As a true abyssal king, he could certainly feel the anger coming from the will of the abyss. Could it be that Qin Yu even dared to scheme against it? Gulp, he subconsciously gulped. At this moment, even the dignified true abyssal king was frightened by Qin Yu's lawlessness. Did he not know how the word death was written? However, from what he could see, it seemed that the one suffering a loss was the will of the abyss. This result was simply unimaginable. The will of the abyss, this was the will of the abyss. Just what kind of existence could scheme against him? Monarch Xuanji's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. But there was one thing he knew, and that was that he absolutely could not expose the fact that he had helped Qin Yu enter the vortex. Otherwise, not only him, but the entire netherworld royal bloodline would be torn to pieces by the berserk will of the abyss. Fortunately, only he and Qin Yu knew about this matter. As long as he kept his mouth shut, there was a high chance there wouldn't be a problem. As for Qin Yu, although he did not know what he had done, since he had angered the will of the abyss, even if he was willing to be a coward and hide in a place where even the will of the abyss would not be able to sense him, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Unless he could escape from the abyss. His pupils constricted. He felt that he had discovered a terrifying truth. Qin Yu, he took a deep breath and hurriedly suppressed all his thoughts. His heart beat faster and his mouth became dry. He felt even more bitter. If this was true, then he was a traitor to the abyss. Once he was exposed, he would inevitably suffer a miserable fate. He looked down at Mianya, a cold light in his eyes. This girl was Qin Yu's woman. If he allowed her to live, she would be a disaster. But soon, this killing intent that had just risen was suppressed deep within his heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, Monarch Xuanji was filled with dread towards Qin Yu. This was a person that dared to scheme against the will of the abyss. Who knew what else he couldn't do? Killing Mianya was simple, but what if one day in the future Qin Yu came to ask him for her? That would be a great joke. Forget it. He would bring this woman back to Nether Island and place her under house arrest. With her strength, she wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. The unconscious Mianya didn't know that she had already circled around the gates of hell. Just like how Qin Yu didn't know that he had entered the gates of hell and was forcefully pulled back out. So, the moment his consciousness froze and the remaining half of his thoughts finally finished, he thought he had died. Then, I didn't die. I actually didn't die. He fiercely stood up. Qin Yu discovered that he was currently in a void of nothingness. With him as the center, there was a vertical line that neatly divided this void into two. The left half shined with light, warm and dazzling. It gave Qin Yu a familiar and intimate feeling. With just a glance, he was able to determine that this was the aura of the vast Yang world. The right half was pitch black like ink, as deep as an eternal night. Cold and cruel killing intent filled the air, and he could almost hear countless mournful cries in his ears. This was the power of the abyss. Before Qin Yu's pleasant surprise of resurrection could spread out, he froze where he was. He didn't dare to move. This was because Qin Yu discovered that he seemed to be at a strange equilibrium point formed by the collision of two different strengths. Any slight movement could break this balance, and the result would naturally be that the two forces would explode. The left side was light, the right side was darkness. One side came from the vast Yang world, the other side was the terrifying abyss. Of course, Qin Yu didn't know how powerful the collision between the two sides was, but he knew that it would be a simple matter to grind him to dust. The only thing that comforted Qin Yu was that the balance between the strengths of light and darkness seemed to be maintained very well. In other words, as long as he didn't do anything stupid, at least for now there wasn't too much danger. This was a great fortune amidst misfortune. 3 days later, after Qin Yu carefully probed, he discovered that the equilibrium was very small. It was only 10 feet around him. If he exceeded it, there was a chance that a war between light and darkness would erupt. Although the usable area wasn't too great, at least Qin Yu didn't need to stand still. He could move his body and even take a few extravagant steps back and forth. Of course, he had to be careful with every step he took. He absolutely didn't dare to approach the edge, because what if the equilibrium shrunk? Because taking a stroll would cause him to die. This sort of humiliation that surpassed the heavens was something that Qin Yu absolutely could not accept. Another 3 days passed. Qin Yu looked at the light in front of him, a helpless look in his eyes. The vast Yang world was so close that he only needed to gently jump out and he could return. But in the current situation, this extremely short distance in front of him was an insurmountable moat for him. Moreover, the most serious situation was that Qin Yu discovered that whether it was light or darkness, these two incomparably powerful strengths didn't show any signs of dissipating as time passed. On the contrary, they were constantly condensing, like a vortex that constantly absorbed more and more of the strengths of light and darkness, causing the strength gathering outside the empty space to become increasingly strong. Simply put, if Qin Yu had courted death before, he might have been blown up and left with only a tiny bit of bone. But now there wasn't even a bit of bone left. This was an extremely sad truth, but one that he had no choice but to accept. Qin Yu's complexion paled. This was because he discovered that although he was alive, it was as if he had been locked in a cage that he couldn't escape from. And what was even more terrifying was that as time passed, this cage became increasingly firm and terrifying. What should he do? I'm waiting online. But this was a question that no one could give Qin Yu an answer. He knew that the only one he could rely on right now was himself. In truth, there were always exceptions to everything. For instance, the current situation. The little blue lamp had lost contact with him once more. Perhaps it was because the strength of light and darkness had gathered here, forming an empty space that completely isolated Qin Yu's aura. Of course, the greater possibility was that this fellow saw that the situation wasn't right and decided to hide on his own initiative. After all, what Qin Yu faced now was the double coverage of vast Yang and the power of the abyss. This was something that he had always avoided. But besides the little blue lamp, Qin Yu could also find someone he could consult. In the world of his mind, as Qin Yu's thoughts turned, the old turtle was directly pulled in. The first words he spoke were as he cried out, "Chin, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. I haven't lived enough yet." The Death King truly lived up to his reputation. Chin narrowed his eyes. It wasn't because of his anger, panic, or disrespect, but because he discovered that the old turtle could actually sense what was happening outside. He was truly worthy of being a formidable existence that even the will of the abyss dared to betray because of his fear of death. This should be an ability that he had forcefully evolved in order to preserve his life. "If you don't want to die with me, then help me think of a way to leave here alive," the old turtle screeched. "You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? These are two diametrically opposed strengths of two worlds. In an extremely rare situation, they have formed an extremely strong seal. Moreover, as time passes, more and more world strength will condense." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chin-Yu's sneer. His expression was icy cold and his eyes even colder. He stared at the old turtle and slowly said, "It looks like you have forgotten who your master is. Do you believe that if you say another word, I will break you to pieces on the spot? Here it comes again. You want to break me every time you open your mouth. This is simply going too far. This is unbearable." But the old turtle didn't say anything, so he could. With a face full of grievance, the old turtle carefully said, "Of course, you are my master. I was just too scared and lost my mind for a moment, so I spoke without thinking. Master, please don't bother with me." Chin-Yu sneered. "Now you've sobered up? Then let's get to the point. How can I leave? If you can't come up with something, humph, I will break you to pieces." The old turtle shivered and nearly cried. Could he change his catchphrase a little? These words were just too frightening. Even if he wanted to cry, he had to endure it. Chin-Yu was extremely impatient right now. He feared that if he delayed for too long, he would really be broken to pieces. The King of Death's thoughts were that he couldn't take the slightest risk. Anything that could threaten his life had to be eliminated. His thoughts raced. The fear of death was an incomparably powerful driving force. Over the countless years, this driving force had constantly spurred him on. The old turtle was no longer a simple shadow. That's right, the old turtle only contained an extremely small portion of the abyssal source energy. But this portion of source energy had already undergone a mutation. Or, it was more accurate to say that it had begun to evolve on its own. It was like a piece of flesh and blood with formidable vitality, constantly dividing and multiplying in an attempt to perfect itself and finally form a complete life. Of course, perhaps the old turtle himself didn't realize this. He was only instinctively moving in this direction. He was the shadow of the abyss, so he would never be free. If he wanted to break free from the shadow of death, transforming himself into an independent life form was certainly the only and best choice. Although the old turtle was still an incomparably long distance from completing his transformation, he had at least stepped onto this road. This was the true reason why the little blue lamp didn't hesitate to take risks to seize it. It didn't allow Chin-Yu to easily abandon it. This was because the value of an abyssal source that had already begun to evolve far surpassed itself. Evolution, that meant infinite possibilities. In short, the King of Death's old turtle wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface. Thus, when Chin-Yu asked this question, under the threat of the terrifying shadow of death, he actually thought of something vague. "Master, don't worry. I've already thought of it, but it's a bit vague. It seems to be hidden too deeply. Please give me a bit more time." The old turtle was pale and beads of sweat covered his forehead. It was clear that it was taking a lot of effort to think of these things. In fact, it was certainly taking a lot of effort. This was because what the old turtle was doing was the same as competing with the will of the abyss. They were competing for the memories that belonged to them. Strictly speaking, the old turtle and the will of the abyss came from the same source. After the source developed the ability to evolve, the two of them were on the same level. Of course, this was only in terms of the same level of existence. In the true sense of the difference in strength, it was so great that it left one in despair. But what they were competing in now wasn't who was stronger. In addition, the will of the abyss had been caught off guard and had a portion of its memories stolen. The old turtle gasped for breath. His face was pale but his eyes were filled with joy. Master, I've thought of it. He didn't know how shaken Qin Yu's heart was right now. Seeing Qin Yu's expressionless face, he only thought that Qin Yu was impatient and didn't dare to brag about it. Then, he spoke in bits and pieces, pausing from time to time. The old turtle said many things, but the general summary was that it wasn't impossible to leave this cage. In fact, the method was very simple. That was to become a part of light and darkness. Since everyone was the same, Qin Yu would also become a part of the balance. Naturally, he wouldn't break it. But this was how the world was. Although it sounded simple, to actually accomplish it was incomparably difficult. For instance, to become a part of light and darkness, disregarding how to do it, just this matter itself was a paradoxical proposition. Light and darkness were polar opposites to begin with. They were two strengths that couldn't coexist. Whenever they met, they would fight to the death. To become light and to become darkness, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? But the old turtle only managed to seize this bit of memory. He had a pitiful expression on his face that said, "I've already tried my best, please don't break me." Qin Yu didn't suspect that the old turtle had done anything to him. He feared that with the title of Death King, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks on this matter. He waved his hand and sent the old turtle away. Qin Yu racked his mind. He felt that this matter was impossible, but he also discovered that it was the only solution. Light and darkness, darkness and light, this wasn't a fusion between two sides, but rather a fusion of light and darkness. This was likely a transformation that was a step beyond you and me, I and you, I am you, you are me. The difficulty of this wasn't normal. What should he do? After an unknown period of time, within the terrifying cage formed by the world's strength of vast yang and the dark abyss, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a bit of confusion, as if he had grasped something. He looked up and then slowly looked down. With Qin Yu as the center, the entire cage was divided into two parts. This was the result of the strength of the two worlds reaching a balance, but light and darkness were like boiling oil and cold water. After both sides came into contact with each other, how could they maintain this sort of tranquility? Qin Yu didn't know the reason, but he faintly realized that if he could understand this point, then he might be able to find a way to become a part of light and darkness. What was it? He stared at the point where light and darkness met, his pupils dilating. Unconsciously, he fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 1164. Between light and darkness, they weren't truly in a state of absolute stillness. Rather, they flowed. Or, to be more precise, they were in a process of mutual exchange. Of course, the phrase mutual exchange wasn't appropriate here. But, between light and darkness there was indeed a flow. This was a fact that Qin Yu discovered after observing for a long time. And this was thanks to the fact that Qin Yu had been gazing into the abyss all this time and had just barely managed to peek into it. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, even if their eyes popped out, they still wouldn't be able to obtain any harvest. This was because in order to see the connection between light and darkness, one needed a pair of eyes that were good at capturing things. But it wasn't just a pair of eyes. And the most important factor was a sufficiently powerful soul with a keen perception. It was best if there were many other supporting factors as well. For instance, Qin Yu had fused with the source of the abyss and obtained the approval of the abyss. Although these things had been left to the one on the Nightmare King's throne, there were still some remnants of their influence. In addition, there was the Sun and Moon force field, the Jade embryonic egg, the cosmic Seacross bell, and even Qin Yu's own talent combining all of this together, it allowed him to truly understand the extremely complex relationship between light and darkness. It really was very complex. They were completely different and stood in opposition to each other. But light and darkness could remain calm and even flow together. When light fused into darkness, an equal quality of darkness fused into light. When light fused into darkness, it became darkness. When darkness fused into light, it became light. It was difficult to pronounce and even wordy, but it was something that had to be explained here with a great deal of ink. But why was it like this? The confusion in Qin Yu's eyes deepened and his pupils became even more lax than before. Even though he saw all of this, he didn't know the reason. This was like a difficult calculation problem. Even if he gave a clear and correct answer, if he didn't know the process of calculation, he would still be left confused. Qin Yu subconsciously reached out a hand. His 5 fingers grasped the air, as if he were trying to grasp something. Vast young world. Endless fog lingered about, hiding most of the green mountain within. It was like a bubble, a phantom that didn't exist in this world. Sunlight sprinkled down on the mountain summit. On a wide and soft reclining chair, there was a lazy woman who seemed to have just woken up. This woman was beautiful, but she was like a green mountain. She gave off a strange feeling, as if she were far away, unfathomable. At this moment, in her half-asleep state, she opened her mouth slightly and let out a murmur, "Stupid!" He wondered if she was talking in her sleep. But the clouds that filled the sky proved that this woman was not dreaming, because as her voice fell, the clouds outside the mountain began to boil. It was truly boiling. The originally gentle, calm, and harmless clouds were violently shaking at this moment. As a result, the half-hidden Qing Shan's connection with the heavens and earth was completely severed. At that moment, the woman on the reclining chair opened her eyes. Her eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Is the secret of the origin something that a little fellow like you can decipher? There was a hint of helplessness and pride in his tone. In this realm, even an existence that was only able to grasp the source of consciousness was already considered extremely outstanding. Not to mention, that kid didn't just realize it, he clearly saw the traces of the origin laws operating. Just this point alone showed that even though his cultivation was still lacking, the talent that this kid displayed was already not inferior to anyone he knew. As expected of someone she had personally chosen. At least he did not disappoint her and did not embarrass her too much. On account of this, he decided to lend him a hand. If he was lucky, this brat might even be able to obtain a huge surprise. Perhaps he was thinking too much. After all, obtaining a surprise was not something that could be easily done. Forget it. Just treat it as a thought. If he obtained it, then he would be lucky. If he failed, then there would be no regret. The only thing she felt a little helpless about was that if she did this, she would use up a lot of the strength that she had painstakingly accumulated. Lying on a comfortable chair and basking in the sun in a half-awake state must be very tiring. That's right, that's how it should be. After confirming that she was indeed very tiring, the woman revealed a trace of helplessness and sadness. If this continued, when would she be able to successfully leave this mountain? Forget it, thinking so much is useless. I hope that this kid will not let me down and waste all of my hard work. Of course, I still have to add a thick line to the bill. I have to make this kid remember that it is not easy to take advantage of me. It was unknown what she thought of, but the woman's eyes revealed a trace of anger. Then, she snorted and lifted her hand. Her fingers were long and slender, they were truly beautiful. But such a beautiful finger actually contained an unimaginable strength. Dong, with a dull sound, the entire mountain trembled. A visible ripple spread out from where the woman's finger touched. When it had almost covered the entire green mountain, it suddenly shrank into a single point at a shocking speed. Then, a clear finger mark appeared in front of him. One could even see the fingerprints contained within it. In the next moment, the finger mark disappeared. It was like a shadow, vanishing from this world. The cage of light and darkness. Compared to before, it had become much more solid and terrifying. Qin Yu lay down on the point of balance, looking up at the black and white dividing line. The blood vessels in his eyes expanded because they were congested with blood, causing his eyes to turn red and filled with exhaustion that couldn't be concealed. Observation consumed energy, and the amount of energy consumed wasn't a small amount. Moreover, Qin Yu wanted to unravel the question about the exchange of the powers of light and darkness. Without a doubt, this greatly increased the rate at which he used up his energy. He couldn't last much longer. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He didn't know how much time he had wasted, but it was the same as before. There was no harvest at all. Everything seemed futile, as if he were trying to decipher a question that he would never find an answer to. This undoubtedly left one in despair. Qin Yu was no exception. It was just that his heart was strong enough to suppress these emotions. When his consciousness was frozen by the extreme cold, he thought he was going to die. To be able to survive in the end was already a blessing in disguise. Even if he died in the end, he would still have lived for a very long time. Moreover, Qin Yu still had a chance to choose to release a very, very large firework before he died. The strength of the vast Yang and dark abyss worlds continued to gather, increasing in number. Once it exploded, the might would surely be terrifying. This would be a massive firework. Perhaps when I die, I might even cause the two worlds to shake, ha, that would really be amazing. Like the old turtle, enduring the loneliness and living in this cage, that wasn't Qin Yu's style. Rather than living like this, he might as well die a glorious death. As he muttered to himself, Qin Yu closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep slumber. Several breaths of time after Qin Yu fell asleep, in the void in front of him, an extremely faint fluctuation slowly appeared. The light and darkness that maintained the balance began to gently shake, releasing a destructive aura. But in the end, the calamity didn't arrive. The strength of light and darkness gradually calmed down. In the void, as the fluctuations spread out, a delicate finger mark appeared. Without hesitation, it fell directly between Qin Yu's eyebrows. There was a light sound, as if someone had slapped him. His flesh and blood slightly caved in, as if a slender finger had touched the point between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Bang! In that moment, it was like a world had exploded in Qin Yu's mind. His slumbering consciousness simply didn't have time to respond before it was torn to pieces. There was chaos. There was no light, no darkness, no time, no space. Everything was at its original starting point. In this state of chaos, he didn't know how many years had passed. Then, Qin Yu's consciousness suddenly awakened. But before he could be shocked or curious as to why he had appeared here, the world in front of him began to change. The chaos was divided in two. Half turned into light, dazzling, and the other half turned into darkness, cold and cruel. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that crossed through endless space and time. It struck Qin Yu's consciousness and tore apart the endless sea of fog that covered his mind. The reason why light and darkness could fuse and exchange was because they were fundamentally the same? It seemed like it was only a thin layer of paper, but if it weren't for this scene in front of him, Qin Yu would have never imagined that there would be such a relationship between the diametrically opposed attributes of light and darkness. The chaos was divided in two, becoming light and darkness. One rose up and the other slowly sank down. On the foundation of light and darkness, the outlines of the two worlds appeared. As time passed, they began to evolve little by little. Qin Yu tried to open his eyes wide, wanting to clearly see the evolution of the two worlds. But, the more he tried, the more blurry the scene became. Although he couldn't feel his own eyes, he still felt an unbearable sourness. He couldn't help but close his eyes. When Qin Yu opened his eyes again, he could see the dividing line between light and darkness above his head. He lifted a hand and touched his eyes. Sure enough, tears were flowing down. The sour feeling hadn't completely disappeared. Qin Yu lifted a hand and rubbed it. Then, he pinched the point between his eyebrows. Something was wrong at this moment. As he rubbed the point between his eyebrows, he seemed to touch something. It was cool and soft, just like a woman's finger. This feeling only existed for a moment before it vanished. But Qin Yu's complexion became even stranger. This was because he was sure that everything he experienced just now wasn't a dream. Since it wasn't a dream, then someone had helped him, allowing him to see the origin of light and darkness. To accomplish this was undoubtedly an extremely difficult matter. But Qin Yu just happened to know that there was someone beside him who had a high chance of accomplishing this. She was also a woman. Teacher Liao, or to be more precise, she was Teacher Liao's main body. Just who was she? It had to be known that the cage Qin Yu was trapped in was formed from the combined strength of the vast Yang and Abyss world. Even someone as mysterious and powerful as the little blue lamp had chosen to temporarily avoid it. Yet, she had dared to intervene, and it seemed that she had succeeded. Qin Yu didn't know that when the finger mark arrived, the strength of the two worlds had nearly erupted, otherwise he would have been covered in a cold sweat. After all, to lose one's life in a deep sleep without the slightest reaction, this was simply terrible. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these complex thoughts. He looked at the darkness above his head and beneath his feet, his eyes shining with a bright light. Light and darkness were originally one. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, then how many people would dare to believe that vast Yang and the Abyss worlds existed? If one further diverged their thoughts, could they understand that the two hostile worlds were essentially the same? This was because the light and darkness that gave birth to them came from the endless chaos? If this was true, then the abyssal life forms and the people of the vast Yang world were fundamentally no different. It was just that because they lived in different worlds, they were endowed with different kinds of strength. Was this the reason why Teacher Liao had such a different attitude towards the abyssal life forms? As he thought, she already knew all of this. Same, you are the same, light and darkness are not different, then, if light is formed, then darkness is formed. Qin Yu whispered to himself and closed his eyes once more. But this time, he didn't fall asleep. Rather, the scenes he saw before constantly replayed in his mind. In light and darkness, the passing of time lost all meaning. When Qin Yu opened his eyes again, he didn't know how much time had passed. But this wasn't important because between light and darkness there was no concept of time. That's probably it. Qin Yu stood up. After a moment of silence, he stepped towards the light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he came to a stop. This was because this was the boundary of balance. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. He closed his eyes, nothing happened. Everything was calm as before. Success. After the tsunami, Black City was quickly rebuilt. What was rebuilt even faster was the pier by the frigid sea outside the city. Large ships swayed up and down with the wave. The conditions to enter the sea were ripe, but after the initial excitement, no one was willing to take the first step. Without a doubt, a great change had occurred in the frigid sea. It was likely a lucky chance, but it could also be a catastrophe. Old Fox's complexion paled. He left the pier. He had tried everything he could, but no one was willing to take him out to sea. Or, it was more accurate to say that in the next few months, the ships at the pier would be in a state of repair. After all, he had to give an explanation to the outside world to avoid appearing too cowardly. But cowardly was cowardly. Old Fox spat on the ground. Just as he was about to say something, his complexion suddenly changed. His figure moved and he shot into the skies. Soon, he returned to the inn and closed the door. Shwa, the shadows twisted and shadowless demon appeared. What is it? Old Fox didn't have time to answer. He flipped his hand and demonic light surged. A sealed iron box appeared in his hand. At this moment, the surface of the iron box lit up. Demonic runes wriggled and wove together as if they were alive, turning into 4 words: "Wait for my return." Old Fox and Shadowless Demon glanced at each other, their faces filled with excitement. They simultaneously reared their heads back and laughed. They knew that nothing would happen to their young master. He was a character with a true king protecting him. How could he die so easily? Although they didn't know where Qin Yu had gone, since he had left behind these words, he would definitely return. From now on, Black City will be our home. We will wait here for the young master to return. Chapter 1165. As he stepped into the light, a warm and cordial aura spread out. Qin Yu knew that from this moment on, he had returned to the vast young world. Looking up, what appeared in front of him was a vast and resplendent star chart. It was composed of countless motes of light. Some motes of light were large and some were small. Subconsciously, Qin Yu's eyes widened. This was because he discovered that each one represented a world. That's right, this was Vast Yang. It was different from the Abyss, but there wasn't any essential difference. The Abyss had layers upon layers and Vast Yang was like islands scattered across the sea. The distance between them varied. After the shock passed, Qin Yu revealed a look of amazement. So this was the true appearance of the Vast Yang world. Trillions of lives were born because of it and they lived in Vast Yang's endless world. But how many people had ever seen its true appearance? If so, then Qin Yu was undoubtedly very lucky. But why did the star chart of the entire Vast Yang world appear in front of him? Did it want him to choose where he would return from? Besides this, Qin Yu couldn't think of any other possibilities. It couldn't be that the Vast Yang world wanted him to choose a fiefdom in order to commend his meritorious deeds in the Abyss, right? For instance, he could casually point a finger and it would become the territory that Qin Yu ruled. That was far too fantastical. Qin Yu took a deep breath and focused his senses. From the star chart in front of him, he could feel a faint but incomparably cordial aura. He looked over and the star chart zoomed in with him. A small mote of light appeared in front of him. It really was small. If he hadn't magnified it a great deal, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to find the position of this mote of light on the star chart. This was his homeland, the place where Ning Ling, Yu Qi, and the others were. Qin Yu was excited. Many years had passed since he crossed worlds and left. He originally wanted to find a way to return to his homeland as soon as possible after returning to the Vast Yang world. He never thought that the Vast Yang world would be so considerate. Looking at the mote of light in front of him, Qin Yu was enlightened. As long as he touched it and wasn't rejected by the world's aura, he could directly enter. Home, I want to go home. The Vast Yang star chart was vast and boundless. It gave birth to countless large and small worlds. But no matter how many places he went, no matter how formidable his strength was, there would always be only one home. Qin Yu frowned, because at this moment, he could feel a trace of abnormality from the dot of light in front of him. There seemed to be some kind of very powerful aura, and there was more than one, entrenched in this world, but Qin Yu was well aware that as a small world, it would be difficult for it to breed truly formidable existences. Moreover, these powerful auras gave him a very unfamiliar feeling. Something was wrong. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. At this time, the light in front of him flashed and a dark aura was released. Although it was weak, it couldn't escape Qin Yu's perception. His pupils shrank, the aura of the Abyss. As someone who had just narrowly escaped from the pursuit of the will of the Abyss, it was impossible for Qin Yu's judgment to be wrong. What was going on? Why was there the aura of the Abyss? Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards. This wisp of darkness aura fell into his hand. Sacrifice. Summon. This seemed to be a special ceremony of the Abyss. They used sacrifices to exchange for abyssal power or to summon the projection of abyssal creatures. Roar. At this time, a bloody and angry roar echoed in Qin Yu's ears. This roar was incomparably angry at him for intercepting its sacrifice. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He coldly snorted and clenched his fingers. With a loud crack, the dark aura in his palm shattered. The angry roar turned into a cry of panic mixed with pain. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In a massive underground cave, countless torches burned. But even so, they couldn't disperse the darkness on the altar. The thick black gas was rolling and letting out noises that sounded like flowing liquid. Like porridge that had been cooked, it was bubbling non-stop. Beneath the altar, countless figures constantly kowtowed in worship, their mouths chanting strange and deep syllables. The atmosphere was cold and horrifying. The woman tied to the wooden frame was the sacrificial offering this time. She had already witnessed the fates of the previous sacrificial offerings, and her complexion was deathly pale. If she could, she would rather end her own life than go through that kind of inhuman pain and torture. But it was clear that the sacrificial offerings didn't have the qualifications to choose how they died. Gulp, gulp. The sound of bubbles bursting became increasingly rapid. The tumbling black energy became even more intense. The worshipping figures beneath the altar all revealed feverish expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear and anticipation as they began to chant faster and faster. The Lord from the abyss was about to arrive. This woman was the best sacrificial offering they had captured this time. They hoped that the Lord would be satisfied and grant them more strength of darkness. Par with a light sound, the tumbling black energy suddenly broke apart from within. Then, a slender hand stretched out from within. The sacrificial woman's eyes widened, revealing panic and despair. Her face was filled with disbelief and pain. Abyssal creature, it was actually an abyssal creature. She couldn't help but recall the horrifying situation caused by the last abyssal creature that descended. That sort of strength was inconceivably formidable. Moreover, it possessed a horrifying destructive might towards flesh and blood beings. Even Senior Shiman was only able to barely withstand it. In the end, that abyssal creature had dissipated from the world, otherwise everyone would have been swallowed up by the darkness. Today, because of her, another abyssal creature had been summoned, the calamity had begun once more, and she was the source of this calamity. Whoosh! There was an uproar below the altar. Even the chanting came to a halt. But soon, they regained their composure. Their eyes widened, revealing endless excitement. An ordinary sacrifice had actually summoned the Lord from the abyss, and most importantly, the hand that stretched out from the black energy. Its appearance was fair and slender, and it was the palm of a man. Compared to the life forms of the vast Yang world, there was no difference at all. 4 creatures from the abyss, the more similar they were to flesh and blood beings, the more powerful they would be. This was something they were well aware of. We welcome the Lord's arrival to vast Yang. Beneath the altar, the worshipper at the very front roared out in excitement. He raised his head to reveal his face. Most of his face was covered in black snake scales, and his eyes had become vertical pupils similar to those of a snake. Because of his excitement, his body was constantly shivering. He had only bathed in the baptism of darkness twice before he had his current strength and became the leader of this stronghold. If he could obtain another baptism of darkness, his strength would surely rise to an astonishing degree. He might even have the chance to transform into a true demon creature and become a true great figure of the dark world. Thinking of this, the snake man became even more excited. His chanting became incomparably loud and passionate. Behind him, a large number of dark believers followed their leader. They used all of their strength to sing praises, praising and welcoming the Lord from the abyss. As if feeling their sincere invitation, the hand that stretched out from the black energy paused for a moment. Then, it turned around and forcefully tore. With a cracking sound, a passage gate appeared deep within the black energy. The summoned abyssal creature had truly arrived. Bang! The entire cave shook. all of the dark believers kneeling beneath the altar felt their breath catch in their throat and their hearts nearly stop beating. At this moment, they felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. The aura of a predator that came from the top of the food chain was so terrifying that it left them in despair. The snake man's eyes widened, revealing shock and joy. Although he had already expected this, he never imagined that this lord would be so formidable. He suppressed the trembling in his heart and forced himself to look up. What he saw was an incomparably handsome face. Luxurious black robes. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Every movement he made was filled with a mysterious, noble, and powerful aura. In particular, there was a hint of darkness. If darkness could be said to be divided into ranks, then the darkness within this lord's body would be the world's most powerful eternal night, the source of all darkness. It was pure, and incomparably powerful. The person in front of them was absolutely a great figure at the peak of the abyss. He was a formidable existence that they, the dark believers, had never come into contact with before. The snake man was so excited that his tongue nearly tied up. At this moment, he was incomparably sure that as long as he could win the favor of this lord, he would be able to smoothly transform into a demon creature, and an extremely powerful one at that. A great figure from the abyss would never easily descend to vast Sun City. This was something that the ancestor of darkness had already told every believer. Thus, there had to be a reason why this great figure would descend. In the snake man's opinion, the only possibility was the sacrificial offering that was imprisoned on the altar. Luckily, he had restrained his desires and hadn't touched this beautiful woman. If she was able to attract such a powerful abyssal existence to descend, there must be some secret on her body. With a deep breath, the snake man raised his hands and said in the most respectful tone possible, "Honorable and powerful lord, this is the gift I offer to you. Please accept the offering of this lowly dark believer." Gu Ling-er's eyes widened. She looked at the figure that broke through the darkness and descended on the altar. Her body shivered, disbelief on her face. There were some subtle changes to his facial features. They were more three-dimensional and beautiful, and he looked far more handsome than before. But, no matter how much he changed, the familiarity between his eyebrows couldn't be fake. But, how was this possible? How could he pass through the summoning of the dark strength and return? Big brother Qin Yu revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He never thought that he would run into Gu Ling-er as soon as he returned. This girl was absolutely one of the few truly important people in his life. Ling-er. But soon, an icy killing intent flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. She was clearly the sacrificial offering placed on the altar at this time. If it weren't for Qin Yu intercepting her at this moment, the consequences would have been inconceivable. The ropes formed from the dark strength around Gu Ling-er broke apart. She slumped to the ground and fell into Qin Yu's arms. "Big brother Qin Yu, it's you, it's really you, where have you been all these years?" Gu Ling-er's appearance hadn't changed much from the past, but the passage of time had left its mark on her body. She had lost her youth, revealing a mature charm. She had combed her hair into a woman's bun. Looking at her appearance, it seemed she was already married. Guilt flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He had indeed been gone for far too long. He had even missed something as important as her wedding. "I've been to many places these past years. If there is a chance in the future, I will slowly tell you. You are in a very weak state right now, so don't speak for now." Gu Ling-er's eyes widened. She suddenly thought of something and screamed with all her strength, "Big brother Qin Yu, hurry and save Senior Shiman." In her desperation, she stimulated her injuries. Her vision darkened and she fainted. Ling-er. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He lifted a hand and placed it on her body. Luckily, she had only fainted and wasn't too much of a problem. He left a wisp of strength in her body to nourish her weak body. Then, he looked up at the altar. The snake man was already dumbfounded. He stared at the scene in front of him, feeling as if a bolt of lightning had struck him in the head. The sacrifice they had captured was someone that knew the Lord that descended from the abyss. Not only did they know each other, but they clearly had a close relationship. Just now, he had clearly seen the change in Qin Yu's complexion. It was over. It was over. Something like this actually happened. Who could tell him why such a great figure from the abyss would know a woman from the vast young world? There was no logic to this at all. It didn't make any sense at all. But logic was clearly not something that he should continue to consider at this time. The half-snake man sweated profusely as he stammered, My lord, please listen to my explanation. I didn't know that you and this young lady knew each other." He still had many words he wanted to say. He had even thought it over. As long as he could preserve his little life, he would rather swear the most vicious of dark contracts. Selling his life was better than losing it. But unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. With a dull popping sound, the snake man's head shattered. That incomparably fierce half-man, half-beast face shattered into countless pieces. The cave was in chaos. Seeing their leader be killed, countless dark believers felt their bodies turn cold. "My lord, please forgive us. We absolutely had no intention of offending you. My lord, please be magnanimous and forgive our sins." Qin Yu frowned. He swept his eyes over the entire cave. He could feel a faint abyssal strength from these people. It wasn't pure. It was clear that it was mixed with something else. After absorbing this strength, the characteristics of their lives had changed. At the very least, they could no longer be considered pure flesh and blood life forms. Qin Yu's frown deepened. He coldly snorted. Instead of being a good person, they had to make themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost, just for a bit of strength. Putong. In that instant, with a cold cough, all the dark believers in the cave fell to the ground. The faint abyssal strength within their bodies was forcefully scattered, turning into black energy that vanished into the air. After doing all of this, Qin Yu held on to Gu Ling. He sensed with rapt attention. Then, he lifted a hand and tore open space, stepping inside. With a loud roar, the incomparably massive white bone giant was smashed apart by the power of darkness. Shan Wugu spat out a mouthful of blood. Crackling sounds came from his chest. It was unknown just how many bones had been broken. He retreated and fell to the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his organs. His aura was like a punctured balloon, rapidly plummeting. Lord Whitebone. Several cultivators gathered around him, their expressions anxious and their eyes subconsciously revealing fear. Senior Shiman was being held back by the demonic creatures and was slaughtering his way through the clouds. As for Lord Whitebone, the only one capable of resisting the invasion of darkness, he had been defeated in a continuous battle. As for the rest of them, besides waiting for death, they had no other choice. The power of darkness that smashed apart the white bone giant rapidly condensed into a figure. It was a large man with a horn on his head who hadn't completely transformed into a devil. He wildly laughed and pointed a finger at the terrifying scar between his eyebrows. "Shan Wugu, in the past you nearly killed me with a single palm strike. You never imagined that such a day would come, right? Ha ha ha, today is the day you die. You demonic path remnants will all be buried in the darkness. Protect Lord Whitebone." With angry roars, several figures flew into the skies. But in the next moment they were sent flying back at an even faster speed. The aura of darkness wrapped around their bodies. As it came into contact with their flesh and blood, there was a horrifying sound of corrosion. Pitiful screams spread into everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. Fuse with the power of darkness and you can obtain rebirth and even greater strength. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as these people. You will be corroded into bones by the power of darkness, and even your souls will dissipate in pain. Chila's space suddenly shattered, and the laughing one-horned man's body exploded into pieces with a bang. A rich power of darkness erupted, crazily surging as it tried to reform its body. But the killing strength was far too strong, surpassing the limits of what it could withstand. No. With a desperate roar, the power of darkness completely collapsed, tumbling away and vanishing from sight. The world was left deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the torn space in front of them. In the next moment, an icy voice clearly spread into everyone's ears. If anyone dares to attack again, this will be their fate. Chapter 1166. Surrounded by people, the severely wounded Shan Wugu's eyes widened. This voice, whoosh, a shrill sound tore through the air. It was clear that some existence was rushing over at an astonishing speed. Kacha, as the sound tore through the air, cracks began to appear. With the tear in space as the center, they began to spread out in all directions. Bang! With a loud explosion, space collapsed and a figure stepped out. His black robes fluttered about him and a tyrannical aura swept out in all directions. He was holding an unconscious woman in his arms. At this time, he seemed to sense something and looked down, his eyes meeting with Shan Wugu's. After a brief pause, he smiled. "Potato, I knew you brat wouldn't be so easily killed." Shan Wugu seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. His lips trembled several times. "If a rotten taro like you is still alive and well, then of course I won't die." Potato Taro, what was going on? The demonic path cultivator beside him felt as if he were going crazy. At this time, he was still in the mood to joke around? However, the good news was that this powerhouse that broke through space seemed to be a friend of Lord Whitebone. If this was true, then with his help, they might be able to survive the siege of the dark influences. A demonic path cultivator cupped his hands together and bowed. "Sir, if you can lend us a helping hand today, my demonic path will forever remember this great kindness." Cough, cough, cough. Shan Wugu violently coughed. He glared at the demonic path cultivator, a strange expression on his face. The demonic path cultivator was left bewildered by Shan Wugu's glare. He thought, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Seeing him coughing incessantly, one of the few remaining demonic path powerhouses was afraid that he would cough his lungs out just like that. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed it down. "That's enough, don't be so agitated. Even if you aren't beaten to death, you will end up crippled by your own coughing." Looking at the dumbfounded demonic path cultivator, Qin Yu lightly said, "However, you really don't need to ask me, because this is what I should be doing to begin with." The demonic path cultivator subconsciously said, "Sir, are you acquainted with my demonic path?" Shan Wugu finally stopped coughing. He caught his breath and grumpily said, "Of course we do, and our relationship isn't small at all. Although the demonic path's small world has already been destroyed, you still entered the Holy Emperor Palace to pay your respects. Don't you think this person in front of you looks familiar?" He waved his hand, excitement in his voice. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and greet your demonic path's Saint Sovereign." Qin Yu was still alive. He had returned. Although the dark influences were powerful and even solitary Westgate was only barely able to resist the demon life forms. But at this moment, Shan Wugu didn't doubt whether or not Qin Yu could resolve the dangers before him. This was because from many years ago, Qin Yu had given him the belief that he was invincible. It was as if all dangers and obstacles were nothing in front of him. Perhaps this could be called a mysterious confidence. His Majesty the Holy Emperor? The demonic path cultivators were stunned. This was because this name hadn't appeared in their ears for a long time. The Holy Land's small world had been destroyed, and the entire foundation of the demonic path had been destroyed. They had turned into stray dogs, fleeing for their lives every day. Every day, all they could think about was how to continue living so that the inheritances of the demonic path wouldn't be severed, and when they were at their most desperate and fearful moment, someone had told them that His Majesty the Saint Sovereign had returned? Their first thought was that this was impossible. But then they reacted. In the current situation, it was impossible for Lord Whitebone to joke about something like this. Everyone's eyes gathered on Qin Yu's body. Their eyes widened and their breathing quickened. In the end, the image was different from the real person. In these past years, as his cultivation rose, Qin Yu's appearance had changed. But once the paper window was pierced through, the figure in front of them immediately overlapped with the image of the cold and aloof His Majesty, the Saint Sovereign in the Saint Sovereign Palace. It was His Majesty the Saint Sovereign, it was His Majesty the Saint Sovereign. Puff, the demonic path cultivator who spoke trembled like a sieve. He fell to his knees. Disciple Jingyang respectfully welcomes His Majesty, the Saint Sovereign back. We respectfully welcome His Majesty, the Saint Sovereign back. The incomparably powerful His Majesty the Saint Sovereign, who had destroyed the entire immortal sect with his own strength and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the world, had returned. He would definitely be able to save the demonic path and lead them out of the swamp of death and despair. Feeling the excitement and ecstasy hidden in their red eyes, Qin Yu felt a bit of bitterness in his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened, it wasn't hard to guess just what they had experienced these past years, just from what they saw. Although Qin Yu didn't care too much about becoming the demonic path's Saint Sovereign, since he was honored as the Saint Sovereign, he should be responsible for those who believed in him. As the horned large man was killed, the dark influences fell into a brief silence. As they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes were cold and cruel, but even more filled with dread. The horned man wasn't the strongest amongst them, but for him to be killed in the blink of an eye and end up with his soul and body destroyed, this was far too terrifying. Humph! The demonic path's small world has already been destroyed, so where is the Saint Sovereign? Whoever can kill this person can obtain the chance to bathe in darkness. A sneer echoed out from the skies above. At this time, it was pitch black. Endless darkness aura tumbled about, like a raging sea in a cold winter night. Silent eyes lit up, revealing a burning greed. They subconsciously licked their lips, as if they already viewed Qin Yu as a delicious meal on their plates. To bathe in darkness and transform into a demonic creature, this was nearly the pinnacle of their pursuit. Now, this chance was right in front of them. As for taking risks? Humph humph, everything in this world depended on struggle. If they didn't risk their lives, how could they climb up? Ha ha, he's mine. With a loud explosion, someone from the dark camp exploded, turning into billowing darkness aura that howled forth like a demonic dragon. His first move was his strongest attack. With the horned man being killed right in front of him, he certainly didn't dare to be careless. Closer, closer. Seeing Qin Yu not respond, this person was overjoyed. He primarily cultivated the power of corrosive darkness, and its might was truly astonishing. In addition, he didn't hesitate to damage himself and became even more ferocious. As long as he could drag this boy in, no matter how transcendent his abilities were, he would still be corroded into a pile of rotten meat. The only thing that left him puzzled was that Qin Yu didn't seem frightened, nor did he seem like he hadn't reacted. This was because his eyes were far too calm. They were so calm that they were like frozen water, without the slightest ripple. Without a chance to think further, the dark camp cultivator's consciousness fell into eternal darkness with this doubt in his mind. Outside it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those eyes that fell on Qin Yu were now perfectly round, like toads that had seen a sharp knife on a chopping board. The thoughts in their hearts were, "It's over, it's all over." Their bodies were ice cold and their hearts were ice cold. Single Horn could comfort himself that he had been killed. He had been caught off guard, or perhaps he had been tricked by some method, so he hadn't been able to display his full strength. But this time, he couldn't fool anyone. The black poison python that had gone all out and used everything he had been casually grabbed. With a puff, there was no follow-up. That's right, just as he had said, he had completely vanished along with the dissipating darkness aura. There was one point that was the same as Single Horn's. These two people had died without even dregs remaining. Fear gnawed at the mind like a viper. Go bathe in your mother's darkness. Transforming into a demonic creature was their greatest wish, but living was clearly more important. Bang! Darkness aura erupted. Without leaving behind a single word, the dark camp cultivators fled in all directions. Although the punishment for fleeing in fear was extremely cruel within the dark camp, the law didn't punish the masses. This was the same no matter where it was. The person in front of them wasn't someone they could deal with. It was best to wait for His Excellency Abyssal to deal with solitary Westgate first and then kill him. Now, preserving their lives was number one. As they fled, a thought appeared in their hearts. This person, could he really be the demonic path's holy sovereign? But even if he was, he shouldn't be strong to such a degree, right? What a bunch of trash! In the skies filled with darkness aura, a roar echoed out once more. It was clear he felt his subordinates were losing face as they fled. Bang! As far as the eye could see, endless darkness aura shook. A phantom that looked like an avatar suddenly appeared. This was a demonic creature similar to an octopus. Its entire body was crimson, like blazing flames. Its eyes ruthlessly glared at Chinyu. The fleeing dark camp cultivators paled. Then, they revealed a look of joy. His Excellency Abyssal had taken action. This person would die without a doubt. As they thought this, their fleeing speed slowed down a bit. They turned their heads to look behind them. In the next moment, their eyes trembled and they nearly leapt out of their sockets. They only saw Chinyu lift his hand. Just like when he had crushed the black poison python, he clenched his fingers towards the phantom descending from the skies. Space suddenly twisted. It was like a terrifying mouth had opened wide, swallowing up His Excellency Abyssal's projection. Ah! A pained roar echoed out from the skies. Endless darkness aura shook and a portion of it collapsed, revealing an incomparably massive and terrifying shadow. This was the true form of this demonic creature. At this moment it fiercely turned its head, its blood-red eyes stubbornly staring at Chinyu, endless hatred in its eyes. I want you to die. In the next moment, the slightly dispersed darkness aura began to wildly rise. The dark camp cultivators felt their fear dissipate a little. They thought that His Excellency Abyssal was serious and this person would soon die. Chinyu's eyebrows arched up. As he looked at the rapidly rising darkness aura, a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. You want to leave? It's too late. With a flick of his sleeves, there was a miserable scream. The thick darkness aura that filled the skies was instantly torn to pieces. In the distance, all of the tentacles had curled up into a ball. The demonic creature that had already run some distance away was now twisted into a ball, completely suppressed by an invisible strength. The dark camp cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Their first thought was, how could you do this? We were prepared to see you erupt with a great show, but in the end you just turned around and ran away. If we hadn't been seen through, wouldn't we have been the ones to vent our anger on? Then, a raging fear surged forth. It was like a rising tide, completely submerging their minds. Don't kill me! I beg you, don't kill me! The demonic creature blood octopus cried out miserably. Its giant body shivered and its eyes were filled with fear. He was also someone with status. If he had any other choice, he definitely wouldn't have allowed himself to be disgraced like this. But, his strength didn't allow him to do so. The aura coming from Chinyu's body felt like a boundless ocean, as if a single wave could swallow him up. If he didn't run away, would he just wait for death? But the blood octopus never imagined that even after using all of its strength, even the eruption of darkness aura wouldn't be able to conceal the fact that it was trying to escape. After being caught by Chinyu, unless it wanted to die, begging for mercy was the only thing it could do. The dark camp cultivators' eyes didn't explode. Their reactions were extremely fast. After a brief moment of shock, they turned and fled. But the only movement they could successfully complete was to turn around. Then, they all turned into wooden blocks and fell to the ground with clattering sounds. Their eyes widened, filled with fear. But, they couldn't control themselves and couldn't say a single word. The blood octopus didn't have the time to care about the lives or deaths of his subordinate. As he watched Qin Yu approach, a tide of fear rose within him. "My lord, this is all my fault. I beg you to give me a chance. I am willing to make a dark oath to pledge my loyalty to my lord." Seeing that Qin Yu's expression didn't change at all, the blood octopus nearly pissed himself. "I can help you detoxify the poison." "Yes, detoxify it. Fellow demonic path Taoists, I injured many of them. I can take back the poison from their bodies." Qin Yu frowned. Seeing him finally respond, the blood octopus hurriedly said, "This is true. If you keep me alive, it will be more beneficial to my lord." Chapter 1167. Shan Wugu regained his composure. He looked into Qin Yu's eyes and said, He's right. Many people have been poisoned." Qin Yu twirled his fingers. "Then let him live first." His eyes were cold and indifferent. "I believe you won't run around." The blood octopus nodded desperately. Whoosh! Solitary Westgate's figure flashed and he appeared in front of Qin Yu. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with emotion. "Perhaps I should have followed you in the past." Although he appeared calm on the surface, great waves were tumbling in his heart. Just how many years had passed? To cultivators like them, it might be an exaggeration to say that time had passed in the blink of an eye, but it definitely couldn't be considered a long time. The higher one climbed the great Tao, the more astonishingly difficult it was. To be able to make 20% or 30% progress in several hundred years was already something to be happy about. But from what he could see, Qin Yu's increase in strength was likely several hundred or even 1,000 points. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. "Westgate, you were worried about your wife and child, but I had nowhere else to go, otherwise I wouldn't have gone out to wander the world." Solitary Westgate's complexion stiffened. Qin Yu glanced at him and then at Shan Wugu. Shan Wugu's head was lowered so he couldn't see his expression. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Come with me." He handed Gu Ling over to a demonic path female cultivator with shining eyes. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, the two of them vanished from sight. "His Majesty Saint Sovereign's strength has already transcended the world. The demonic path has been in decline for many years. Now that His Majesty has returned, it is only a matter of time before we return to our peak. Darkness and immortal source, their good days have come to an end." The excited demonic path cultivators shook so hard that they almost turned into sieve. But they didn't know that His Majesty Saint Sovereign's mental state had already collapsed. Ning Ling and Yu Qi had disappeared in the battle where the demonic path's Holy Land small world was destroyed. Qin Yu's voice trembled. Just what happened? At this time, his complexion was so gloomy that it could drip water. Solitary Westgate and Shan Wugu stiffened and their faces paled. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "I'm sorry, I wasn't targeting you." Solitary Westgate bitterly smiled. "I understand, but your current strength is a bit frightening." His thoughts stirred and his aura erupted. Just this alone left him gasping for breath. This was not something that could be summed up with just the word scary. He glanced at Qin Yu and continued, "All these years we have been searching. Although we did not find Ning Ling and Yu Qi's whereabouts, we can confirm that this matter is related to the Darkness faction and the Immortal Origin faction." Shan Wugu said, "In the past, the Dark Knight Divine Seat colluded with the Dark faction and joined forces with the Immortal Origin faction to break through the demonic path's small world. This battle was extremely brutal, but according to the conclusion of the battle, it is likely that capturing Ning Ling and Yu Qi was the main goal of both sides. In that battle, there was a struggle between the darkness and immortal essences. In addition to the investigation over the years, It is highly likely that Ning Ling and Yu Qi were captured by one side each. Solitary Westgate rubbed his chin. In truth, this matter itself is something I have never been able to figure out. You have already left this world, so could they have predicted the future and captured Ning Ling and Yu Qi ahead of time to use them to threaten you? Qin Yu was silent. He had a thought in his mind. The reason the two of them were captured was likely related to the myriad soul path. Someone had learned of Ning Ling's identity and was trying to obtain benefits from her. But Yu Qi? Why was she also taken away? This didn't make sense. But at this time, Qin Yu didn't have the mind to consider whether or not this explanation made sense. Ning Ling and Yu Qi had been taken away, and it was unknown whether or not they were safe. He wanted to kill them. With Qin Yu's current strength, he could sense the entire world with just a thought. Although it couldn't be said to be accurate, his approximate location shouldn't be wrong. I will return soon. As he spoke, he took a step forwards. Space twisted, concealing his figure. The headquarters of the dark faction, a broken cloud mountain. This place was shrouded in a dark aura all year round, without the least bit of light illuminating it. Suddenly, there was a loud sound like thunder. The dark aura that covered the skies directly collapsed. A wild strength shook the mountain like a tide. It crashed into Broken Cloud Mountain, and countless pavilions and palaces hidden in the darkness began to collapse with mournful cries. Enemy attack! Who dares to rush into my dark holy land? You are courting death. Several figures shot into the skies from the chaos, their momentum fierce and killing intent rising to the skies. A powerful dark aura left one's heart racing. Qin Yu stepped forwards. He lifted a hand and pressed downwards. With a loud bang, the void instantly condensed into a mountain. The complexions of the several dark faction powerhouses that rushed into the skies changed. Before they could make a single sound, they were slapped away like flies. Puff, puff, blood wildly gushed out from every orifice of their heads. Several of their bodies twisted together and large chunks of their flesh and blood ruptured. It seemed they were exhaling more than they were inhaling. With hatred in his heart, Qin Yu had no scruples about attacking. Insolence! Who dares to rush into my Broken Cloud Mountain? A deep roar echoed out from the mountain. In the next moment, a giant hand shot up into the skies, grasping at Qin Yu. This hand was like a beast's claw. Although it had the fingers of a human, they had sharp claws and were covered with thick scales. It was ferocious and horrifying. And what was even more terrifying was that the aura that this hand released was terrifying to the extreme, as if it could shatter the entire skies. Qin Yu coldly snorted. He punched out. At this time, there seemed to be a roar in the void. A phantom appeared behind him. It was the Abyssal Titan. Comprehending light and darkness as one, this was a powerful bloodline strength that came from the abyss. Even after entering the vast Yang world, he was still able to use some of it. At this time, as Qin Yu attacked, the Abyssal Titan Phantom punched out, colliding with the giant hand like a bolt of lightning. Ah! There was a pained howl. The scaled hand with sharp claws directly disintegrated. Countless pieces of flesh and broken bones shot out in all directions. The terrifying strength carried with it was like a meteor shower falling from the heavens. It smashed into the ruined Broken Cloud Mountain, creating countless large and small holes. In the blink of an eye, countless dark faction cultivators had died here. You dare to injure me? You deserve to die. Rumble, rumble, the entire Broken Cloud Mountain trembled. A terrifying darkness aura erupted like a volcano awakening, erupting from within. It was as thick and viscous as ink, covering up everything. One could only faintly see two large red lanterns hidden in the black fog. Qin Yu's expression was icy cold. His tone was indifferent. Dark Knight Divine Seat, I never thought that after we parted ways in the past, you would turn into such a monster. The two lanterns in the thick dark aura suddenly swelled up, revealing two round pupils that had condensed into a depth. They were actually two terrifying eyeballs. Qin Yu, it's actually you. A deep and low voice revealed excitement and excitement. Ha ha ha, I never thought you would return alive. Good, this is too good. Rumble rumble, a loud sound echoed out from the darkness aura. As the mountain rocks tumbled about, the entire broken cloud mountain trembled. A head popped out. It was no longer possible to tell what the darkness divine seat had originally looked like. Two sharp horns that were covered in whorls poked out of the head, curved backwards like blades. Just from appearance alone, it looked like an extremely ugly goat. That's right, it was a goat. The reason it was ugly was because its face was covered with giant pustules. Some of them were already rotten and constantly oozing out yellow and white pus. When mixed together with the rotting flesh, it was enough to make one's chest heave in pain. Now, this ugly head's blood-red eyes were stubbornly staring at Qin Yu. They were cruel and ruthless. In the past, I was nearly killed by you. Although it was a blessing in disguise that allowed me to obtain the formidable strength I have today, I still remember this hatred in my heart. However, I will always remember this hatred in my heart, and I dare not forget it for even a moment. Now you have actually returned. How can I not be overjoyed? Qin Yu, welcome the final nightmare of your life. Qin Yu shook his head. How noisy. Did he come here to listen to people spout nonsense? The Dark Knight Divine Seat was enraged. After transforming into a demonic creature, his ruthlessness and desire to destroy had corroded his mind. In addition to facing Qin Yu, he simply couldn't control his own emotions. Of course, he didn't want to control himself. In the Dark Knight Divine Seat's opinion, with his current strength, killing Qin Yu would be easy. No, he couldn't let him die so easily. He had to let Qin Yu know just how stupid it was to anger a noble demonic creature. Despair and torment would become the only things left in his remaining life. With a diabolical laugh, the Dark Knight Divine Seat attacked. Endless darkness aura erupted, submerging Qin Yu's figure. I will let you taste all the unbearable pain in the world. Then, I will swallow your soul filled with hatred and despair, turning it into a part of my strength. You talk too much. Bang, the darkness aura shattered. Dazzling light descended like a great sun. Like sharp arrows, countless holes were torn open from within. Impossible! The Dark Knight Divine Seat screamed out loud. He couldn't control his eyes, revealing a look of fear. Light purification, how can you control such a strength? His figure moved, wanting to escape. But before he could move, he was already covered by the light. With a shrill scream, the dark aura around the divine priest of the Dark Knight melted like frost on a window paper under the scorching sun. As the light fell on his body, there was a violent sound of corrosion. With a sizzling sound, his flesh and blood broke apart and massive amounts of black smoke rose up. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Right now, every pore on his body was constantly emitting light. It was so dazzling that one couldn't look straight at it. Because of the light, space seemed blurry and dignified, making one instinctively feel awe. In the battle where the demonic path's small world was destroyed, you captured one of them. Give her to me, otherwise, today I will exterminate the darkness. Within the light, the Dark Knight Divine Seat howled in pain. Qin Yu, if you dare to kill me, you will never see your woman again. As expected, they had captured one of Ning Ling and Yu Qi. Qin Yu roared out loud. The power of light around his body rose, making him seem like a human-shaped sun that descended into the world. I will not accept threats. He could not compromise. Otherwise, rescuing Ning Ling and Yu Qi would be nothing but the ravings of an idiot. If the Dark Knight Divine Seat didn't say anything, then he would kill them one by one. He didn't believe that the cultivators of the Dark Camp didn't fear death. Ah! Save me, save me! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. On Broken Cloud Mountain, a massive number of Dark Camp cultivators were nailed to the ground by the light. Their bodies twisted as they screamed in pain. Chapter 1168. The Dark Divine Seat was truly afraid. He could feel Qin Yu's firm will within the light. If he continued to resist, then he really would be killed. Stop, I'll talk. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the light immediately retreated. The terrifying sounds of corrosion came to a temporary stop. My patience is limited. I will only give you one chance. If you dare to lie to me, be prepared to be destroyed by the light. Darkness energy rapidly gushed out from the Dark Knight Divine Seat's body, covering his severely decaying body. As he looked at Qin Yu, he revealed a look of panic. Qin Yu, I can tell you everything, but you must promise not to kill me. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't say a single word. Without a guarantee, the Dark Knight Divine Seat hesitated. But the increasingly icy chill in Qin Yu's eyes caused his heart to shiver. We did capture Yu Qi back then, but I don't know why we captured her. It was the will of the demon world. After the capture, Yu Qi was sacrificed to the demon world through the altar. The Dark Knight Divine Seat's eyes widened. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will never find the entrance to the demon world. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Can you open the entrance? Yes, I am the highest level demon creature in this world. I have a connection with the demon world. He glanced at Qin Yu and continued, I can open a channel to help you find Yu Qi. Qin Yu said, Now, let us begin. The Dark Knight Divine Throne's eyes widened. No, I need, but he was interrupted by Qin Yu. If you can't, then die. The Dark Knight High Priest clenched his teeth. Fine, I'll try my best. He looked around. But you must first withdraw the power of light purification. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and all the light in the skies suddenly hid away. He lifted a hand and a brilliant beam of light howled out, submerging into Broken Cloud Mountain and forming a bottomless black hole. Don't play tricks. You won't have a chance. Shua Qin Yu's figure flickered and he drew backwards. The Dark Knight Divine Priest took a deep breath and then let out a sharp cry. In truth, he hadn't been lying before. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to open the channel to the devil world. But facing Qin Yu, he had no other choice. Bang! A dark aura erupted, instantly forming a pitch-black vortex above his head. A terrifying devouring power erupted from within. Ah, my power! Night God, what are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! On Broken Cloud Mountain, the many dark camp cultivators who had just escaped from death all looked terrified. As they roared, the dark aura within their bodies was forcibly pulled out. This process was no less than having one's flesh and blood extracted. The pain it caused was simply unimaginable. But their pain screams didn't affect the divine seed of darkness, who was doing her best to control the vortex. Without careful preparation and the cooperation of a large number of offerings, even if he risked his life, it would be impossible to open the passage. Plundering these people's dark aura was the only option. Bang! The vortex above his head suddenly spun, releasing a surge of devouring power. All the dark aura in the entire Broken Cloud Mountain was extracted and absorbed into it. The dark camp's cultivators who had been screaming in pain all lost their voices at this moment. Or to be more precise, they had lost the strength to continue speaking because of the terrifying pain. Their bodies rapidly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their widened eyes gradually lost all light. Without expression, Qin Yu looked at the vortex in the skies. He could feel a strange and powerful aura condensing at the center of the vortex. Cold and cruel, filled with the desire to destroy. This was likely the strength that came from the world of demons. The divine seat of darkness suddenly roared out, Great Gate of Darkness, descend with your strength. Bang! A deep rumble echoed out from the vortex. A pitch-black gate without a single mark on its surface appeared. Then, with another loud bang, the gate violently trembled and a crack slowly opened. Bang! Endless dark aura wildly gushed out from the crack. An incomparably powerful aura instantly caused the skies to collapse. Who is it that is summoning me to descend? The incomparably weak divine seat of darkness fell to the ground. I am the one who summoned your will. I ask my lord to descend and destroy the enemy in front of me." He stared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred and also pride. Opening the gate of the world was something that only the peak abyssals could accomplish. He was still far from this boundary. So from the very start, the divine seat of darkness' goal had been to open the gate of darkness and summon the strength of powerful abyssal life forms to kill Qin Yu. And now, he had succeeded. Darkness is omnipotent, but you need to prepare enough sacrifices to satisfy me. A diabolical laugh echoed out from behind the gate of darkness. The divine seat of darkness stretched out his arms. Of course, as long as you kill him, this world will be your hunting ground. I can provide you with 7 days of time. Deal. With a satisfied voice, the gate of darkness exploded once more. An ear-piercing sound echoed out and the crack in the gate opened again and again. A sharp claw drilled out, grabbing onto the gate of darkness as if it wanted to squeeze its entire body out. But it was too slow. Qin Yu stepped forwards. The divine seat of darkness wasn't even able to follow his movements before he arrived at the center of the vortex, the gate of darkness. He reached out and grabbed the claw. "Since you want to come out, then I will lend you a hand." Bang! The gate of darkness wildly shook, as if it were withstanding some terrifying strength. The speed at which it opened suddenly accelerated. The claw was constantly pulled out. A startled and angry roar echoed out from behind the gate. "Who are you?" Qin Yu was expressionless. "A debt collector." "No, let me go. Let me go." The claw that drilled out from the gate of darkness desperately struggled to escape. But after being grabbed by Qin Yu, it couldn't resist the pulling strength at all. "Close the gate of darkness. Hurry and close the gate of darkness." A terrifying creature from the demon world roared. The divine seat of darkness was left dumbfounded. Who could tell him just what was happening? His eyes widened, his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. His body trembled, because none of this was an illusion. Qin Yu didn't speak. He only turned to look at the panic-stricken divine seat of darkness. His body stiffened and he lowered his head. Close the gate of darkness? If he dared to do so, he would be instantly torn to pieces. "You lowly thing, what are you waiting for? Hurry and close the gate of darkness." The roar from behind the gate was filled with panic. This was because from the hand that grabbed him, he could feel the most terrifying darkness in the world. Demon life forms bathed in darkness and now they feared the power of darkness. Although this sounded like a joke, it was actually the truth. This was because everything in the world had a limit, and darkness itself was also divided into different grades. Demons existed in darkness, but they could not survive in all darkness. In front of them was a dark abyss, bottomless and infinite. Once they were swallowed up, they would never be able to escape for 10,000 lifetimes. The demon life form behind the gate of darkness was terrified. It was sure that once it was pulled out, all that awaited it was destruction. "Let me go. I can agree to anything you want." Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "You have captured a woman from this world. Give her to me and I will let you go." There was silence behind the gate. Qin Yu sneered. His hand fiercely tightened. The rumbling of the gate of darkness became louder and the range of its opening increased. A dark aura surged outwards. Looking down, one could faintly see an incomparably massive black shadow crazily struggling as it tried to escape. It was about to be pulled into this world. "Hold on, I'll speak. The demon life form screamed in panic. In the past, there was indeed a woman who was sacrificed into the demon world. She seemed to be hiding some great secret on her body. But before the demon world discovered anything, that woman suddenly vanished and we were never able to find her again." "Kacha, Kacha," the claws that were grabbed by Qin Yu instantly broke apart. Pitch-black demon blood flowed out, dripping onto the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, Qin Yu's entire being turned into darkness, like an endless abyss. Even if light sprinkled down, it would be cleanly swallowed up. The voice behind the gate was filled with fear. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Extremely pure darkness constantly broke into its body. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen, falling into a deathly stillness. The exuberant life force that it was so proud of had no ability to resist in front of this darkness. Qin Yu roared, "You lied to me!" Incarnated into darkness, his voice was like a ghost from the depths of the abyss. His syllables were strange and icy cold. Most of the claws had already been pulled out of the gate of darkness. Black blood no longer seeped out from between the broken scales. This was because it had already been frozen. Faint traces of white appeared on the surface of the pitch-black scabs. It was mixed in with the evil demon's blood. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on it, he could not suppress his instincts and endless fear. "No, everything I said is true." The voice behind the gate was even more terrified. "Let me go, please let me go." Qin Yu's grip tightened, his fingers digging into the flesh and blood. "You lied to me." This terrifying creature from the demon world began to go crazy as it smelled death. Loud rumbling sounds constantly echoed out from the gate of darkness. One could vaguely see its massive body violently tumbling about. But all of this was in vain. After it was caught by Qin Yu, it was thoroughly imprisoned. "If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the demon world. The supreme and unsurpassed Lord of Darkness will take revenge for me." Its screams were filled with despair. Qin Yu repeated this a third time. "You lied to me." Kacha, or with a cracking sound, cracks began to appear on the claws that were pulled out of the gate. Crack after crack spread out, finally sinking into the gate of darkness. The pained screams gradually weakened until they completely disappeared. Bang! The gate of darkness shattered, turning into endless darkness aura. But it didn't disperse. Rather, it revolved around Qin Yu, rumbling like the roaring of a tsunami. The Dark Knight Divine Throne gulped. The reason the gate of darkness had shattered was because it had lost its summoner. In other words, one of the most powerful peak existences of the demon world had been thoroughly killed. Qin Yu turned and left. Endless darkness aura followed him. He walked through the highest heavens, emitting thunderous roars. Watching him leave, the Dark Knight Divine Throne's eyes flashed with joy. He wanted to turn and flee, but all his movements ended when he turned around. An extremely deep darkness appeared all around him, wrapping him up like a swamp. The Dark Knight Divine Throne's face was filled with panic. But his struggles only increased the speed at which he was swallowed up. Like this, he slowly vanished into the darkness. Like a bubble bursting, this mass of darkness disappeared without warning, just as it had appeared. Together with the Dark Knight Divine Throne, it was like it had never appeared in this world. Chapter 1169. Bathed in darkness, incarnated into darkness, controlled darkness. The truth was that Qin Yu had already believed the words of the demonic creature behind the door. Through the dark strength that invaded his body, Qin Yu could clearly feel the despair and fear in his heart before he died. In that state, the chances of this demonic creature deceiving him were minuscule. Thus, there was a high probability that Yu Qi really had disappeared like he said. Qin Yu didn't know what the reason was, but he had a very bad premonition that he would never be able to find her again. This feeling was terrible, so bad that Qin Yu's mind fell into a state of complete darkness. If it weren't for his instincts restraining him, he would have destroyed everything in front of him. Yu Qi disappeared, she disappeared, she disappeared. Every time this thought appeared in his mind, a trace of ruthlessness and destruction would appear in Qin Yu's eyes. He was like a vicious beast that had lost control. Driven by his instincts, he went to find another woman that was incomparably important to him. After losing Yu Qi, he absolutely could not lose Ning Ling as well. Perhaps this was the only obsession that Qin Yu had left. At this moment, darkness covered the skies. Its scope was so great that it could be seen from any corner of the world. It cast an endless shadow on the ground, as if eternal darkness were about to arrive. Although they were separated by a great distance, everyone couldn't help but reveal a deep fear in their eyes. This was a boundary so formidable that they didn't even dare to imagine it with their level of strength. They were like ants standing beside a volcano. Any strength that erupted was enough to burn them to ashes. Solitary Westgate's eyes widened. He already knew that Qin Yu's current boundary was something he couldn't estimate. But now, as he felt the rumbling darkness in the distant skies, his understanding of the upper limits of Qin Yu's strength was refreshed once more. But, just what had happened that would cause Qin Yu to lose his composure like this? He could feel the bloodthirst and ruthlessness in the darkness aura. Shan Wugu's complexion was heavy. He took a deep breath. I fear that something has happened to either Ning Ling or Yu Qi. His eyes were filled with worry. At this time, Qin Yu gave off an incomparably unfamiliar feeling. All that was left was the aura of destruction and slaughter. This was clearly incomparably dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might even suffer a backlash. Shan Wugu had grown up together with Qin Yu, so he had a good understanding of his friend's character. The more one cared about relationships, the more one would be hurt by them. If it was as he guessed, then Qin Yu was in danger. Solitary Westgate bitterly smiled. All we can do now is wait. With Qin Yu's current condition, even if we go there we will only be sending ourselves to our death. It was too terrifying. The dark aura was like a bloody mouth that had been opened wide, ready to tear apart and devour anything that dared to stand in its way. The Immortal Origin was an honorific title that could roughly be interpreted as the origin of the immortal Tao. Even though almost none of the living beings in this world knew what the immortal Tao was. However, no one doubted the power of the Immortal Origin pool. When darkness wreaked havoc, only the areas under its protection could enjoy peace. Under the guidance of the Immortal Source, the new Immortal Sect had already been rebuilt. It took less than 100 years for it to regain some of the glory of the Immortal Sect. Presently, a few tens of immortal mountains floated in midair, and all of them were covered in lush and verdant forests. Countless immortal beasts fluttered about within them, and clouds and mist coiled around the depths of the mountains. The roars of beasts frequently resounded out from the continuous stretch of pavilions, and it seemed like the atmosphere of an immortal. But now, the peaceful atmosphere of the Immortal Sect no longer existed. Countless cultivators in loose robes and long sleeves gathered together, all of them looking towards the horizon as if they were facing a great enemy. The darkness surged forward like a tide, and one could hear the thunderous roars that pierced straight into the bottom of one's heart, making one tremble in fear. Although they were still a great distance away, all of the cultivators present understood that the target of the darkness was the Immortal Sect. Not too long ago, the Immortal Origin pool felt a powerful fluctuation of energy that crossed worlds. It should be a strength from the demon world. An Immortal Sect powerhouse said. Could it be that powerhouses from the demon world have arrived? Another Immortal Sect powerhouse asked, frowning. Could it be that they still haven't given up? Humph. With the protection of the Immortal Origin pool, so what if it is a descender from the demon world? Even though he said this, the Immortal Sect cultivator who said these words couldn't help but have his complexion turn pale. The darkness was like an abyss, like a prison. Looking at it from afar was one feeling, but only when one approached it could one truly feel its terror. At this moment, the dozens of floating immortal mountains fell into a deathly silence. The fog was scattered by strong winds. Thick ancient trees were uprooted and sucked up into the air before shattering to pieces. Flying immortal birds cried out in alarm and panic as they flew far away. Wild beasts desperately clutched their heads, shivering on the ground. Bang! A sword shadow shot into the skies. A vast and boundless sword intent swept out in all directions. It stood in front of the darkness, seeming as if it could cut through all. The Immortal Sect cultivator holding the sword stepped forwards. His face was cold and solemn as he coldly said, "The Immortal Origin pool and the Dark faction have already reached an agreement. No matter what the reason is, if you don't leave now, that will be considered a violation of the agreement. You will be punished by both sides." Bang! The aura of darkness instantly erupted, condensing into a terrifying hand that grasped forwards. The immortal sect sword cultivator was alarmed and angry. He never thought that the other party would attack without saying a single word. What caused his heart to race was that the strength contained within this strike was inconceivably formidable. Cut! With a loud shout, the sword shadow slashed down, colliding with the dark hand. The sword intent was full of momentum, but the result left everyone watching with wide eyes. In the instant of the collision, the sword shadow shattered and the immortal sect sword cultivator was sent flying backwards. In midair, he had already exploded into pieces of flesh and broken bones, turning into a giant red flower. The dark hand didn't stop at all. It continued to smash towards the immortal sect people. A deep and cold roar echoed out from within the dark aura. "Give her back to me! How dare you? You evil creature, you dare to injure someone in my immortal sect! We respectfully ask the immortal origin pool to attack and kill this demon." The immortal sect people were both shocked and angry. They fled in distress as they roared out. But as they looked at the darkness, they couldn't suppress the fear in their eyes. With the strength of the immortal sect sword cultivator, he had actually been killed in a single exchange. The strength of this demon that descended into this world was truly terrifying. But fear was fear. They didn't feel despair. This was because the immortal sect still had the immortal origin pool, or to be more accurate, the immortal origin pool was the foundation of the immortal sect's existence. We respectfully ask the immortal origin pool to attack. The immortal sect cultivators roared out in unison. The fear in their eyes immediately vanished and was replaced with excitement. It was as if they could already see the immortal origin pool taking action and defeating the darkness. But nothing happened. Bang! With a heaven-shaking explosion, the dark hand smashed apart a floating celestial mountain. Some of the weaker immortal sect cultivators that hadn't left didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces. Then a second mountain, a third mountain. The dark hand swept forwards with unstoppable momentum, destroying everything in its path. Miserable screams filled the air. The fleeing immortal sect cultivators all paled. They couldn't figure out why the immortal origin pool hadn't responded. We respectfully ask the immortal origin pool to attack. An immortal sect cultivator cried out. His chest was stained with blood as he looked towards the tallest celestial mountain. All of the immortal sect cultivators knew that the immortal origin pool was there. But the only response he received was silence. With a pitiful smile, this immortal sect cultivator was swallowed up by the dark strength. With a loud bang, his aura completely vanished. "Give her back to me!" In the darkness, a roar rose up once more, filled with a reckless madness. Bang! Another hand of darkness appeared. The speed at which the immortal sect immortal mountain was being destroyed instantly doubled. "Run! We have to go to the immortal origin pool! The immortal origin pool will definitely save us." The immortal sect cultivators' eyes turned red as they desperately fled. The strength of the darkness was too terrifying, so terrifying that anyone that tried to stop it had already been killed. Powerful cultivators could certainly escape, but there were always weaklings everywhere. Even if it was an immortal sect that had risen once more. As more and more celestial mountains were destroyed, all that awaited them was destruction. And for these people with weak cultivations to be able to live in the immortal sect, they either had outstanding talent and were future pillars of the immortal sect, or they had family members that were powerhouses of the immortal sect. No matter which possibility it was, as more and more people were killed, the blood-red light in the eyes of the immortal sect cultivators became increasingly rich. The immortal origin pool was an important area of the immortal sect. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. Even if they were immortal sect cultivators, they were the same. A massive number of immortal sect cultivators gathered outside the tallest celestial mountain. Their blood-red eyes were filled with hatred and despair that couldn't be hidden. This was because the immortal origin pool had sealed off the celestial mountain, refusing them entry. Immortal origin pool, are you going to stare on helplessly as we are all killed today? An immortal sect cultivator roared, tears of blood flowing down his face. His family members had all been buried in the celestial mountain. The pain and suffering he felt in his heart was not something that outsiders could understand. The celestial mountain was silent. The immortal sect cultivator howled. His figure shot into the skies, colliding with the hands of darkness and instantly exploding. Let's go all out. I would rather die than tear off a piece of his flesh and blood. How can my immortal sect cultivators just sit here and wait for death? Whoosh, a whoosh, figure after figure shot into the skies. Like moths flying into a flame, they hurtled towards the two hands of darkness. Loud explosions rang out one after another. In just several breaths of time, nearly half of the powerhouses that the immortal sect had accumulated over the last 100 years had died. A sigh echoed out from the celestial mountain. The seal suddenly opened, pulling in the remaining immortal sect cultivators. Space faintly twisted and a phantom appeared. It stared at the power of darkness and said, "These past years, I've always felt uneasy. Now retribution has arrived." He lifted a hand and pressed it forwards. In an instant, trillions of sword lights appeared, weaving together and forming a blockade in front of him. Bang, bang, the two hands of darkness seemed to sense something. They abandoned the undestroyed celestial mountain and began to crazily bombard the trillions of sword lights. Scales were smashed apart by the sword lights, dispersing into the power of darkness. But the hands of darkness didn't stop. Instead, their bombardment became increasingly strong. "Give her back to me." Qin Yu stepped out from the darkness. His eyes turned pitch black as he stubbornly stared at the immortal source. His eyes tumbled with destruction and slaughter. Within the celestial mountain, the immortal sect cultivators that had been sucked in all fell to their knees. "Immortal source, we cannot let this person go." Over half of the immortal sect was destroyed by this person's hands. "We must make him pay with blood. I ask Immortal Source to kill this monster." The Immortal Source Phantom bitterly smiled. If he could smoothly kill Qin Yu, he would have already done so. Why would he have waited until now? He took a deep breath and stopped the immortal sect cultivators from speaking any further. He said, "What happened in the past was indeed my fault. Today, you have killed countless people and should have dispelled some of the evil in your heart. I hope that you can stop here." Qin Yu punched out, "Give her back to me." Bang! The sword light seal violently shook. The immortal source phantom's complexion changed. In the next moment, the entire seal began to shake. After it struck the edge of the seal, it was pushed back, and then it began to collapse inwards. Bang! With a loud explosion, the immortal source was knocked backwards. His phantom violently trembled, causing ripples to appear in his eyes. This strength was far stronger than he had expected. "In the past, because I received a favor from someone, I had no choice but to act. I did not wish to do so. But I can tell you the truth. Before that unconscious woman could be sent out of this world, she had already dissipated. This matter is absolutely true." The immortal source spoke rapidly. "What I left in this world is only a projection. Even if I am killed by you, I will only lose a bit of strength. If you can stop here, I will definitely repay you. I ask that you calmly consider this matter and make the right choice." The response he received was Qin Yu's howl. "Die. All of you deserve to die." Bang! His robes fluttered and his black hair flew backwards. Endless darkness energy erupted from his body, blotting out the skies. In the blink of an eye, the world fell into pitch black, eternal night arrived. Chapter 1170. The wild killing intent corroded his mind. Qin Yu's will had completely fallen. Now that he was in the darkness, all he had left was destruction and slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. Everything in front of him would be sent to hell. Amidst endless howls, he would taste all the extreme pain in the world. The backlash of darkness had already begun. Once Qin Yu was completely assimilated, he would never have a chance to wake up. He would become a killing machine controlled by the will of darkness, forever falling into the abyss. As the killing intent became increasingly intense and Qin Yu was about to sink into oblivion, an icy cold aura was released from his mind. If there was a choice, the old turtle would be happy to watch Qin Yu play with himself to death. Then he could regain his freedom. But this was the vast young world. This shadow of the abyss was nothing more than mud in the snow. There was nowhere to hide. So Qin Yu could not die, at least not now. Master, hurry and wake up, Master. Qin Yu's eyes that were filled with killing intent began to fluctuate. The darkness aura that filled the world suddenly stagnated. He took a deep breath. The darkness in his eyes slowly faded away. The first thing he saw was the pale faces of the immortal sect cultivators in the celestial mountains filled with fear. That's right, at this moment they were truly afraid. Just now, the immortal sect people had personally experienced Qin Yu's terrifying attacks after he was assimilated by the darkness. Even someone as powerful as the immortal Origin could only barely resist his attacks and was beaten back and forth in a pitiful manner. Hating Qin Yu was a must, but fear dominated their minds. The immortal sect cultivators no longer hoped that they could kill him and take revenge for those who had died. Surviving was their greatest hope right now. The immortal Origin phantom became even thinner. It was like a wisp of blue smoke that could be blown away with a single breath. Now that Qin Yu had finally stopped, he bitterly smiled and let out a long breath in his heart. What the immortal Origin said before was correct. What was left in this world was only a projection. But to be able to separate from the main body and transcend worlds to exist for such a long time, it certainly wasn't that simple. Moreover, he had already inherited his own Tao inheritance in this world. If the projection was destroyed, his Tao inheritance would also disappear. To an immortal Tao cultivator, destroying their own Tao inheritance was even more difficult to bear than killing them. If possible, they certainly wouldn't want to give up. For you to wake up in time and avoid being devoured by the darkness is truly a cause for celebration. The immortal Origin shadow clasped his hands together and squeezed out a smile. I wonder if you can think calmly for a moment. Qin Yu suddenly said, his voice hoarse to the extreme. Who told you to attack? The immortal Origin phantom bitterly smiled. Back then, this old man had already sworn not to reveal even the slightest bit of information. I hope that you can understand. Qin Yu glanced at him, his pitch-black pupils flashing. All right, then I'll change the question. Who was your target? The immortal Origin phantom fell silent for a moment. My mission is to capture 2 women from the demonic path's small world, Yu Qi and Ning Ling. If you can't capture all of them, then capturing any one of them will be considered as completing the mission. Qin Yu's heart sank and his voice became even colder. Are you saying that I can capture any one of them? The immortal Origin phantom replied. Yes. Qin Yu said, Ning Ling, how did she disappear? Tell me everything you know. The immortal Origin shadow hesitated for a long time. Qin Yu coldly snorted. Is it my current calmness that made you forget everything you experienced just now? The immortal Origin phantom sucked in a deep breath. In the past, when I captured Ning Ling, she was in an unconscious state. Just as I was about to comply with our agreement and send her out of this world, without any warning or energy fluctuations, Ning Ling dissipated on her own. He paused for a moment and waved his hand. The space in front of him was isolated from the outside world. His voice became increasingly low and gloomy. I don't know if you know that in this world, there exists a heaven-piercing secret cultivation technique called the Myriad Soul Tao. This technique splits one's soul and scatters it into the myriad heavens. This method allows the soul to constantly grow until it finally fuses with all of its individual bodies, allowing it to reach the heavens in a single bound and surpass the limits of cultivation. Because of a stroke of fate, I came to know a cultivator that cultivated the myriad soul Tao, and I just happened to have some understanding of this technique. When Ning Ling disappeared, the feeling she gave me was exactly the same as when the soul of the myriad soul Tao was taken back. Bang! The space around Qin Yu instantly shattered. His body gently shivered and darkness surged in his pupils, like raging waves crashing against a dam. Traces of blood appeared on the surface of his eyes, slowly spreading outwards like a blood-stained spider web. The old turtle trembled. He screamed out, "Master, steady yourself. You cannot be pulled into the darkness again, otherwise I won't have the ability to wake you up again." Now he had an approximate idea of what was going on, but he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it just two trivial women? Was there really a need to be so excited? In this world, there was nothing more important than living. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, he could have as many women as he wanted with a flick of his finger. For him to be tormented to the point of death for them was simply stupid to the extreme. Of course, the most important thing right now was that Qin Yu's life and death were inextricably linked together. Both of them were bound together for good or ill. Otherwise, he could do whatever he wanted. The immortal origin phantom panicked. He quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, don't worry. When the myriad soul Tao's soul dissipates, it will naturally return to its main body. It might not have truly dissipated. If you can find her main body, perhaps you might have a chance to save her. Qin Yu's eyes were blood-red. After a long period of silence, he let out a long breath and said, "First question." The immortal origin phantom stiffened. Qin Yu said, "Tell me the answer and I will spare you today. Otherwise." He looked up, his blood-red eyes locking onto the phantom. "You can try and see if I can find your main body through this phantom." The immortal origin phantom's complexion changed. He stared at Qin Yu, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. A projection was a projection. Even if it was a little special, once it dissipated, it wouldn't leave behind any trace. To lock onto his main body through a projection was nearly impossible. But now, as he faced Qin Yu's blood-red eyes, the words of refusal rolled on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. His intuition told him that if he really refused Qin Yu, there was a high chance that something horrifying would occur. In the past, the immortal origin had indeed promised not to reveal this matter, otherwise he would have to pay a heavy price. This price wasn't small, but it also depended on what it was compared to. For instance, if he continued to keep this secret, he would have to make an enemy out of Qin Yu, or perhaps, without any hesitation, the immortal origin chose, or perhaps. When one's cultivation reached his boundary, their intuition was often accurate. If he sold out that person from the past, it would indeed be a bit unfair and troublesome. But it was better than being relentlessly chased down by others. After spitting out a name, the immortal origin took a step back and fused into the celestial mountain. And at this time, the beautiful immortal sect was shrouded in clouds and mist. Of the dozens of celestial mountains, there was only a single one left, and it was covered in scars. Everything else had been destroyed. Qin Yu silently repeated this name, firmly remembering it in his mind. Then, he turned and vanished from sight. The immortal sect cultivators all let out a long breath of relief. From the corner of their eyes, they could clearly feel the joy of surviving a calamity. Finally, they had survived. Half a month later, Qin Yu lifted a hand and traced Gu Ling Er's hair. Then, he shook his head and withdrew his hand. He glanced at the simple and honest man and the two young men and women beside him. They were already married and had a pair of children. He couldn't continue to treat Gu Ling as a child that hadn't grown up. "All right, I'll send you off here." Gu Ling Er's eyes turned red. "Big brother Qin Yu." 100 years had passed, and it had only been half a month since they last met. Now, he had to leave again. The words to urge him to stay were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them. This was because she knew why Qin Yu had left in such a hurry. Live a good life. Qin Yu smiled. He turned and said, Westgate, I'll have to ask you to take care of my little sister's family. I will take care of your matters. If there are any harvests, I will definitely send them to you. Solitary Westgate cupped his hands together. Then, I'll leave everything to you. Shan Wugu lowered his head. Let's go. When we return, bring my sister-in-law and the others with you. Qin Yu said, Of course. He turned and walked away. He lifted a hand and punched out, shattering the vault of the heavens. If the vast Yang world could be said to be a vast ocean of islands, then Dark Bright World could be said to be the most unremarkable of them all. The world itself wasn't too large. In addition to the incomplete rules of the world, it was extremely rare for the native cultivators to step into the divine realm. But in terms of fame, Dark Bright World was actually quite extraordinary. This was because it had the land of chaos, the endless sea. This name sounded a bit familiar, but this was how it was called. After all, the world was vast and it was normal to have the same name. Although the endless sea was within Dark Bright World, in the eyes of many people, it wasn't a part of Dark Bright World at all. The reason was simple. Deity realm cultivators were rare within Dark Bright World, but the endless sea hid dangers that could even kill original divinities. Was this an attribute that a complete individual could possess? But no matter how one looked at it, if one wanted to enter the endless sea, they had to go to Dark Bright World first. Qin Yu stood on the seashore, looking at the ship swaying in the waves. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes, a dignified expression on his face. It wasn't that he was afraid before boarding the ship, but that his last experience at sea had left a deep impression on him. ICC. Qin Yu didn't want to go to that damned place ever again. Board the ship. There was a deep roar from the bow of the ship. The one-eyed man's eyes were cold. He swept his eyes over the dense crowd on the shore, his expression not changing at all. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, figures shot into the skies. Look, it's the Sly Fate Clan's Orcon. He actually came. The one on the left, although he's wearing a veil, according to reliable sources, it's highly likely that he's a direct descendant of the fire-bathing bloodline. I also heard that the person who was born with knowledge from Xiangzhang Academy is also participating in the Endless Sea's grand meeting. What in the world happened to attract so many young experts to the Endless Sea? It's really a dazzling starlight. It's awe-inspiring. The crew members discussed with awe and envy in their eyes. The one-eyed man coldly said, "Shut up and do your job properly." This person's prestige was obviously high. The crew members who were reprimanded all shut up. Walking to the bow of the ship, the one-eyed man's eyes swept over the cultivators flying towards the ship. The corner of the one-eyed man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. After entering the endless sea of the land of chaos, it would be lucky if even half of these people could come out alive. Chapter 1171. Hey! Someone patted his shoulder. Qin Yu helplessly turned around and looked at the petite girl in front of him. She was called Master Yun. Her identity was a new companion Qin Yu met after entering Dark Bright World. Qin Yu, what are you daydreaming about? We've already boarded the ship. My brother and the others left first. Let's hurry. She pulled on Qin Yu. Let's go. There are no good spots left. I heard the scenery in the Endless Sea is extremely beautiful. Qin Yu calmly withdrew his hand and nodded. Okay. However, Yun sure paid no heed to Zhang Xian's words. He continued chattering non-stop beside Zhang Xian, and when he got excited, he would even dance his hands and feet in joy. They smoothly boarded the ship. Yun Che's group of 3 had already occupied a spot on the second floor near the side of the ship. It wasn't too far forward, but the view was good. As for the third floor with the best view, only those who were strong enough and had a certain status had the qualifications to go there. Master Yun, come here. The leftmost youth stood up and waved. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, revealing a bit of anger. He couldn't understand why Master Yun favored this boy so much. Besides his good looks, what else did he have? Master Yun squeezed Qin Yu over and only let go when they were seated. She excitedly said, "Brother, you guys are amazing. You actually managed to get such a good spot." Yun Che smiled and waved. "It's all thanks to Zhou Qing. His movement technique is the fastest, so we were able to get a spot first." Zhou Qing was a taciturn young man with a shy personality. His slightly dark face blushed a little when he heard this. He waved his hand and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Huan. If not for him, this position would have been snatched away." Master Yun asked a few questions. It turned out that when they boarded the ship, Zhou Qing was only a bit faster than the other group. Both sides arrived almost at the same time. Clearly, the other side chose to avoid them. Zhou Huan pretended to be calm, but he couldn't hide the pride in his eyes. "Hey! This is nothing. Some people are like this. The more you endure, the more arrogant they become. Just be a bit more forceful." Humph! Not far away, there were 3 cultivators at another table. One of them angrily snorted and glared at them. His 2 companions pulled him back, indicating with their eyes that he shouldn't cause trouble. Zhou Huan sneered in response. "Look, some people are like this. They look fierce on the outside but are weak on the inside. How laughable." Yun Che said, "All right, don't cause trouble." The scenery of the endless sea was really good. The seawater was clear and transparent. Sitting on the ship, one could clearly see the big fish swimming in the sea. This caused Yun Shi to shout excitedly. Zhou Huan joked around, causing Master Yun to laugh even more happily. Zhou Qing sat at the side, and only squeezed out a few words when asked by Master Yun, causing Yun Che to shake his head inwardly. He thought to himself that his little sister would never like a toothless gourd. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Only Qin Yu frowned inwardly. He swept his eyes over the 3 cultivators not too far away. It reeked of blood. It wasn't dense, but it gave him a very sinister feeling. The aura of slaughter lingered around them. These 3 people weren't as ordinary as they seemed on the surface. Even though a conflict had yet to break out, it was clear that the other party had already marked Yun Shi, Yun Che, and the others down in his heart. There was a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Whatever, they were going to travel together. Just reminding them before leaving was enough. The attributes of the endless sea were the same as dark bright world. The first half of the journey was very peaceful. From time to time, one could see islands dotting the blue sea. Most of them were lush with trees, and there were groups of monkeys living on them. When they saw the ship pass by, they were abnormally happy. There were some courageous monkeys that dove into the sea in groups, climbing onto the ship and begging the cultivators. Looking at their familiar movements, it was clear this wasn't their first time doing this. They actually had good harvests. Yun Shi was easily asked for several pills. He hugged a red-furred monkey, his face full of joy. Looking at Yun Che's bitter smile, the quality of the pills should be quite good. Zhou Huan naturally followed Yun Shi's example. She was even more generous and attracted a large group of monkeys to surround her. From time to time, they would bow to him, attracting a lot of attention in the clamor. But this excitement had nothing to do with Qin Yu. He sat where he was without moving and didn't make any movements to chase them away. The monkeys on the ship only looked at him from afar and didn't come over to ask for anything. As the ship moved further away, the monkeys ate their harvests and jumped back into the sea to swim back to the island. Yun Shi was very fond of the little red-furred monkey in her arms. Most of the pills she gave out went into this monkey's mouth. But when it was time to leave, this monkey didn't hesitate at all. It didn't care about Yun Shi's shouts at all, causing her to reveal a depressed expression. Yun Che lightly said, "These monkeys have lived in the endless sea for generations and already know how terrifying the depths are. Of course they won't stay on the ship." Yun Shi curled his lips. What a heartless little thing. It can still leave the next island. If I see it again, I definitely won't feed it pills. These words were truly childish. Yun-che bitterly smiled. He was a little worried. Was it a mistake to bring her into the endless sea because he couldn't resist the pestering? But as long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, there might be a great lucky chance in the endless sea this time. Thinking of this, Yun-che's eyes flashed. He calmly glanced at Qin Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed. On the 5th day after the ship entered the endless sea, the calm days were over. The incomparably clear sea water gradually became turbid. The wind and waves became stronger. The howling wind entered their ears, revealing a bit of gloominess. The first half of the endless sea was about to end. Next was the real land of chaos, also known as the Sea of Despair. Not to mention the God Realm experts, there were already dozens of famous original God Realm experts who had fallen there. Of course, masochism was a minority. There was no need to take risks for no reason. Everyone was willing to take risks and enter the land of chaos because there were benefits to be had. The second half of the endless sea was dangerous enough, but it also gave birth to many fortunes. There were countless legends about the various lucky chances in the land of chaos. Basically, any cultivator who ventured into the land of chaos and managed to leave alive would more or less gain something from it. But strictly speaking, this was only a basic benefit, because the main purpose of entering the endless sea was to become famous. It was rumored that there was a special test in the endless sea. Any cultivator who could pass it was talented and had amazing potential. If they were trained with resources, most of them would have great achievement. Thus, any cultivator who left the endless sea alive, no matter how strong or weak they were, would become delicious cakes that were fought over by all sides. For those cultivators with limited backgrounds who hoped to break free from the shackles of cultivation and reach a higher realm, this was an excellent way to advance. For this reason, they were willing to take risks, even if they knew that the chances of dying in the land of chaos were more than 50%. Qin Yu's goal was to become famous because he wanted to enter the Peach Blossom Land. The Peach Blossom Land was an orthodoxy created by the strongest person under the ruler realm. It was called a holy land by all the heavens and realms. It wasn't easy to gain recognition and enter. Thus, ordinary fame wouldn't help Qin Yu achieve his goal. He wanted to become famous. There were many ways to become famous. For example, killing some strong creatures in the land of chaos. Of course, one had to be at least at the upper original God realm. Or perhaps they had to go through the land of chaos' most terrifying and desperate trials. But all of this depended on luck. No one could guarantee that they would encounter such a thing. What Qin Yu wanted was to be absolutely safe. Thus, he chose another path. To pass through the land of chaos and leave the endless sea from another direction. He had forgotten whether or not the endless sea had the same name. Since it had the word endless in its name, its area was naturally astonishing. As mentioned before, the profound bright world wasn't large. According to logic, it was impossible for it to contain the astonishing scale of the endless sea. There was a high chance that this involved problems with space. At the same time, many cultivators believed that the endless sea didn't belong to the profound bright world. But none of this was important. What was important was that Qin Yu. He wanted to break through the endless sea that was known as the Endless. Of course, this was difficult. According to what Qin Yu knew, in the endless years of recorded history, only one person had ever succeeded in doing this. And when he accomplished this, he had already stepped into the original God realm. As for Qin Yu, strictly speaking, his boundary was still at the divine realm. If everything went smoothly, then Qin Yu could cross the endless sea with his divine realm cultivation. That would be enough for him to become famous, and he would surely be able to enter the Peach Blossom Land. In this world, there were always accidents. What Qin Yu could do now was to do his best. As for what the result would be, that would depend on his luck. But no matter what, he had to enter the Peach Blossom Land. Only then would he have a chance to approach the woman who planted the peaches and check on Ningling, and even Yu Qi's situation. Immortal Source's mission was to capture any one of them. In other words, in the eyes of that person, they were of equal value. Moreover, at about the same time, the two of them had dissipated. In this sort of situation, Qin Yu couldn't help but think about it. Just what was the relationship between Ning Ling and Yu Qi? Or, to be more precise, what was their relationship with the woman who planted the peaches? He took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his chest. Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked towards the endless sea in front of him. The sky was dark and low. Strong winds howled in the air, stirring up turbid seawater and causing it to rumble endlessly. Traces of a wild and violent aura were constantly released, causing one's heartbeat to accelerate uncontrollably. "Stop the ship!" the one-eyed large man roared. He indifferently looked towards the endless sea, a trace of fear in his eyes. The scar on his face that had taken away one of his eyes was obtained many years ago in the land of chaos. He had nearly lost his life there. Even though he had come here many times, he still couldn't help but recall the memories of the past. A chill crawled up from the depths of his heart. "Everyone, our ship can only reach this point. We will stop here for a month." The one-eyed large man roared out loud. "Remember, we only have a month. There will be no more waiting after that. Now, everyone can enter the sea." Whoosh, whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air above their heads. The cultivators on the third level of the ship turned into beams of light that howled into the land of chaos. There seemed to be a change in the space in front of them. The cultivators that flew and soon faded away, vanishing into the wind and waves. Orkan, direct inheritance of the fire-bathing lineage. Xiangzhang Academy's secret technique. Heavenly Sword Sex Cultivator. Cries of alarm rose up one after another. Everyone revealed looks of amazement. Yunche took a deep breath. He said, "Let's go." Several people rose up. Yunshe turned and stamped his feet. "Qin Yu, what are you doing in a daze? Hurry up, no one will be waiting for you this time. Let's go." Qin Yu stood up and cupped his hands together. "Thank you all for your care and concern." Yunshe's eyes widened. "Brother Qin wants to go alone?" Yunche frowned. "The depths of the endless sea are filled with dangers. It is dangerous to travel alone." Yunshe hurriedly nodded. "My big brother is right. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. You should come with us." Qin Yu shook his head. "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but there are some reasons that I can't speak of, so I will continue on my own." He took a step forward and paused for a moment. "Those three people from before, you had best be careful." Not wanting to be entangled with them any longer, his figure flashed and he flew away. Yunshe watched him fly away, a look of disappointment on his face. This left Zhou Huan very angry. He roared out, "Who does he think he is? He dares to rush into the endless sea alone? He's just waiting to lose his life. He even warned us to be careful. Do you think the three of them would dare to harm us? How laughable!" Yunche raised a hand to interrupt him. "Fellow Taoist Qin has good intentions. In any case, there is nothing wrong with being cautious." He glanced at the trio from the corner of his eyes and saw that they had already left. Even though he did not pay any attention to them, he did not sense when they left at all. His heart shuddered. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed Yunshe's hand and said, "Let's go. If fate wills it, we might meet again."